Hello, everyone. My name is Katy, and welcome to my Thursday night uh, Turkey Day, Greenland Day live, whatever you
Yay.
want to call it. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and introduce my guest. My name is Katy, and welcome to my. Uh-oh, I hear an
Is
echo
it?
from
I
somewhere.
know. I was like,
It was mine.
okay.
So anyway, welcome to the chat. I hear two echoes. One of them's on my side. Anyway, I'm going to introduce our guest, and then what we're going to do tonight is we are just going to sew and talk and have a good time. And happy Thanksgiving to my American fellows, or whatever you want to call each other. I don't know what and I'm making a mess of my introduction, aren't I? Oh my gosh. But anyway, welcome everyone. And if you're an American, happy holiday. If you're not an American and you're over here on this side of the pond, happy day anyhow. And just join us. And like I said, we're just going to sew and talk, and whatever y'all want to ask in the channel, let's do it. And this is going to be a 6-hour live, so people can come and go, because I know there'll be other lives tonight. And yeah, let's have fun. So happy Thanksgiving, everyone. And let me see here. We have in the live part of the Zoom, we've got Jess from So Blessed with Jess.
Hi, how are you?
We also have Tammy from the Siberian Wind channel.
Hi, everybody.
And we have Denise, and Denise is one of my paid members of my channel. So I'll start with Jess. Jess, introduce yourself and tell them what channel you're from, or just tell them something about yourself, whatever you want to say.
Absolutely. So my name's Jess, and I have a YouTube channel called So Blessed by Jess. I live in the United States, right here in North Carolina. And on my channel, you can find tutorials of blocks and just my passion and love for quilting. This is going to be my first year of doing this, but I am doing a Vlogmas this year, and I'm really excited about that, where we're going to create some blocks and put a quilt together by the end of this month. So that's going to be a lot of fun to do. But yeah, I have a lot of passion, and if you ever have any questions, email me. My contact information is on my site, so that's good.
That's awesome. Now, let's see here. Okay, my camera's back up. Okay, how about you, Tammy?
Hey, everybody. I'm Tammy. I'm with the Siberian Wind. I always have a lot going on my channel. Later tonight, I'll be actually popping back over to my channel for a land that I love. We're putting together a flag-themed quilt out of a book called Celebrate with Quilts by Liz Alexander and Susan Ake. And we have Block of the Month programs coming up starting in January. I have a pattern that will be released between Christmas and New Year's. Yeah, it's busy. It's busy, but always feel free to reach out to me. I'm here for everybody. I'm here for all of my subscribers. I want to keep you inspired with your quilting.
Thought I saw another guest come in. Linda. Linda, are you there? Uh-oh, we lost her again. Okay. Denise, go ahead and tell everybody who you are.
I'm Denise Boysall. I live here in Northeast Illinois. I'm retired, and I just come in and sew blocks, and that's about it.
Awesome. So what are all three of you going to work on during the live?
I'm working on tea cakes by Beverly McCullough. And
Okay.
so this was a sew along that Mona did, and I'm still not finished. So that's what I'm going to be working on today.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And Tammy?
Mine is I'm working on the Land That I Love quilt pattern from Celebrate with Quilts, the Celebrate with Quilts book. I have a lot of trimming up to do, and I've got some more things I need to get cut before tonight. So I'm gonna be seeing how much of that I can get done.
and Denise, what will you be working on?
It's a crazy quilt from Quilt. I have two sizes, a 6-inch and I think the 10-inch. And this is this is the block. I bought some blocks off eBay. And so I'm going to incorporate these in
Oh,
with.
so cute.
So I'm just doing it all
Amazing.
scrappy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very cute. Oh, yeah, and I like the colors. It
Yeah.
looks great. Hold
Yeah,
can you hold the block up a little higher? Yeah, there you go. Look at all that
That's so
color.
cute.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. I like the sun in it. See this? I guess that's the sun. It
Yeah,
looks like-
it's the sun.
Oh,
So,
look. Oh my
That's cool.
gosh.
These are the fabrics that came from another person off eBay. And
Yeah.
I misread them. I thought the blocks were already made, but they all came in baggies.
Oh gosh.
It looks to me like you're having fun putting them together, so that's great.
So I'm working on a big one and a 6-inch one because I have the 6-inch die and I have the large die.
Oh,
So-
awesome. Okay. So that's where we are with the guests we have now. I have trimmed this is always a mouthful, my Lori Holt Prairie Flower Seeds quilt pattern. Mine's been done in batiks, and in the center, this is not part of the Lori Holt. This is my putting a Moda Blockheads 3 Love Block by Zen Chicks in the middle of it. What I'm going to do tonight is we are going to put a binding on this, and it's going to be finished. And
Hey.
here's what the back of it looks like. It's got butterflies on it.
That's very cute, Katie.
Nice.
And I'll show you up close a little bit the quilting on it because I quilted it myself.
Oh, that's
You
nice.
did so. Oh, that's
really good.
beautiful.
And I kept it simple with the blossoms. I decided I didn't want to put anything in the flower itself. And then I did some quilting on the love block itself to make the letters stand out better.
You
So
did
that's
really
what
good.
this looks like. So it's very simple quilting on here. Now what I'm going to do is put binding on it, which is what I have sitting up here on my sewing table. If anyone doesn't know how to make the binding strip itself, I can walk through it. I am not an expert on when we get to where we join it, because I'm going to probably need someone to say, oh, turn it this way, because I don't know what it is. I'm angle challenged. So when we go to join the two ends,
Mm-hmm.
and because it's already folded in half, it teases me. So I'm probably going to struggle like I always do with it, but we'll get it done. Always do. All right, let me say hello to people in the chat. We have several that have come in. Hello, Donnell. Welcome, welcome. Deb
Hey, Donnell.
she says, hi, Katie and everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. Teresa says, happy Thanksgiving. And welcome, Teresa. Teresa is from My Gypsy Tarot. She has a small channel. Donnell also has a channel, and I'll post these channels after I get done saying hi to everyone. Deb S is also a new. How long has Deb S's channel been going now? Maybe a little while, just a short time.
Yeah, I have been for long, I don't think.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
she just going live.
It's this year. Yeah, it was this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
She just, yeah.
Yep. So she's also a new channel. So I will be posting everybody's channels, and you guys go over and share the love and subscribe.
Yeah.
I know we all have lots of subscriptions these days, but we're all little channels, and we all should help each other out, because that's how a channel grows, is supporting each other. Is what communities do. It takes a village to make things prosper, and that's how we can do it, by sharing with each other.
Yep.
Hi, Joy T. Let me see here. Hey, Shelby, welcome, welcome. I figured Shelby would be out playing in her orchestra today. Welcome, welcome. Let me see here. Hey, Joy T. Looks like I've caught up everybody. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. I do have a poll up top. Y'all answer the poll or vote on the poll, and I'll read the poll in just a minute to say what it says. And then in the chat, comment why you like that particular, or why you chose that answer. So here's the question for the poll, so everybody is on the same page. What is your favorite holiday sweet treat? Comment on what it is in chat and why. And the choices are pie, cake, sweetbreads, or cookie. And so far we have 62% voting on pie, 19% on cake, 0 on sweetbreads, and cookies got 19%. So don't forget to vote on the poll and then tell all of us who are on the live why you chose that particular answer. Shelby says, nope, we don't usually perform on actual holidays. Okay, cool.
That's nice getting the holiday off.
Absolutely.
Yep. Is anyone watching the Macy's parade?
I caught some of it this morning.
I wondered if the weather was going to be a problem for those balloons.
It was definitely raining this morning.
Yeah.
Fox ended up swapping to the Houston parade. And it's the first time I'd ever seen the Houston parade. And so what I'm used to seeing, and I don't know if it was just because of the channel my husband chose to put it on for the parades or whatever, but I'm used to like having the announcers in the crowds with everybody.
Yeah.
And, talking to everybody. But they didn't really have anybody sitting there and announcing, at least not on the Fox channel. And so the announcer came on and nobody knew, or the announcer and nobody in the TV newsroom knew what the little float was at the beginning of the Houston parade. It was kind of funny. They had to put a call out for people to tweet them and send them messages to tell them what in the world the float is.
Oh.
Or what the balloon was, not a float balloon.
Yeah. I can't watch the Macy's parade because they don't have a YouTube channel where they're posting it.
Oh, I hadn't thought about looking for that.
Oh, I got the wrong foot on here.
June is in the chat. She says, hi, Katy and friends.
Hey, June. Welcome.
Hi, June.
So is everybody still cooking? Oh, speaking of cooking, my son will probably call me at some point. Mom, I need help. He is, y'all, I'm so proud of him. Because someone donated to him. Well, actually, 2 things happened. No, 4 things has happened this week, which has been amazing. Human beings can be such generous people when they want to be. But I guess 3 or 4 days ago, someone delivered a butterball turkey breast along with some stuff to go with it. And so I started walking him. We did the brining process yesterday together. And then today when he called, he says, okay, Mom, what do I do next? So I walked him through what to do. And then he called me again this afternoon to tell me that the turkey breast is out of the oven and he's putting the mac and cheese in the oven now. And he says, Mom, it looks really good. So he showed it to me and it did. It looked tasty. So let's hope that it's nice and moist, because I told him every 30 minutes to be basting it with butter so that it wouldn't dry out. And I've never cooked a turkey breast. I used to cook, every now and then I would cook a turkey, but my thing was really big chicken hens and ham. That was what my go-to for Thanksgiving, because I did both for the holiday. And so he's got that done, and he was working on the mac and cheese, and I think he was going to do something with green beans. And he still has a pumpkin pie he still hasn't made, so I haven't received a phone call. When we're going to do this, Mom? But yesterday someone brought him an already cooked apple pie, so maybe he's going to wait and do the pumpkin pie, later.
Yeah.
And just eat the apple pie, because they brought him apple pie, sweet potatoes. There was a ham in there, but I couldn't, when he showed it to me, it was in a vacuum bag, so I don't know if it was already cooked or, oh no, I sewed this the wrong direction.
June said that she's back from her son's and can't eat another bite right now.
I know that.
John said, I love cake, especially chocolate fudge cake.
Yum.
I'm a pie girl. I'd rather a fruit pie or a pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving or Christmas. That's where I'd like to go.
I made 2 pumpkin pies, one for now, one for later. And I'll sometimes do a fruit pie for Christmas. It just depends on what I feel like making. Jello molds really work really well for us for Christmas too.
I like doing both, but since I've been over here, you know, that's not happening. So, but my favorite pie is cherry pie. I could eat cherry pie all day long and be perfectly content with that. All right, I sewed my seam in the wrong direction, but before I rip it out, I'm going to go ahead and sew the seam in the right direction and then pick out the wrong direction.
Smart choice.
Yeah.
That way, you know, it's already sewn the way it's supposed to be and I won't mess up again.
Yeah, my husband's like you. He likes cherry pie. I prefer chocolate cake.
Oh, I like chocolate cake too, but when we get back home from Denmark, I'm going to make an Italian cream cake because we didn't get the Italian cream cake made because we couldn't get our hands on eggs.
Oh
Oh,
Been an eggs problem here in our town.
I remember you talking about that last time we were together.
Yeah, I don't even know what the problem is because the capital of Greenland had plenty of eggs, so I don't know why they didn't just send us eggs from down there or from up there because it could have been done by fly, and so I don't know what the problem is.
They're hoarding them.
Someone made a mention, well, there's egg flu or bird flu going on in the United States. I'm like, we don't get eggs from the United States, so that's not the excuse here.
John says that they don't celebrate Thanksgiving in the UK, but happy Thanksgiving to everyone who is. And then Lori says that we had velvet cheesecake and sugar cookie cheesecake for my husband's birthday today. Well, happy birthday to him, Lori.
Yeah, happy birthday.
I will make cheesecake, but I don't eat it.
Love cheesecake.
And I apparently make a really good cheesecake.
There's one sitting in my refrigerator right now, ready to go to my in-laws. Yes.
One of my former mother-in-laws made an amazing cheesecake, apparently. And, you know, everybody in the family, of course, was like, how do you do it? And all of that. But she doesn't eat cheesecake either. And that was the key to it, is if you eat cheesecake, you don't need to be the one making it.
Oh.
Apparently.
Well, see, I made pumpkin pies for my first husband and my kids, but I don't eat pumpkin pie. No.
I eat pumpkin pie, but I'm kind of anxious about this year's pumpkin pies because I didn't make the crust from scratch. And the high altitude adjustment apparently is you have to par bake your crust. And so this is the first time I've had to par bake a crust for a pumpkin pie, because last year the crust just wasn't what I wanted. But I didn't have the energy this year to make my own dough. So
in case y'all are wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to find a seam ripper. I'm making videos of what I have for notions, and so I had to take everything out of my drawers so that I could share this info with on videos. And now I have misplaced the container that has the seam rippers in them.
You put it in a safe place, Katie, safe from yourself.
That's it.
Oh my gosh!
And it got covered up by fabric.
Covered up by something, that's for sure.
That's usually what happens to mine, Denise, is I manage to cover things up with the things that I just moved to look for the thing I just covered up. John says that he would tend to cheat at pastry. Yeah, I don't cheat at pastry normally. That's not normally where I cheat. I like my pie crust, but just did not have the energy. Not this year.
I haven't made one forever. Forever.
I enjoy doing it. My challenge this year was that I had my infusion yesterday, and that week leading up to my infusion, I am just as drained as I can possibly be.
Yeah.
So having any energy to do anything is out of the question.
I thought infusions were supposed to make you feel better.
Oh, they do. I feel so much better now. Like my joints still hurt a little bit, but not to the level. I actually feel rested for the first time in the last 2.5 weeks. I I mean, I feel fantastic compared to how I have felt.
That's wonderful.
So, you know, it doesn't take long to take effect, but just leading up to it was horrendous. I don't wish it on anyone.
I used to give blood all the time because I'm an O negative blood donor.
Mhm.
And then I come to find out that I'm one of the few people who lacks a certain thing in their blood. So my blood could be sent to the NICU for that reason.
Oh,
Getting it. And then one day they said, we really could use some plasma from you. Could you come and donate some plasma so that we could use it in the NICU? And I'm like, okay. So the first, I think I donated 10 times with plasma. And after the 10th time, I'm like, I can't do this anymore. And she says, why? I said, because it feels like y'all are sucking the life out of me.
yeah.
Days I just couldn't function. You know, because what they do is they're taking the plasma out of your blood, but they put the rest of your blood back in you. And it was just taxing.
I
was happy to donate because, you know, anyone
Yeah.
who can get the baby out, that's a wonderful thing, you know.
I will have to say I've not ever been able to donate blood, but that's because they don't know what causes half the issues that I have.
Yeah.
And passing that on to anyone, I'm not going to do it.
Well, I asked him if the fact that I was an asthmatic could be passed in my blood, and they said nope.
No, asthmatic
It's a
wouldn't be.
DNA thing.
Yeah.
Katy, you have a new member coming on.
Yep. First level, John says that he loves eating cheesecake, and Traveling Gypsy Tara says, I love making cheesecake.
Yeah, I love cheesecake too. One time I tried to make a chocolate cheesecake where it was a chocolate swirl. And, you know, I'm pretty good at making regular, simple New York cheesecake. You know, that's pretty easy to make. But man, I think I used the wrong kind of chocolate fudge because it was so bitter. Oh my goodness. So I'm like, okay, we need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong, you know? Okay, so just so everybody can see what I'm doing that has, you know, I don't know if there's anyone new in here that doesn't know what I'm doing. I'm making a binding, but first, when you're making a binding, it's the trim that goes around the outer edges of our quilts. That's the last step to finishing a quilt. And so some people will buy binding already made, but most of us quilters make our own binding out of our stash. And you have long 2.5-inch strips, and you got to sew all these strips together depending on the size, and it may take multiple of these depending on the size of the quilt. Now mine's a little mini quilt. Now I cut 4 2.5-inch strips with the fabric, but I probably am going to only end up using 3 and still have leftover on the end. So you have to sew them end to end, and we're not going to sew it end to end as in we're going to just do a vertical sew where you have the seam, because when you go to fold that seam in half, you're going to end up with this bulk here. So what I'm doing is I'm sewing it at an angle so that I could fold the fabric over. And I know this is dark fabric. So in the camera where you see my machine, I'm folding it over so you can see what the angled seam looks like. Well, here, you can see it with this thread. See, it's at an angle. And then what happens is when you fold it in half, because that's how you do the binding, you will not have the seam allowances in the same spot to create extra bulk. One will be down here and the other side will be down here. So when you're folding it, it's not all in one spot like if you did it the other way. So that's why I'm doing it like this. And then you just basically trim off this excess right here, and I'll show you what I mean, because you only need a 1/4-inch seam allowance over here. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this extra off on this side.
John said he's tempted to try making one of those no-bake cheesecakes, and that his theory is that they use gelatin for the consistency. They do. That is what happens. Say what?
It's either gelatin or something else.
Yeah, it's gelatin.
It uses gelatin. I'm not a big fan of the no bake. I've tried it. It's just not what I was expecting. It has like a different taste to it.
It has
Yeah.
For
different
me.
consistency.
Yeah.
It's a
But
mouthfeel thing.
yeah. So for me, it's a hard pass. Yeah. But
I
it's a
actually
popular thing.
have a couple of those in the pantry too. Those are for when my husband wants to make cheesecake.
Yeah.
Those are not for when I make cheesecake. I think people get scared by the water bath for cheesecake.
Yeah. And just cooking it at a lower temperature and like my mom always told me, don't overmix it or it'll break the top.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Again, thank you, Teresa, for joining and becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate that. All right, so now
And
what I'm going to do is add another strip on here.
someone else was also gifted a membership, Katie.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, Shelby says that the no-bake version of the cheesecake isn't the same to her either.
Oh, yeah, Teresa gifted Jägermeister also. Welcome,
Oh, okay.
I
It's
hope
hey
I
mom.
said that right. It's Jaeger, right? Or is it Jaeger? I think
Jaeger.
it's Jaeger.
Jaeger.
But I'm not sure if I can. Is Jägermeister of what? Is it waifus or waifus?
That I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably way.
Oh, if I miss said it, I'm sorry. Oh, it's very
Lori
easy
says
to
that
be.
she bought the cheesecakes at a bakery that specializes in different kind of cheesecake. They even make shark cheesecake. I'm not sure about.
Shark?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Oh, that's
One
interesting.
out there even for me.
Is it
John?
actually made from shark, or is it just called shark cheesecake?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because it could just be called that to give it a shock value. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. John
Or-
says that he was pleased that his first attempt at panna cotta was successful. I've not
Ooh.
made that before, so that would be
Sounds
another
delicious.
new one for me.
Yeah, I haven't made panna cotta either, but I have had it in Denmark as a dessert, and my goodness, it's tasty. There's a lot of things that I've been when me and my husband go to Denmark, we always try to make at least one visit to a restaurant we haven't eaten at and try out their food. And
Yeah.
the desserts are all, usually these restaurants have these fancy desserts you can try out. And so I have discovered that some of the desserts they serve in there, I actually like them.
I discovered my favorite dessert of all time is a pavlova topped with fruit.
A what?
Pavlova. It's a very large version of a meringue.
Oh, okay.
So you can actually get it in a small, like single serving, or you can make a single serving size. But you typically make it in a big enough batch that you can make 4 or 6 servings. So instead of just that marshmallowy texture, just in one mouthful, you have like a bird's nest that you can put fruit and whipped cream and things like that into. So it's all mixing with that marshmallowy flavor when you cut into it. And yes, I have to make that too because my husband doesn't make them.
Look who's in the channel, y'all. Hey, honey.
Oh,
Hi, Nikolai.
I'm already the little one is already moping.
Lori answered about.
She was looking for you, babe.
Lori put an answer to the shark cheesecake. She said that they make the cheesecake blue and put a fin on it for Shark Week.
oh, interesting.
There we go. Now we know the answer. Oh, that's too funny. And hi, Lori Colgan. Good to see you there. Okay. I'm gonna take 2 minutes out, you guys, and share a bunch of channels. So y'all talking, I'll do sharing. So first one I'm gonna share is, let's do the ones in the channel that I don't have in the bot yet. Let's share my traveling gypsy Teresa. Teresa's a really nice person, you guys. Her channel's small. And y'all go pay her a visit when I don't know what nights her lives are. Actually, I'm still trying to figure out some of these. Some of the channels you've seen coming in here have come from the channel that promotes small channels. And these 2 channels that promote smaller channels are there to help us little guys grow a little bit. So they send other people from that. A lot of people come in there, and those people coming from there come into some of our channels and help our channel grow. So I think that's part of the reason why my subscriptions have jumped a little bit. So
Hi, Linda. Bye, Linda. She said, see you all later.
Bye.
Hey,
Bye.
Linda, I'll be in and out, or I'll be online for 6 hours, so you're welcome to come back whenever you want to. Okay, where did the chat go? Oh, there you are. So this is Teresa's channel. And I want to make sure everybody gets some airspace here.
Bye.
And then we're going to do Jess's channel.
But I'm gonna go ahead and hop off, and I'll be back later.
Okay, see you when you come
So,
back.
yep,
Bye,
it's
Jess.
time to eat my turkey dinner.
Yeah, go enjoy.
Yes, I'll see y'all later.
All right,
Okay.
bye.
Bye.
And this is Tammy's channel. I think I have you in here. I hope I do. If not, I'm going to be embarrassed.
We'll find out in just a moment.
Yeah, we are, because let's see, wakey, buddy. Uh-oh. Maybe I don't. Oh, there you
Yes,
are.
thank you.
I
Yay.
was about to say, wait a minute.
Night Beth is taking a sweet time.
Yep, now I got to go hunt Deb S's channel down because I know I don't have hers in the bot yet. All right, let me catch Deb S. Go to channel.
I'll be trimming half square triangles all day. I may not get to anything else.
Hey, whatever works. You could. We're just sewing and chatting. That's the main thing. Okay, this is for Deb S. This is her channel. What? Yeah, I think her channel's the same name as her name, so it's
It is.
Deb S. No, Hug Mama Quilter. That's a mouthful. Okay, there we go.
At least you know you got to the right channel when you get to her.
Yes, indeedy, because she's not going to be hard to find. And who else did I miss? There's someone else in here that has a channel. Who was it? I don't. Does Jägermeister have a channel? Because I don't know. I've seen him in the other small channel hanging about.
I do not know.
So I'm not sure. Jägermeister, do you have a channel? If you do, let me know, okay? I thought I wasn't gonna have to turn the fan on, but looks like I am. I'm already getting hot. All these
I
lights.
had to turn mine on.
I don't know what it is about the lights in this room, but I thought it was the iron, but I know it's not the iron now. It's all these bloody lights. You know how many lights I have on in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because this house lacks lighting. So all of them are portable lamps.
Yeah, I've got my lights up there. That's all that I have on. But my neighbor downstairs, anytime that she puts her heater on, it blasts up here too.
I can't believe there's not that much insulation between you and her and the bottom floor.
Oh, there's not. There is definitely not enough insulation. I mean, it's great because we don't have to turn our heater on all that often. But
It's on your energy bill, that's for sure.
yeah, I might actually crack my window here. Actually, I think I will.
Okay, so let me show you for those who didn't know what a strip is. This is a very long strip sewn together with multiple strips, and we're going to turn it into binding. It's going to go around the outer edge. So now what I got to do is I'm going to take my iron and I'm going to press these wrong side together. On when you fold it in half, it'll be wrong sides inside, and the right side will be on the outside. And it'll be folded down like this. And I'm going to press the whole long length of it.
Window is now cracked.
If they're not LEDs, they throw off a lot of heat. Yeah, have you seen the price of LEDs, you guys? They're
Mine are LEDs. Mine are Wi-Fi controlled LEDs.
LEDs are still really expensive here, so that's why we've not, and we would have to hire an electrician to come in and do that.
Well, no, there's LED light bulbs. If they screw in like the old style bulbs,
Uh-huh.
there's actually LED versions that screw into the old style light bulbs.
What's the highest wattage on an LED of the screw-in kind?
Do what?
Do you know what the highest wattage of an LED is on the screw-in kind?
I don't, but I mean, I've gotten some, like the ones that I've got right now, put off pure white, which is the 5000 K or 5000 Kelvin light range.
I need some that are like 100, that put out 100-watt brightness.
Yeah, the LEDs are coded differently. So like it doesn't put out, it's measured differently. There's like equivalencies. But so like, you know how there's the yellow light that some bulbs put out.
The soft light ones, yeah.
Yeah, though, I mean,
Soft
you can,
white.
yeah, if you get the LEDs that you can control, how they appear, like the LEDs that I've got in my ceiling light, I can turn them different colors. And then, yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to think of. I couldn't think of the words. Shelby says, depends on if you mean effective light or wattage used. Yeah. It's the amount of effective light, the 100-watt effective light. Yeah, there's plenty of LEDs that will put that out.
The lights I buy here, I cannot find one that's bright enough.
Yeah.
That's why I have so many lights in this room. And if you look in the video, you can see it still looks dark in this room.
I've got I mean, it kind of looks a little dark in here, but I only have 2 lights on. And the 2 lights are the 2 bulbs in my ceiling light. But I've got them set for daylight. So it shines just like middle of the day would be.
And I can't use fluorescent bulbs because they give me headaches. It causes me to have oral migraines.
Yeah, I can't do fluorescence either. Little Lego says hello.
Hey, your little Lego, how are you?
And then Gypsy Tarot is asking, what's a good sewing machine for a good price? That depends on what you're looking to achieve with your sewing machine.
What do you want to sew? What do you have in mind for sewing, Teresa? That's the first question. Are you going to just use it a little bit, dabble in sewing, or are you planning on learning how to do a specific craft with the machine? Most of us started out with a small, moderately priced machine just to see, because this is what I think everyone should, know. The best thing to do is start out with a moderately priced machine. That way, if you decide you don't like doing whatever it is you thought you were going to do, you haven't lost out too bad. I would not sink high price money into one until you for sure know you're going to stick with it. So there's plenty, there's Genomes have small machines. There's Singers, although, brothers. I started out with a Singer on my quilting, and within 2 years I was like, this is not working for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of good machines out there. The best place to ask is like, I mean, it really just depends on what everybody's got experience with. Like, so for example, I primarily have experience with Berninas. So like if I was going to buy an inexpensive machine, I would buy a Bernette. And I'm understanding that Eversewn is made by one of the children of the Bernina founders, like one of the heirs to the Bernina fortune or Bernina empire or whatever, however you want to phrase that. But I believe Eversewn is the same brand. It's just more affordable.
I would also just go out and look at all the different machines. You might see a simple
Yeah.
like a simple Bernina that you like, or a simple Janome. That I bought a Janome gem for my daughter just so she could test it out to see if that's what she liked. And then her husband went and bought her a little bit more expensive of a Singer machine. I think the machine was $400 or something like that. And it's got a little more than what the Janome gem does, but it's still a small machine. It took me 2 years to decide that I needed a bigger machine, and we sunk money into a big one, you know. But this one is not the largest one out there either that I have. But I would go, Teresa. The best thing to do is go out and look first, uh, gather information, and then you're welcome to come in here and say, I went and looked at this, and this. What's your thoughts about it? But do not go spend $1,000 on a machine until you know for sure that you plan on making sewing part of your life. I would not do that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't go for the deals. I mean, there's Black Friday deals, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't go for the deals where the machine is like $120 or something. Most of the machines that are in that price range are not designed to hold up. So you're probably going to be replacing it very quickly, and it won't be worth reselling it even for the price you paid.
If you're going to make clothes with it, you can get away with using a $120 sewing machine.
Depends.
Because my mother's Singer,
Yeah.
you know, my mother's Singer was all metal because it was made back in the late 60s, but I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure she didn't pay a whole lot for it. And that machine held up to 40 years of being sewn on.
Well, the machines made 40 years ago were a lot different than the machines made today. John has a funny for us. He said, I have a friend who writes songs about sewing machines. He is a
Really?
singer, songwriter, or so it seems.
Wow. I like how the wording of it, so it seems.
Mhm.
That's a good one, John. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to fold my binding and press it at the same time. That's why you can't see me. I don't have a camera over here.
She's hiding from all of us.
Yeah, when I get back in my sewing room, y'all will be able to see me doing this kind of thing because there's going to be 3 places for cameras. When we're in Denmark, I'm so excited about being, you know, not just because I'm going to go get a puppy. That's not the main reason I'm excited. The main reason is we are going to pay a visit to IKEA, and I'm going to buy an Alex cabinet, and I'm hoping I can buy a table that goes up and down, and then we're going to have to modify the cot because my husband built me a really long cutting table, and he built it at the height where I could stand in and not hurt my back while I was cutting and measuring. And so we were going to probably have to cut the L part off of it because it's shaped like an L.
Yeah.
Because my desk snugs into the L, and but if we get a table that goes up and down, then we can do the table and this desk this machine is on, face it together like this, and then when I want to sew, I can make it go up and stand and sew if I want to, because there's a lot of times when I want to just stand up and sew, you know,
Yeah.
the pain off my back, because sitting sometimes is just a pain.
Oh, I understand.
Too bad disc in your back, it causes issues.
Well, my husband,
All right.
we just bought him a brand new chair on Black Friday sales, early Black Friday sales, because his back is compressed from a tank accident when he was in the military. And like they're talking back surgery and all of that. So it was time for him to have a new chair.
Did Little Lego leave? Because I forgot to share his channel. For you Lego lovers, Little Lego has a channel.
Oh, okay. Shelby says that she picked up a small baby lock, a Zest, at her local quilt shop for about 150 and used it on vacation. It worked okay. I don't expect it to last a super long time. Yeah, it's hit or miss. I mean, now if you're buying
there's always a risk of when you put money into something that's less priced that it can wear out. But but it's worth the risk. I think from my point of view, it's worth the risk just to make sure that you plan on sewing. If you're going to sew, then go buy a better machine. But if you discover, oh, I hate this, I don't want to do this, you haven't lost hardly anything by doing that.
Now
That's just,
here's the other option. If it's like quilting related or even sewing related, check out your local shops and see if they have classes, if they will provide you a machine for your classes. So you don't have to buy a machine and you just go in there and sew. Sometimes they also rent machines. Some shops will rent machines, so you can come in there and for so many hours you're renting a machine. So you don't have to buy one to take home. You can decide whether or not sewing and quilting or any of that kind of stuff is up for you before you decide what you want. Because so like my machine has automatic needle down. I can select it to needle down. I can thread cut. There's a lot of things that my machine can do, but I didn't even know I needed these features until I used them on another machine. So that'll be another thing as well. So it's a matter of, you may find that some features are more suited to what you want.
yeah, the classes is another way. That's a great idea, Tammy, going and attending a sewing class where you can use their machines. You might, that's a good way of getting exposed to different machines. And they also might offer classes or any of their classes. You might be able to even go in and watch other people sew on different styles of machines. That's the best thing to do is when you have a chance to just go out and I call it window shopping and go learn about these different machines in different shops. It's a great way to learn.
Like my mom was looking for a sewing machine and she's sewn off and on for years, but she doesn't quilt. It's not her main thing. Like she does other hobbies but she wanted a good machine. And I pointed her in the direction of a Burnett after Dad suggested it to her because she was looking at all these different brand machines. And so he pointed her in the direction. I was like, yeah, go ahead and look. And so she sat down with the different machines and she fell in love with one particular machine. And that's what she got. But she was asking me about embroidery and all of this other stuff. And I said, well, it really just depends on whether you're going to find enough things to embroider on and whether you really want to spend the money on all this different embroidery thread, or if it's just going to be another collection of things that you're just going to have, in the way. So, help that kind of thing too is one thing that you'll need to take into account when you're looking for a machine.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool, little Lego.
I came about my Janome in a strange way. I kept hearing everybody preaching about Bernina machine because I was making comments in the not channels, but in I was in 2 or 3 or still in the same groups, but they were Facebook groups, and everybody's like, get a Bernina, that's your ticket. And when I went to visit this sew machine shop, she asked me why I wanted a Bernina. I said, because everybody keeps talking about that's the best machine. She said, and she told me, and she was a Bernina dealer, but she's also a Janome dealer and a brother dealer, I think, of the industrial kind of brother machines. And she says, well, let me show you this Janome, because she asked me what I wanted it for, and I told her, and I was telling her all the problems I was having with the finger. And she showed me this 6700P, and she had me sit down in front of it, and she put fabric in it, and I got to sew a few stitches, and I'm like, wow, this is so different. And she said, now you don't have to have a Bernina to quilt with. You can also quilt with this one, and this one's going to be on sale in December, because I think I saw her either September or October. I don't remember when I was in Denmark. And she told me that they could just ship it straight to Greenland. And when they ran the special, it was at a price you couldn't refuse. It was way less than that specific Bernina that everybody kept mentioning. And so technically I paid $1,800 US for this, but if you look at the price of it now, it's up around $3,500. And I have not regretted buying it. I love it.
Yeah, Shelby says that she heard that Berninas are quite different from other machines. They are. And it's not that necessarily Bernina is always the right choice, because I mean, obviously it wasn't for Katy. So, I mean, I used to sell Berninas. And here's the other thing is, once you get a lot of things that are unique to your machine brand, it's kind of hard to swap between machine brands. So like if I were to go like buy a Pfaff or a Husqvarna or a Janome or something else right now, I would be literally starting from scratch with feet and bobbins and all of that, because Bernina does kind of have things exclusive to their machines. And some of the other brands I've heard have started doing kind of the same thing, where things are exclusive to their brand. So, you know, there's always that too. So like I already had Berninas. So when I went to upgrade, I already had things that I could continue to use. That's not always the case for everybody. So
while we're in Denmark, I get to look for another machine, because I only have this one machine, and if you know, I've had it 4 years now and it's not been serviced. And in order to get it serviced, I'm going to have to mail it to Denmark, because there's no one here in Greenland that can service this machine. I don't know who services the machines they use in the tannery here, but those are industrial machines. So I don't know if they send them off to have them serviced, or someone comes in once a year, you know, flies in once a year to service all those machines that are in there, because they have 5. I call them overlocks because I think that's what they're called over here, but they're technically serger machines, but they're heavy duty metal industrial strength sergers that they use on this sealskin. And then they have 3 of those enormous industrial sized brother machines, and they're all metal. My goodness, they're huge. They have really long necks on them. And so
probably cheaper to fly someone in than ship those machines out.
Well, yeah, because they're definitely heavy. With my machine being all metal, it's going to not be. I'll send it by ship is what I'll do.
Yeah.
And to save on shipping costs. But you're talking about a 6 or 7 week or longer turnaround on it.
Yep, because of the shipping.
Yep.
Welcome in, Joyce.
Okay. Now there's 2 ways to do binding, as most know. You can either sew it on the front and then hand sew it on the back, or you can machine sew it. And I'm going to machine sew it on the back of mine, which I need to change thread color. And since I'm using this dark blue, I'm going to go ahead and change the thread color on it. And what I'll do is, because I'm going to use my machine for binding, I will also be, when I turn it to flip to the front, I will also be using my machine to sew it on the front. So it'll be totally machine sewn. So I'm glad I thought of that. I need to change thread colors.
I must cheat, Katy. I actually sew my binding to the front with my machine, flip it to the back, and then sew it from the front.
Yeah, I don't do that, because I worry about that seam, you know, that you're doing on the back of it that goes through to the front. It's not going to be sitting on the binding, and that, you know, I don't feel like
it takes practice. It takes practice. That would be a perfect size piece to work on it with, but yeah, it definitely takes practice.
Yeah. All right, where is my? Oh, here we go. Found the bobbin. Now we need to find the right thread, which I think is, nope, that's green.
I calculated up. I'm doing 144 of these half square triangles.
Sweet.
It's a lot to trim.
Let's see how much junk is down in this bobbin case. No, doesn't look too dirty, so I'm going to leave it alone. Make sure I get the right color thread. Nope, that's not it. I had 2 different colors of blue open on these smaller spools. I have a feeling I might have stuck it back down in my container that I store all my, unless I used
How's your project going, Denise?
Teresa, who is the question directed at? Oh, little Lego. Okay, gotcha.
It's good. I'm just sewing the small pieces together. And now I'm going to start connecting these to these.
Oh, those are bright colors. I like that.
Yeah, so
Those are gorgeous.
thanks. So I'm just trying to find the right piles.
Hey, Joyce. Good to see you. This must be. Yep, I found the thread, I think. Nope, not it either. Oh, here we go. I know why I don't want to use this one. This one because it's 40 weight thread.
I got 2 hours. I wonder if I can get through these in 2 hours.
We're gonna be fine. You mean on your live?
Yes, I'm working on this more on my live. I've got a whole bunch of other squares to cut too.
You can always come back and finish it here when you're done.
Well, I probably need to work on my other project. I wouldn't be able to show my sewing on that, but
yeah, gotcha. I understand. All right, I'm gonna have to dive into my thread boxes to look for that thread color. I could have sworn I kept it out because I had opened it.
You know what? I wonder. Let me see how many I need to do to get to the next step.
Well, at least I know it's a spool of thread that doesn't have a plastic wrap on it. So it should be easier to find that way.
Okay, if I get 18 of these done, I can go on to the next step.
Hey, Diane Barber, how are you? Hey, Franker, welcome, welcome. Thank you all for coming. So for those of you that just drifted in, we are just sewing on projects. Currently, we got Tammy from the Siberian Wind in here. And one of these days, I will not struggle with that word. It's a mouthful.
It is.
And we have Denise. She is a paid member of our group or of our channel. So I invited all the paid members in to sew if they wanted to on live camera. And if you are a member of the channel and you want to be on the live but don't want your face on the camera, you can do that too. I have no problem with letting you sew and we just hear your voice and not see your face. That's fine too. I'm easy to get along with when it comes to these kind of things because I know what it's like when you don't, you know, you're leery of that. We all were there at one time or another. I can tell you that when internet first started and I was in what we call IRC, which is called Internet Relay Chat. I didn't use my real name in Internet Relay Chat because back then there wasn't all these fancy ways of preventing people from hacking your computer back then, and people were hacking left and right. So I just used a fake name. Now I'm not so worried about it. Things are better. You still might get someone who's more smarter than everybody else and still try it though.
True.
There are those still out there. I don't understand the joy of messing up people's lives by hacking though. I guess because they can do it.
7, 8. I've got half of what I need to have done.
I have not found that color yet. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to find that dark thread color that goes in this bobbin. Not just learned a lesson. Put used thread in its own container. So that you can find it so you don't have to drift through all of the ones that haven't been used trying to find that color.
Oh, Katie, where's the fun in that?
Yeah, you know, let's just make it even more of a pain in the
Oh,
that's just too funny. Yep, no, it's not in this one. And it's not like All right. But what I will do since I'm going through here doing this is put the thread that's been open in one spot in these boxes. Because the ones that haven't been used still have the plastic on them. The little cover they come when you buy them.
Yep.
And I think I'm going to be up the creek here because I'm not finding that thread color, which should be in here, darn it.
My arm is itching so bad. Oh.
You lose a spool of thread. Let me see. Empty all your drawers because you're going to make videos about what's in your drawers. Oh, because I have a surprise. I have a surprise for the paid members. You guys are going to get to see what's in my Notions stash, if that's what you call it, or what I use anyway. And they're going to be on videos for the memberships. And then after a certain period of time, then I'll share them with everybody else. See, here's what's happened. YouTube's offering, if you make 2 videos for members and you make 2 posts for members, then you can earn $200 from YouTube. Now, I don't know about you, but $200 is $200 in my book.
Yeah.
Let's make them 2 videos and those 2 posts and go on, you know?
That would be my...
Go ahead.
Sorry, that would be my problem, Shelby. She says, Katie, that I started storing thread plus bobbin together. Now I need to order a bunch of empty bobbins. That would totally be my issue.
Yeah. Maybe that's what I should do, is store them together, and I wouldn't be having this problem. Because now I can't find that spool of thread. Unless it was a big spool. It might have been a big spool, come to think of it. We
have given her a brainstorm, you guys.
Yep. It could have been a big spool of thread, come to think of it. Didn't think of that, because I know I've used it more than once to bind with, because I used dark binding on something else.
Joyce has a question for you, Katie. She wants to know, when will you be able to move back into your sewing room?
Oh my gosh, that subject again.
Hey, I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
I think you guys are not going to let this go until I get it done. Okay, well, you weren't in here earlier when I mentioned that we're going, when we're in Denmark, I'm going to IKEA, and I'm going to get what they call the Alex cabinet. And if you don't know what that is, just go to IKEA and type in Alex cabinet and you'll find it. And that's going to help. And then I'm going to try to buy another table, the kind that you can make it go up and down, because I would like to be able to put my sewing machine on that, and I can make it go up if I want to stand and sew. And I'm like, I'm sure somebody's going to say, why do you want to stand and sew? I think sometimes sitting in this chair becomes a problem, because it means I'm sitting too many hours. All right, I don't know what's going on here. Darn it.
Joyce put in the chat that nope, she's not going to let it go.
She's not the only one not letting you go. I keep hearing lately. All right, so when we come back from Denmark, Nikolai's supposed to be off from the 11th of January until like second week in April, I think. So when we come back, I'm gonna try to do something about the room. It's just so hard. You don't know how hard it is. It's hard because I don't want to go in there. But I need to get over it. I know. Tammy, can you and Denise hold the fort down? I gotta go find a big spool of dark blue. I'll be right back. I can't seem to find the one that I was using.
I do not like trimming up these.
Yeah.
If I get 16 blocks done, then I can put 3 rows together. And that can be kind of my goal. I know I still won't get it done on my channel tonight, but
Right.
I can try. It can be an achievement unlocked.
Yeah.
I agree, Matt, Shelby. She says that the good part is that the window on that side of the sewing room in Katie's house has been removed. Yep.
Yep, that window will not get put back in. We have made the decision that that wall is going to stay solid because the neighbors has went and bought her a bigger trampoline, and now that trampoline has the same broken pipes on it that the small one does, and she hasn't fastened it to the ground properly. So, yeah, we're not doing this again. Okay, question for you guys.
Okay.
Do you think that this, I can't find it. I don't have a dark navy blue, and I didn't want to use that Missouri Star polyester when I've been sewing with all cotton.
Okay.
Because that particular one does match this binding, which is a dark navy blue. I mean, dark. It looks, can you tell?
Yeah,
Do you
I can tell
do
it's
you think-
blue, and then
do you
that's even
think that-
darker.
Do you think that that's too dark?
It'll look like an accent color if you do see it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it wouldn't just blend in. And then I could still use the cotton 50 weight that way.
I'm not sure if it would blend in, but it'll look good with it. It'll be complimentary if it does show up.
Well, I definitely didn't want to go lighter because, you know.
No, lighter will definitely show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm using a really, I know that the dove would probably blend in quite a bit, but you're still going to see the stitch.
Yeah.
There's no way of avoiding it.
Well, Andrea has joined the chat, and Linda, Irish Sail Lady, has also joined the chat. Linda says that she just finished a big Thanksgiving dinner with her hubby. All her children were having dinner at their other families and friends. Coffee while I relax and watch.
Hey, Andrea, welcome, welcome.
Diana says that it would work. Joyce says maybe. Shelby says I think usually better too dark than too light, and I do agree with that. Joyce
right.
says sew it on a swatch and see.
That actually is a great idea about sewing it on a swatch. Let's do that. See
And
what
Andrea came in and said that just right after Joyce hit enter.
Yeah, let's do that. That's actually a great idea. So let me get a bobbin wound and crack this spool of thread open. But now I've learned something today. Use a container for already open thread and put the bobbins with them so that I don't have to do this again. I can't find it. You know what I mean?
Find it. You know you'll find
Oh,
it.
it'll
as
show up
soon
when
as you
I'm not looking
finish.
for it. Yeah.
Did you look behind your machine?
Not there.
Okay.
It should have been right here in the drawer because I have a drawer next to my desk and it has a lot of open thread in here. Not a lot, you know, I don't know, 10 or 15, about 10 open spools. And I put them all in this container in here and it should have been in here. However, it is not, which means I must have laid it somewhere and didn't put it where I was supposed to.
Did you leave it with the other project?
I might have, but I don't know where the other project is at the moment.
Okay.
No, forgive me. I'm just, oh, let me cry.
Oh yeah, we'll let you. We'll cry with you. We know how it is.
The disadvantage to being in this room, I know why everybody wants me to get, because I'll feel more organized being back in my sewing base.
Everybody's always more organized in their room.
Yeah, it's chaotic out here in the living room. Everything's crammed up against everything, and it's hard, and it gets messy really quick. And you probably noticed behind me how messy it's gotten. Because I'm going through my scrap pile to make more scrap blocks. I have decided that for this coming up year, this chickadee is going to be taking all her scraps and having fun making very scrappy blocks.
I've got
sewing with Eric. I had so much fun sewing with him. Oh my gosh, he's just a joy to sew with, and his creativity when it comes to crumb blocks and strip blocks is amazing. The downside to doing dark thread is I can't hardly see it because of this lighting.
Yeah.
Good thing I don't make a lot of quilts using dark stuff. All right, we're going to run you through here, and I have to unthread the machine with the dove that's on here. That's got to come off. Okay, one other question for you expert sewers out there. Is it bad to pull the thread backwards out of the machine when you're unthreading it? Or should you just cut the thread and pull what's been cut off through the bottom of it?
You always pull through the needle. The reason is if you have any kind of lint, knot, tangle, whatever on your thread, if you pull it back through the machine, you're going to pull it back into that tension disc or the tension discs or tension guides, and you will end up with more problems than you can create.
Okay.
It is always better to cut up here at the back of your machine and pull out at the needle area. Yeah, Shelby also says, and release the tension before you pull it through. Yeah, usually if you have your presser foot up, your tension will be released.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know what that means because I have to actually I have to put it down.
Yeah,
but...
if you have your presser foot up, okay, so once you thread your machine, Katie, before you like do the needle part,
yeah,
with your presser foot up, if you start pulling on the thread like near the needle area, you'll feel that it doesn't have a lot of tension on it. As soon as you put your presser foot down, you're going to feel a lot more tension on that thread.
Oh, gotcha.
And that's how you know your thread is seated correctly. So if you have issues with tension on your machine, that's why we always say to rethread, because you're likely going to fix that when you are rethreading, because you're starting back with the motion that you've learned from the get-go that has been successful in the past. And it's a lot shorter of an answer than trying to tell you, okay, well, is it seated in this? Is it seated in that? And trying to you trying to figure out where you're looking and all of that. So it's just a simpler answer to say, have you rethreaded?
When I first got this machine, once I got over being scared of it, it took me an hour and a half to thread it because the manual graphics is just not, because I'm a visual learner. And yeah, but when I figured it out, it was like, oh, no big deal now.
Well, Shelby, I'm actually kind of glad you didn't. She said that she said, sorry, I could have just said raise the presser foot, but no, actually pointing that out is actually a really good thing too.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out because I wouldn't have known that. Because there's a lot of things I actually do not know about the mechanics of the machine itself. You know, when my mother, you know, she showed me how to thread that Singer of hers, but she never explained or she never said, don't do this or don't do that. The only thing she did say was, you're not to drink or eat in front of the machine. But she never, I don't know why she didn't teach us to clean the machine, which is kind of, I don't remember ever cleaning that machine. Maybe she come behind us and cleaned it. And maybe that's why. She didn't want us messing around with the mechanical part of it.
Cleaning it is probably, and now on the older machines, the amount of what they expected you to clean or do to the machine was significantly different than what you're expected to know now. The machines are definitely different in that respect. Linda says, hi, I'm not sewing yet. I had to get a new sewing machine. I will be putting up a tree and decorating for Christmas. Awesome.
Sounds like fun to me. If I was in the United States and I was doing Thanksgiving, we would be putting that tree up after Thanksgiving night. Because that's when I would put the tree up, and then I didn't take the tree down until after New Year's Eve.
Well, you guys see all my harvest decorations, right? That's the husband's job, is the decorations. So after my live tonight, I have to vacate my studio because he's going to take all of that down and put up Christmas. He was actually mad that I had a Thursday night live because he wanted to go ahead and start decorating for Christmas.
Diane says mom never cleaned or serviced her machine. Oh, interesting.
Well, I don't think my mom did hers either.
Yeah, that Singer machine she had, it was a tough machine. It was a mostly metal on it.
Yeah.
And,
They were set up intending for you to not have to service it. But the more computerized these machines get,
Yeah.
the more finicky and
I kind of
about
vaguely
lint and
remember
dust.
that she had a bottle of oil for it, so she must have oiled it every now and then. And
Yeah. Joy says, if I get the pattern, I would like to do it with y'all. Which pattern? And Joy says that she already has the fabric picked out for it.
Yeah, what are y'all talking about?
Yeah, which pattern? Are you talking about the one that I'm working on now?
Katie doesn't know what you're talking about.
That's okay. I don't know which pattern. I missed it in the chat somewhere. I haven't scrolled up.
Yeah, I missed it too. I'm sure there's something in there that. Okay, honey. Are you with before you leave, are you going to Finn's or what? Tell me in the channel if you don't mind. Looks like he's gonna go do something.
Joyce says, I never did anything to my first machine, didn't know any better. I sat on that machine for 30 plus years. Yeah. I mean, the older machines, they, instead of having, I mean, you might have an oil bottle that came with the machine. Millie's dresses is what Deb said. Okay. She's got the pattern, or she's got the fabric picked out for Millie's dresses. Okay.
All right, now we're going to test run a piece of this dark fabric with that thread.
Older machines, you're more likely they're designed to last. And in some cases, they lasted a good 40 years, depending on the environment you were in. So there was no user serviceable need for it. That's why featherweights lasted so long and they're still around.
When I think about how old that machine of hers might be, because my brother has it, I'm thinking
Mona and Deb are doing the Millie's dresses. I think Katy froze. Yep, there she is.
No, I'm here.
Well, your camera froze for a minute.
All right, I'm going to try to stick this up here where you can see it. I'll try it at both cameras. I don't know if you can see it.
Okay, I can see that. It does work though. Yeah, it's visible, but
yeah, but if you look at the dark color that's on that batik, it would blend in with all of that.
Yeah, it looks good with it. It looks fine.
And I'll put it in the other camera too.
All right, Nikolai put an answer for you, Katie.
Oh, if we stay overnight again, we will see each other. Okay, honey. I'll talk to you in a little while. Just call me when you're ready because someone's going to be in here the whole time, so I hope. If not, I'll mute and we'll talk. Can everyone see this? Because no one's commenting yet.
Yeah, I see.
Diana says it works. It's a delay. There's a delay to the channel.
Okay. And Shelby says that looks good. Okay. Yeah. All right, then. That's what we'll use. No more stressing over what to use. Okay, so now we're going to start on the back of this, not the front. And I'm just going to decide where I'm going to start this at. And when you're laying your binding on yours, do you sit there and struggle on which direction you're going to start with it in? Because when I look at it, I'm like, do I want to sew it this way or do I want to sew it that way?
I am always sewing. I always start at the bottom of my quilt. So that's one thing.
This is so narrow. I definitely don't want the seam in the middle on the bottom.
No, well, you're not going to have it in the middle if you're doing an angled seam.
No, what I mean is I don't want where this seam is at to end up down here somewhere.
Gotcha. So yeah, start in the middle of the side then. But which side of, I was about to say, which side is your 1/4 inch on? So you're sewing towards the top if you're starting on that side.
Yeah.
So you've got it positioned like you're
on the right. So I'll be doing it like this, but it feels like I'm going backwards doing it that way.
You're going backwards. So you need to be sewing, you need to flip your binding. So
that's why I get confused because I turned the wrong way.
Yep. Nikolai says he'll call after 2.
Okay, baby. 2 our time, honey. He must be on duty tonight.
Andrea says that it looks good. June says that we can see it. Little Lego said that we can see it. Yeah.
But it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb is what I'm asking.
I don't think it does. No.
All right, good. Okay, you're right. I just had the binding going the wrong direction.
Thanks, Nikolai. He says, have fun with sewing, ladies.
Yep. See you later, honey. I'll talk to you soon. Laura's down here snoring on the floor, so at least she's not being annoying at the moment. Hey, I'm not annoying, Mommy. I just want attention when you're busy.
That's called being a dog.
She's a very vocal little thing, but I know she misses her partner because every time we let her on the bed, she won't just lay on one side of the bed. She's got to have whatever body part of hers, it doesn't matter what part, touching me always. And that's because that's what her and Coda did all the time. They were always touching each other. She was, spooning with her, or he would let her lay on top of him. It was comical. It's weird how things changed with him. When I first brought her home, he was still had that young dog attitude in him. So, and German Shepherds are, especially high drive German Shepherds, are can be a bit annoying to other dogs because they want to constantly pay and bully and do all the things German Shepherds do.
Yeah.
And at some point, it was her pushing him around. But boy, the first week she was there and he'd go stick his nose in her food, you could hear her teeth clank shut and a little growl, and he's like, "Ooh, temper, I'll leave you alone."
And Katie, he replied to your time.
Okay, baby.
Yes, that was yes.
Okay, honey. I'll talk to you then. I want to know how that turkey's tasting, and a certain young man has called me and said, "Mom, it came out good." Inquiring minds want to know, did it taste good? All right.
I won't give any details because I promised my husband I wouldn't. But our day has involved multiple trips out to different store locations that were still open. It did not go as smoothly as previous Thanksgivings.
Well, sometimes these things happen. You get home and thinking you got everything. Like with Thomas, I gave him a list of things he needed to get, and then we still missed an item. Then I'm thinking, I am not sending him back to the store for just an onion. That's just wasting his gas that he doesn't have money for, So I am so proud of him because he, it's been us helping with fuel and insurance on his car and stuff until this job thing happens. And he has been frugal about the fuel in that car. If he doesn't got to go somewhere in that car, he doesn't.
Makes sense.
So a whole tank of gas is, most people go through a tank of gas every week. His tank of gas is lasting 4 to 6 weeks because he's that frugal about it.
Wow.
Because I told him, I said, our money is tight too,
Oh, yeah.
Inflation is kicking everybody's butt right now, including ours. And, we have a decent income. When you're a middle class, decent income and you're still suffering, let's be more frugal about things.
Yeah. Oh no. Little Lego says they had to go to the store last night for a pie crust because they shattered it.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
That was after the conversation. German Shepherds are great dogs, they're great babysitters. Joyce threw in little Lego Black Labs are too.
Yep. My kids grew up with German Shepherds. At one point we had, I got a lot of trimming on the back of this quilt to do. I see lots of thread trails from my quilting. Oops, I forgot to do that. Oh, lazy. At one point we had 6 German Shepherds in our backyard.
Whoa.
And 5 of them were females.
Oh goodness.
And there was a pecking order in that backyard.
Oh yeah.
And my kids had to learn, my daughter learned the hard way. You know how you tell your child not to do something and they go and do it anyway?
Right.
I
That's
had
part of growing up.
on Thanksgiving, I had made a big ham, and when you're done cutting for the dinner and you want to have, everybody to graze on it for the rest of the weekend, I probably should not have used the bobbin black for this white.
Well, it won't show because you're going to be folding that binding over.
I know, but
It's going to give you, it's going to show you exactly where you need to fold it over to.
so when I do turn it over, I'm still going to need to at least change. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, you're going to be covering that stitching.
Okay, because I just realized what I did. All right, you're right.
Yeah, it's going to cover it.
Yep. So anyway, I had took the bone out of the ham, and it was sitting on the counter. And she come in there and picked up the bone, and I said, "What are you fixing to do with that bone?" "I'm going to go give it to the dogs." And I'm like, "No, you're not, Mom. I thought you were going to get." I said, "I am, but I'm going to cut it in pieces." I said, "You remember there is 6 dogs in that backyard." I walk out of the kitchen to go do something real quick, and then I heard this loud ruckus of dogs fighting and a scream that sounded like my oldest daughter. And I'm like, what the heck? And I go running out the back door, and she's standing right in the middle of all these dogs, and they're fighting over that ham bone.
Oh, good
And
Lord.
she got bit because they were fighting.
Yep.
And I said, this is why I told you not to take that out there, to let me handle it. Because I even had a way of feeding them. Everybody had a dog crate without a gate, and each dog had each dog knew which one was theirs, and I fed them in a certain order because Alpha got fed first.
Yep.
Otherwise, you would have fights, man, big fights.
Lynn from Soft Squares says, "Hi, ladies. Can't stay long, but wanted to pop in and say hello to you." And Crystal has also popped in. She says, "It's been one wild day. We're about to start wrapping tamales."
Oh, fun. Hey, when I was in California the first time, my daughter's my granddaughter's paternal grandmother took me to a class on making those, and I had so much fun, and I had never eaten a tamale, and when I tasted it, I'm like, wow, this tastes really good. Hey, Crystal, welcome. Crystal also has a channel. Let me see if I can find it. Joyce, how's your day going? Let me find Crystal's real quick.
All right, I've got my minimum cut. The rest of these can wait. I only got the other half of them to go. Whatever half of 144 is.
How much? How many again?
144. So I got 72 left to cut. I've got 72 cut, and I've got 72 more to cut, but I'll cut them later. Because I got other stuff I got to cut first, so I can put these together.
Okay, here's a shout out for Crystal's channel. Did anybody else? Oh, and now we got Lynn with Soft Squares in here. I think I have her already in the bot. Hey, Lynn, if you've never been to Lynn's channel, she has a really great channel, and she's been quilting a long time, which I enjoyed interviewing her. She was so much fun. She'd been sewing for a long time, which I got to pick her brain a bit. And who else did you say came in here?
Did you do Andrea's channel earlier?
No, Andrew's the other one I got to catch. So we got Mama J Enterprises. So we put her in there. Hey, Melania. Oh my God.
Melina.
Hi, Melina. That Y is an E sound.
Yeah.
So sorry, I don't mean to keep butchering your name.
Oh, you're not the only one. William sits there and struggles with it too.
Well, over here, that Y could be a U sound
Ah, okay.
because and as far as Danish pronunciation.
Yeah.
So, you know, or with Greenlandic even, there's some letters like a P is a B sound, a T is a D sound, a K is a G sound. And you know, that's a lot to take in trying to keep up with all these dialect differences.
Oh, I bet.
And then there's Danish with their little dialect changes also. Someone needs to feel sorry for me and send me some new straight pins.
I put some magic pins on my wish list, I think.
Yeah,
So
I need to make I need to make an Amazon wish list, and then I set it up. It's on there, but Amazon's not going to send any of the sewing stuff here. It'll have to come from Fat Quarter Shop or somewhere else. And I don't think there's a way of setting up a wish list on Fat Quarter Shop or Missouri Star. I'm
There
aware
might be.
of.
There might
That
be.
I'm aware of.
Yeah. There probably is a way. I'm not aware of how to do it either.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can match these pairs, but I mean,
Because if you buy, if anyone buys from them, I hope I just didn't make a mistake. I really need to have my walking foot on here too. Oh, that'll be fun putting that back on here because I'm gonna need it when we turn it over. Anyway, the thing about Fat Quarter Shop, Cotton Cuts, Missouri Star, Shabby Fabrics, and one other one that I shop with sometimes is the shipping is not astronomically bad. I would love to buy from Amazon this kind of stuff. Nope. They won't do. Did Andrea's link go through? Did you see whether it did or not?
It did just now.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Joyce is asking Katie how much you have to pay for shipping with Fat Quarter Shop.
So a small item, like one little item, might be $10 or less. But when I buy, I usually like to make sure that I get my money's worth from it. So it just depends. They do go by money. So if I spend $300, my shipping will only be $45. If I spend $150, it's 25. So it's not too terribly bad. Not from my point of view anyway. But the other day, a couple weeks ago, I bought one little item and it cost me $8, I think, to ship it. And the item was worth $10, I think, or something, or $15. It was some small amount, but it was something that I needed badly to get here.
The thing that I shipped you, has it arrived yet?
When did you ship it?
A couple weeks ago.
It might be because I got 2 text messages today telling me I have mail and I'm going to go get them tomorrow. I didn't get the text messages till late this afternoon, so I'm not sure who they're from.
Okay, that
But
works.
so far, that one that I won, I haven't gotten it yet.
Okay, that's what I was asking about.
Yeah, it'll get here eventually.
I know. I'd have to go back.
Because you live in Colorado, right?
Wyoming. It's
Wyoming.
close enough.
So
yeah.
So everything's probably going through Chicago, probably.
I don't know.
If it's going through Chicago, it takes forever to get here.
Anything going through Chicago takes forever. That's just a given. How did I don't know how I did this. Okay. I haven't.
Sometimes I wonder why I bother pinning this because I still got to unpin it anyway.
Yeah, I don't pin my binding anymore. I don't bother. I clip it when I, like magic clips, I clip it to the back.
Yeah, now when I clip it to the front, I'm going to use the magic clips. I'm definitely going to do that.
Yeah. All right. I'm trying to make match sets if I can. This is still going to end up being scrappy, but I'm one of those controlled scrappy people. And scrappy is stressful.
Why do you find it stressful?
Hmm?
Do you know why you find it stressful?
Because I worry that I've got too much of something in one location, like everything's grouped together.
Oh,
So
yeah,
all
the
of,
mixing of colors are the same
Yeah.
colors showing up in the same spot.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's usually my big problem.
Yeah, I get that.
Ooh, that one I do have. Yay! I have a match set. And right now I'm matching for the individual stars. So it's like if I don't match the right background color to the right print, then I feel like I don't know, it's just uncontrolled.
We have lots of discussions going on here. Let me backtrack a minute.
Oh yeah.
Andrea says, I just got a new camera yesterday and I have been playing with it the last couple of days. The cool thing is it came with editing software. Awesome. Hello, Patricia. Nice to see you here. Crystal says, whoop, whoop, 34 likes. Oh, yeah. Thank you for all the likes, y'all. Keep hitting that like button. Help the channel. And then Joy says, I think that I read that Primitive Gathering charges $20 international for their bi-monthly boxes. But that bi-monthly box probably comes loaded, and that $20 is not bad in my opinion. Because I have subscriptions to that Quarter Shop, and I think my PMQs are $10 if I'm doing it monthly, and my Cotton Cuts Classic box is $20. Little Lego, look here. You're going to have to tell us what it is. He ordered a Lego set, his dream set, on November the 5th, and it won't be here until December 10th. What did you order? Inquiring minds want to know. Y'all should go see. Y'all should go see his channel. He has lots of cool things on his channel that are Legos.
I miscounted. I didn't get the right number.
Denise, you're quiet.
Oh, she's got her microphone turned off again. I'm needed to cut 18 blocks and I cut 16.
Will you be able to cover from that?
Yeah, I got the others. I didn't cut the full 72 half of the 144. That's all.
The box itself is $40. Yeah, see, that's not too bad. It probably comes loaded with stuff. I didn't know she was international shipping, so now I'm going to go check her out. Because I kind of like some of her stuff.
All right, let's see if I can make some more match sets.
She has lost, the woman that is the owner of Primitive Gathering, she has lost a ton of weight.
Oh, I don't have, I can't do a match set. Oh no. I'm going to feather in stuff, I guess.
You can't go back and cut more of what you used, or are you out of it?
I don't have any more of some of these. Nope. Because I miscut. It was so here's what the problem is. Oh, okay, so this is what the block looks like in the book, with the blue in the center and the white on the outside, and then the blue on the snowball corners. And it's actually supposed to be reversed. So the white's supposed to be the star and the white corners, and then like blue background. So I'd cut everything for this layout versus the alternate layout. So where the white is in the center.
Pretty block. Can you put it closer to the camera? Oh, that's gorgeous.
Thank you.
I love the blues.
Yep.
With that white.
Yep. So they came in a kit. So I'm using the fabrics from the kit. So I only have a limited number of some of these fabrics. So it's gonna be what it's gonna be. I mean, there's no way to.
Yeah.
there's no way to fudge it any. I mean, and I'm going to have to cut some more squares anyway, but it's going to end up being even more scrappy because I think I ran out of some of these blues. So like I can't copy because there's no way to copy.
I'm definitely going to put the walking foot on this machine.
Right now, this fabric I think I've got enough of. I can. Ooh, that one's close.
The thing I like about this Genoa over my singer is the walking mechanisms that's underneath it. It's a bigger set of them.
Yeah.
Feed dogs.
Yeah, I like my dual feed on my machine
Yep.
for that reason.
I keep seeing little pieces of thread sticking out of the back of this quilt where I forgot to go back and trim off the tails.
Yeah.
It's distracting me. It's okay. We got to stop and put that.
All right, we're
And
gonna.
I'm supposed to be sewing and binding on, you know. All right, now let me mark the X marks the spot. What I do with that pencil. Oh, there you are. Okay, we want to stop right there and come at an angle.
I'm digging through to get my 2 more blocks.
Well, I hope you can be able to figure it out.
Oh yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, I'll just mix and match even more. It just wasn't what I was intending to do. Because I'll still have to do the rest of them, but I can work on those through December. Because in December, we start on another block.
Okay.
So it's not the same block. Okay, for those. And
It's funny that this fabric keeps collecting white threads on it because of it being a dark color. So I keep finding little pieces of white thread on it. Uh-oh, I should not have done that. What's the biggest quilt have you done on your home machine? Diana asked. The biggest one I've quilted. I'll just go get it and show it to you. How about that? Be right back.
Okay. Mine's a queen, Diana. The largest I've done on this machine has been a queen. I've done a king on a small frame before, but I've not done a king on this machine. Reading through all the comments.
Okay. Some of this is going to be like a blast and pass for some of y'all. Because remember when at the beginning of the year we did a sew along together? And I finished the whole thing. This is the biggest I've done on my machine.
I remember that.
Yeah. Those of you who haven't seen it, there you go.
What size bed does that fit, Katie?
I would say that this is a lap throw.
Oh, okay.
Or you can hang it on the wall. But I think it's like a lap throw, I guess you would say, or a child's blanket. That would work, calling it that. you know, I would say a lap throw, or a child could cuddle up in it. And here's the back of it, just so you can see what I did.
I like that.
And I have a where's the label on it? I also have a label on it. And here's the label. On here.
That's very cool, Katie. Looks
So
good.
basically, I just used what was left, some of the leftover scraps left from making the quilt, and sewed them on the back. I made blocks out of the leftovers.
Yeah.
So, and I did, I'm not sure the width between my quilting, but I did diagonal quilting on it, two different directions, and I did them pretty wide apart, so it's not, what do you call it? It's fluffy.
Yeah.
So when you're covering up with it, it's easy to just get all cuddled in. It's not stiff. But yeah, this is my second, or is it my third finished? This is my third finished quilt that I've made. I have 15 quilt tops that need quilting turned into quilts.
Diana says it's really pretty. Judy Smith has joined in. She says hi all.
Hey Judy, welcome. Yeah, I did this in January. I've been debating on what I could do to keep everybody. I know that all of y'all, this is a problem when you have so many small channels and everybody has projects going on for all of our viewers so they can participate. It's hard to come up with something that you think, if they're already participating in multiple projects through other channels, it's kind of hard to say, well, can you come join one of mine? Because that's one additional thing you put on a viewer. So I've been trying to debate on what I could do to have engagement where they're sewing something I'm making. And I got to thinking that maybe I'll just do a simple block a month, and you have an entire month to make one little block. And then maybe at the end of the year, like in December, we can have a big sew together, and we all sew those blocks together. We can do it on Zoom or, whatever. And I'll get the group or the people who are participating in the sew along, see what they want to do. If they want to do it in a private Zoom and sew it all together like Cotton Cuts does on the 10th month, or we could do it as a live, and they don't have to come in on the Zoom if they don't want to, but do the sew together, and we just spend the whole evening sewing until we have all our blocks sewn together, and then post y'all's blocks over in the group or on Instagram.
Shelby said that she still needs to quilt hers. Diana says that she's thinking of doing a postage stamp quilt and a puff quilt. And then Shelby came back and said, I did finally put a larger quilt, 52 by 64 inches, on her long arm and finished her first throw quilt. And Joyce says that's a great idea, Katie.
Yeah, so keep it simple. Or I could do, but also I think, so here's a couple of things I'm going to bounce off of y'all. That is one of them. It's like do a small block, not anything too terribly hard to do, block a month. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is I was thinking that I want to do once a month sew scrappy blocks. Take your leftover scraps and join me on a live one night and bring your scraps, and we just do string
blocks,
string scrap sewing, or crumb block sewing, or just sewing all your pieces together. And then we're and then maybe halfway through the year, after we've been doing it for 6 months, we decide, well, okay, what size do we want to trim them down to? We'll do that. We'll do a live where we trim them down to a certain size, and then we make the decision on, do we want to put sashing in there, or do we want to just run them all together? And let's see how creative we can get with it, because it's going to be a scrappy quilt, and it doesn't matter how many colors is in it, because you're just using leftover scraps, and we don't have there shouldn't be too much thinking going into it, other than, yes, we need to make all the blocks the same size, but we could do that. Wait, don't trim them, until we're 6 months in, and then go and spend one live and just trim all these blocks to a certain size after we decide what size we want to do. Because some people may not want to have small ones, but Eric made a good point. He said that if you did a 4.5-inch trim down or bigger, they're easier to work with because of all the little seams in it.
Mm-hmm.
When you go smaller, they're more difficult to mess with. So that might be what I'll do, is keep it simple for everyone, where they're, you can do 4.5 or 5.5 or 6.5, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that idea, y'all?
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we can have fun just being creative with each other and not having to worry about a pattern or a deadline on getting all these pieces cut, because all you got to do is just bring your scraps.
Yeah.
Right.
Diana says, love the idea since I'm new to sewing and quilting. Joyce is asking, has anyone heard how Donna is doing? I have not.
Has something happened?
She wasn't feeling good the other night.
Oh, well, I knew that, but
Yeah.
okay.
No, I don't know of anything else.
I hope that's nothing else. I think she's been through enough this year.
She has. She's
I think
been
we
through
all
more
been
than
through
enough.
enough this year.
She's been through more than enough.
Yep, between a granddaughter and having a stroke, that's no picnic.
Yeah. Okay, so it is Donna we're asking about. Yeah, so yeah, that's who.
She canceled. They
asking
canceled her live for whatever night it was this week. Friday
It was
night.
Monday.
No,
It was Monday.
was it Friday or Monday? Monday.
Monday.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one of her lives they canceled.
Yeah, it was
she would
Monday.
definitely be here on Friday though.
Yeah. On Monday nights I go to an open sew or my quilt guild, depending on which week it is. And so I was at open sew and got the notification that she wasn't going live. So I remember it. Okay.
We're getting closer to getting to the other end of this little. Yeah.
Oh, Joyce says she canceled her Friday live.
She canceled it too?
I did not know that.
I didn't know that, because so as some of y'all follow, we all follow the same people. Most of us, not all of us, but most of us. So Becca goes live. No, Donna goes live. It used to be Becca goes live first, Donna afterwards, but now it's been switched since the stroke.
Yeah.
Where Donna's going first and then Becca goes next. But then last week, she made an announcement that Becca was going to be in out of town, so she was going to run a longer live. And then I talked to Becca, I don't know, a couple days ago, or 3 or 4 days ago, and Becca said that her trip might get canceled. I didn't ask why or nothing like that, but there was a potential of her live or her trip being canceled. So I don't know if that has changed or not.
Oh, okay.
Because if she doesn't go, she's probably going to be live.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So I don't know. But I didn't know that Donna had canceled the Friday one.
Yeah, I didn't know that either, Joyce.
That's some new updated I didn't know about.
Oh, she says, yeah, you're right. It was Monday. Okay, so
Okay.
so we're good.
Hey, Linda, you didn't want to come back into the Zoom? Because there she is. She was in here earlier.
I'm gonna step away for just a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay. No, maybe it was a different Linda. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad with people's names. We got a piece of one side now left to do, and then it's going to be the fun part, getting the angle in the right direction. All right, one more side here. And see, I have plenty left over here.
Right.
So I ended up only using 3 of the strips I cut instead of the 4. So technically, I probably could have got away with maybe 2.5 strips. But I'll take this leftover because it can be repressed open again. And since it's 2.5 inches wide, you can take this after you're done with it, press it to get the seam out of it, the pressed mark on it. And then you can make 2.5 by 2.5 blocks and put them in your scrap box, or you can leave them like this and press them, you know, to get the folded part out of it, and still put it in your scrap box. Unless you find yourself needing a small piece of binding for a very small project. Some of us like to make mud rugs, and there might be enough here to do that with it. Okay, let's press down like that. We need to put a pin in it so it doesn't move. Linda's leaving. Shelby says she likes making scrappy binding. Yeah, I want to do that. Do you, when you're making the scrappy binding, are you also sewing it at an angle so that the seams are not bulking up? Because I thought about doing a binding like that on this. I've been seriously thinking about taking this quilt top that y'all saw me do sometime during the year. I don't remember exactly when. I've been thinking about, I would like to do a scrappy binding. What do y'all think about doing that on this? Because it has a small, I put a 1-inch border around it. And I thought that when I get the sandwich made and quilt it, then maybe I could take and make a colorful binding for it. What do y'all think about that? This is my Raspberry Kisses quilt top.
I think it would look good. If you have, do you have colors left over from the color blocks?
I do. I have plenty of it right there.
Okay. Yeah, well, I would think about alternating the colors and see if you have enough to go around. I think it would look good.
I think so too. How long should I make the scrap pieces? Like 2.5, or make them like 4 inches long or something at a time?
Oh, you could.
That way you're not using really small pieces going down that line.
Right.
Hope I'm not going to regret having, I bet you I'm going to end up taking some of this out anyway. All right, let's start this one. Because we're coming to the end where we're going to join it.
Yeah. Do you have colored construction paper?
No, I wish I did, but I don't. Oh, you're thinking of creating like a color thing to figure it out?
Yes.
That's a great idea, actually. I might could buy some from the store.
Either that, or you, if you have plain paper, you have coloring pencils, color it out that way.
Yes, I do.
And then you could measure the 4 inches or 6 inches, so depending on how much fabric you have.
I have plenty over there.
Okay.
So those colors came out of a fat quarter bundle.
Oh, okay.
I took and cut 1, 2.5. I think those were 2.5, I believe, or 1.5. I think they were 2.5. And it required only 2. I only made 2 of the, there were repeated colors twice.
Right.
And so you only cut that 1 2.5 inch strip off that fat quarter. That left the rest of the fat quarter intact.
Right.
So there's plenty there to do what you're talking about.
Right. Or just lay them out, fold them like in a rectangle or vertically, and then just, lay the colors out on the floor or on your table.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
I'm back.
Shelby
Okay.
says a scrappy binding would be perfect for that quilt.
Yeah, it would be.
And Diana says the same. Yep. I think so too. And I think I need to be finishing that before the end of the year. What do y'all think? I think that should be one of my final goals. Let's get this one done, quilted as well, and bound. All right, I don't want to go too far. I think that's far enough. And I'm not going to backstitch because I might have to rip out more. All right, let's stop. Now then, here comes the fun part.
I thought it was all the fun part, Katie.
Well, this part always confuses me, Tammy.
Okay.
It's like I'm I don't know. When you have this folded.
Yeah.
You know.
All right. So what I do when I get to the point where I'm laying the binding across each other is I cut off a little bit of one of the ends of the binding, whichever end you want to cut off of. I usually cut off, I mean, you can cut off the long one, you can cut off the short one, either one. I usually leave probably more room than what you did between your two pieces, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna, if this is how much I left. Wait.
Yeah, I usually leave about.
I'm thinking I need to leave more.
I usually leave about 10 inches.
Yeah, so I'm going to rip out some of this because I don't mind ripping it out to save on the headache of fighting with it.
Yeah, it's definitely easier if you have it, have the room.
You know, because this is where my angle challenge self always gets confused. Don't put a hole in the fabric.
I finally got it through my head on how to do it in a way that I can repeat it every time.
I actually have an example of it over here somewhere, and I've moved it, which I should have not moved it.
Well, I came across a YouTube video. Somebody else was doing it this way, and it clicked for me.
Yeah.
And it clicked in a way that it's easy for me to remember.
And you know what? We might have to go hunt a YouTube one and put it on here on the live so that we can watch this person doing it so I can visually see it since I'm a visual learner.
Let me see if I've got anything I can.
Because in my brain, I'm sitting here looking like, I don't remember how to do this.
I've got stuff I can use to show you, I think.
Okay.
I don't have any binding right now available.
It'd only take 2 pieces of scrap that you'd have to fold in half and then show.
Yeah.
And the scrap has to be long enough to do it.
I do have scrap.
All right. Let me see if I can gently get this out of here without making a boo-boo. Now, when I get ready to trim these 2 long pieces down, I just need to make sure that there's a 2.5 inch overlap, right?
Yeah, that's basically what you're doing. And I'll show you why I do it the way I do it, because it makes it simpler.
Because I've only done like 3 or 4 bindings, so I'm still not good at it.
That's okay.
So if you thought you were going to see me be perfect, not happening.
Nah. There's nothing perfect in the quilting world.
But before I start doing it though, I need to get the walking foot on my machine.
This part you're still fine.
Yeah, I'm just ripping out the seam to make it longer.
All right. I got pieces I can show you with.
Okay. Now the hard part's going to make sure getting all these stray pieces of thread out of this dark colored fabric.
That I can't help with.
I know you can't. I got to stick it underneath my machine where I can actually see it all.
All right. Joyce is gone. She says, "Gotta go, guys. Company's here."
Okay. Have a great day. I might still be online if you get done with your company. You never know. I do know at some point I need to stop and go put potatoes in the oven because I was going to make myself a baked potato for snacking since I didn't bother to cook any food today. Nikolai's gone and I'm not in the mood for cooking.
I I don't blame you.
You know, this is always what I go through. And I can smell the oven's on because I forgot to turn the fan on.
Oh.
All right. While you're getting that prepped up, can you give me like 2 minutes and let me go put some potatoes in the oven and turn the fan
Yeah.
on? I'll
Go
be right
for it.
back, you guys.
Or-
If you have questions, ask Tammy or Denise.
I'm here.
We'll put Denise on the hot spot.
Did you know you were signing up for the hot seat, Denise?
No, I'm a very quiet person. I'm more of an observer than a participant. I just like to sit back and listen and watch.
Well, that's me normally, but when I get on a channel or something, then it's a totally different beast because you kind of have to talk.
Right. Right.
Otherwise, there's a lot of dead air.
Uh,
All right, moving my rotary cutters around. I have 7 blocks I can make with what I've got so far. Oh, you know what? No, I can't. Okay, no, I can't. I'm cutting 4 of what I need 8 of. All right, so there's 1 block. There's 2. Oh, none of those are matchy. So we'll put those 2 together. So that's 3. I can make 3 blocks. I'm glad I caught myself.
I'm still putting all my 2 sets of together. I don't know how many I have. I got a full pile.
So Diana's asking, what other crafts do you guys do? I used to do jewelry. I don't anymore. If I do any jewelry, I do it just for myself, not for anybody else. And then I also sew in addition to quilting. So I sew projects and then I teach, and that's pretty much it. I don't do a whole lot extra. And then Judy is asking, where are you ladies from? I live in Wyoming. It's not where I'm from. I'm from Alabama, but I live in Wyoming.
Yeah. I'm from Illinois, originally from Ohio. So I don't do very much. I used to sew. When I started sewing, it was because my father said I had to, and then I got put into. I started out as a campfire girl.
Okay.
I think they turned into something else. I don't know what campfire girls turned into. And we moved to the country, so then I got put into 4-H, and so I had to do sewing for 4-H projects. And then I went into gardening, but I made my own clothes. My mom made some of my clothes from the age of 9 to graduated high school.
Oh, goodness.
And then I sort of got away from it, traveling, got married, had kids, and tried to squeeze it in. So
I have been asked, and I've got to fill out the application. I've been asked to become a 4-H leader so I can teach sewing.
okay.
There's a sewing lab at one of our fairgrounds buildings. And so they want me to teach sewing, which is fine. I've taught sewing. I've taught sewing. I've taught quilting. I've taught, you name it. I've taught it probably. If it comes to a machine and thread, I've taught it.
Right.
But I've been asked to do that. So we'll see how the application process goes. Let's see. Shelby says, Tammy, it might look really cool if just one block is in a different color, like an accent block. On this project, it won't. Okay. So this one's going to come out looking like an American flag when it's all said and done. So Let me go to the page. I'll show you guys. I'm scrolling way past the page.
Is Jägermeister still in the channel, you
I
guys?
haven't seen their name come up lately.
Hang on, let me check because I've been busted.
Oops.
Guess who Jägermeister is, a wafoos. Let's see who can. Let's see if one of y'all can guess who it is. And you better say hi, by the way, again,
right.
so people can see you say something.
So Shelby, this is what the quilt's going to look like. So right now I'm doing all the little star blocks that go up in the blue area.
Oh, that's pretty.
Thank you. So this is the sew along we've been doing on Thursday nights. So yeah, I can't really swap the colors on these because December is going to be all the red versions of this block. So I'm going to have plenty of them to go.
Okay, I need to set a timer because I don't want to burn the baked potatoes.
Yeah, no burning the baked potatoes.
Yeah, because that would just be bad.
Yeah, not cool.
Not cool at all because you're not supposed to burn potatoes. Let me see, how long do I want to make it for?
You don't want the smoke detector to go off either.
No, I don't. But I did turn the fan on so I wasn't smelling the oven.
Yeah, the smoke detector is not the timer.
Actually, I might have unplugged the one here in the living room because the oven triggers it when I'm sewing, and that's not cool. There's not smoke in my air. It's just something about it gets warm in here.
Yeah.
And it's super sensitive, and it sets it off, and it deafens you when it goes off. It's so loud. Oh my God, it's so loud.
Yep, I believe it.
All right, now let me trim this down to the size it's supposed to be. So I need a scrap piece of this.
So, yep. So I'll show you what I do. Let me put these off to the side. Let me make sure I got the right number. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can I pin you or spotlight you so that we can see what you're doing?
And yeah, absolutely.
I might ask you to repeat what you're doing a couple times.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
All right, so we're gonna watch Tammy show us how to join the binding ends together.
Okay, and I'm actually going to bring my camera closer. I'm not going to try to make anybody sick, but I apologize if I do. So it was not my intention, I promise. Okay. So that way I can show you guys. Honest to goodness. All right. My rotary cutter out of the way and get all the scrap out of the way. Okay. So this quilt does not need to be bound. It's a different project. But let's say I was binding this quilt. And let's say that this is one of my binding strips, and I don't know how wide this strip is. It might even be like 3 inches. So I have no idea how wide it is. Let me grab ends to simulate that it's sewn in. All right. And then here's the other end. And we're just going to overlap that a whole bunch. So,
hey, Jilly, welcome.
Welcome in. All right. So we've got our 2 ends of our binding and they're overlapping.
Okay.
And we need to figure out how we're going to trim them up. So what I do is I take and I cut off a section of one end of my binding. Now yours is already going to have a crease in it because you've had it pressed, but it doesn't really matter either way. What I do is whichever end is the shorter end, I go ahead and lay this, and this isn't squared off, so I'm just going to square this off because that's going to simulate what you've got in front of you. So I lay this over and you unfold it. So you lay that over the end that's shorter.
Yeah.
And you lay it by the width. So my fold would be right here.
Okay.
Okay. So I just keep it, I just lay it on there. So I just make sure that this is as flat against the quilt as it can be. I don't overstretch it or over pull it or anything. So the other end, I'm going to take and I'm going to lay it over the way that I would normally want it to be.
Okay.
I like a little bit of tug in mine because I use bias binding. If you're using straight binding, you don't want to tug on this at all.
Okay.
If you're using bias and you want to tug on it a little bit, it will be forgiving. Okay. So I just lay it over the top. And what I do is I will pick up this top layer and I will pick up that piece at the same time. So I've now transferred my piece that was down here on this one up to this one. And I know it's hard to see because it's the same color on the same color, but I'm going to cut my binding edge square with the edge of that piece that I just picked up. So if your binding is 2.5 inches, this overlap between the two pieces is going to end up being 2.5 inches. If your binding is 2 1/4, it's going to be 2 1/4. It's going to be 3. If it's 3, you know, whatever your binding is. Okay. Then you're just folding these out. And what I do is I do gather up the quilt and I put these at a right angle to give you your diagonal to sew on. And I will take a couple of pins and I put the pins in where my diagonal line would be. If you need to draw this line on there with a ruler and pin or something like that, you definitely can.
How do you know which way the angle needs to go? Because that's where I messed up, is I put the angle in the wrong way.
So this is why I do the pinning method. So when you pin it, when you come back, your binding will lay flat.
Okay.
So it is just pinned. It's not sewn. It is just pinned. And I'm pinning right where my seam will be.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can just push the seam allowance in there and straighten it back out to see if your pins are going to be exactly where they need to be. And if they are, then great. And then what you do is you come back out here and you sew from corner to corner. So you're sewing from the corner of this back strip to the corner of the front strip.
Mm-hmm.
And then before you cut anything, I always test it again. So I will, after I sew it, before I press it, I go ahead and test it again, just to make sure I didn't screw it up, taking it to the machine or anything else. And then once I've tested it and I'm 100% sure, then you can come in, trim your 1/4 inch seam allowance, press your seam open, and then lay it flat and then finish your seam.
Okay. All right. Well,
does that make sense?
Right. Yep, it did.
Okay. I'll leave my pins in. You can go ahead and unpin me though.
Oh, yeah. You have to remind me of that because I will leave you sitting there for a while.
You're good.
I'm really bad about forgetting about it.
Well, I am gonna have to get off here in about 15 minutes so I can finish prepping for mine.
Okay. Yep. And if you can come back, you know, just come back.
I hear you. Julie is from Colorado. Awesome. I'm in Wyoming. All right. So let's see. Where are we at?
So if there's any channel, I know Shelby's a channel member. If you're a channel member, if you go over to the channel community tab or the members community tab, you'll see there's a Zoom link if you want to hop in on the Zoom. You don't have to turn your camera on if you don't want to, though.
Diana's asking, how did you learn to sew and quilt? Who is that directed towards, or is that directed towards all of us?
Who is it? Who's your question directed to? And we should update the poll numbers too at some point. Okay.
Shelby says that she was in Campfire as well. It's just Campfire now. Both boys and girls can join.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you got away with it.
I had no idea. Either way.
What is Campfire?
Well, it was Campfire. You were either a Campfire girl or you were a brownie. And I think the brownies was part of the Girl Scouts, but I'm not sure. They had a medium brown dress with a belt, and they had little brown beanies. Whereas Campfire girls, we had a navy blue skirt, white blouse, and a scarf of some sort that you tied like in a square knot. But that's all I remember. It was like 4th grade. That was back in the middle 60s, early 60s.
Yeah, us girls didn't get to participate in stuff like that.
Yeah.
Diana said that her question is for all of us. So
All right,
the question
you can give
about,
your answer.
yep, how did you learn sew and quilt? Mine, so I did learn from my grandmother, one of my grandmothers. Both of my grandmothers sewed. Nobody in my family quilts. I'm the only one that quilts. And my grandmother that taught me to sew, was actually a union representative for the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. And I realized my camera is still pointed down. I'm sorry, you guys. But she was a union representative for the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. And if you go through her closet, you couldn't tell if she bought it at Macy's or JCPenney or whatever, or whether she made it. You had to look for the tags to know if she made it or not. And that's the lady who taught me to sew. But I started out in the garment world, and I kind of picked up quilting because you can make everything flat and you don't have to fit curves on somebody and then alter it later because they grew or didn't grow or change sizes or anything like that. I hated the alterations process. I still do. I do it, but I hate it. So I picked up quilting almost 20 years ago. It's been love ever since.
I started out sewing my own clothes as a teenager. And that's where I learned to sew. And then when I was raising my kids, I was making dresses for my girls because I have a son too, but the girls is who I made the clothes for because especially if it was going to be for a family photo.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a family photo of me with my girls where you could tell the dress that I was wearing, I actually made it, and the dresses they had on, I had made.
Okay.
My mother taught me how to sew, starting basic out with aprons and doing basic things, for your hope chests, the tea towels, the pillowcases, embroidering pillowcases. And then she started me on a basic dress or a skirt. And then quilting, I just sort of picked up about maybe 7 years ago. I started buying fabric when we were in Iceland, just to have, and because I've always liked fabric, and just slowly got into it. So
I started making quilts after I moved here to Greenland.
My first dress was an A-line dress. That was the first thing I learned to sew, was an A-line dress.
Yeah.
I didn't get to sew other stuff. I went home and made Barbie doll clothes after that and picked up some hand sewing after that.
See,
but anything that could be done by machine we did by machine. Okay. What's that, Katie?
Not matching.
Okay. So it looks like you got a lot of room there.
Well, I scrunched up the quilt so I'd have space.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
But when I did the diagonal line with the needles, and when I go to try to fold it, it's not, they're not going to fold the way you just showed it.
Okay, so unpin it and change.
I am angle challenged, I'm telling you. This is so confusing for my brain.
Okay, can you tell
can you make you had the bottom of the quilt facing you, didn't you?
I did, yes. So
see, I've got the top, I've got the binding, the edge that I'm going to be working on is facing me, closest to me.
Yeah, so I always put it away from me. I always put the edge that I'm going to bind away from me.
All right, I just turned it away from me.
Okay, so when you pull these two edges up, your main goal is you are going to have a, the square up away from you. You're going to have it off of your quilt. Make sure that you're right. Can you tell your right sides from your wrong sides?
Yes.
Okay. So just make sure your right sides are together.
Okay.
Now,
So I'm going to take the right side.
okay.
And I'm going to.
All right. The one.
Put it facing to the one on the left.
All right. Hang on. The one that's in your right hand that's closer to your machine.
Yeah.
Okay. Turn that one right side up so you can see the right side.
Oh, you want me to turn it up? Okay, got it turned up.
Turn that one right side up. Okay, go put the other one right side down on top of that one.
Okay. Now, where I put the pins, do I put the pin in the top left corner or in the bottom left corner?
I do it across where
Well,
you're
what I'm saying is I got these overlapping each other where the right side is underneath.
Yep.
And the left side is on top. So which way is the angle supposed to go?
Okay. So I'm going to show you something real quick. So hold it where you've got it right now. Okay.
Yeah.
If you were to make a diamond with your hands.
Yeah.
Okay. Where inside your thumb is on each side, that's where you're drawing your line from.
Yeah.
You want to pin from that side to that side.
Okay.
You never pin from your finger to your thumb.
Okay. Got you. All right.
Yep.
All right. Let me put a pin there.
Okay. And just make sure your pins are going the direction that your seam will go. So from the inside.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Let me mute myself for 1 minute.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay, that's fine.
Go ahead, Tammy. So I oh my gosh, I got distracted. Let's hope I didn't make a mistake just now.
That's okay. That's okay. So the fabric that's in your right hand, you put that one right side up and you put the other one right side down on top of that.
Okay, now let's see if it's going to fold the way it's supposed to. Let's start over again, okay?
Sure. Absolutely.
All right, so I'm taking the left, or the one closest to the machine, which is my right hand, and making the right side face up.
Correct.
Grabbing the one on my left, and I'm turning it face down to go on top of the face up, and matching corner to corner. Until everything lines up like it's supposed to.
Yep.
Okay, and you said thumb. All right. Okay, thumb to thumb.
Yeah, okay. From that blunt side to the blunt side. So you're not doing the point to the point. You're doing the the side to the side.
Okay, so let me pin that side, the right side first, which will be my right by the machine. And then that other corner, which would be the left hand thumb, is where the other one's going to go.
Correct.
Right?
Yep. And you're going the direction of your seam, the way you're going to sew it. So
and that's going to be the direction. So that's where the fold needs to happen. Then I'm going to fold it.
Yep.
Oh, it worked.
You're very welcome.
Great. Okay, so let me get that seam sewn so I don't get all messed up here.
And then before you trim it, we'll pull the whole quilt out to make sure it lines up the whole way.
Okay, that's a good idea. Pin things so it doesn't move.
And then if you need to draw that line, draw that line.
Yeah, I'm probably going to draw the line.
Welcome in, Jean. She says hi. Little
Hey,
Lego
Jean.
says done with building a Lego set. I'm fast, lol.
Wow.
Diana says that she taught herself how to sew during the pandemic by just making masks for the sheriff's department. Then in February this year, I made my first quilt for my granddaughter. I also taught myself how to crochet and knit. Well, you're ahead of me, Diana. I cannot crochet or knit. That is a hobby that I cannot do.
I don't know how to knit, but my aunt who taught who is how she's the reason I discovered my superpower was gardening. She's the one that taught me simple crochet stitch, and the rest of my crocheting is mostly self-taught.
I can't get my tension right with crocheting. I want to keep pulling
It's
everything
all
too
about how
tight.
you got them around your fingers.
Yep. Well, I can't.
And the reason I haven't learned how to knit is I've tried, and it's like having two left hands, because for all these years you've been using one hand to control the tension in the yarn. And with knitting, you need to control the tension on both your hands. Or at least that's the way I understand it anyway.
Gotcha.
It's like so foreign. I bet I know that if I would just sit down and not let my brain fight me out of it, maybe I could learn it. Maybe.
You probably have more patience with yourself than I have with myself. That's my issue, is I don't have patience with myself. Awesome. Chloe says says happy Thanksgiving, Katie and Tammy. My guests are gone. Now I can sew.
All right. Who wants to know what the results of the turkey that my son has made for the turkey breast that I walked him through the brining process on and the cooking process on? Who wants to know the results?
I do.
Because I have good news. That's who called me.
Okay.
He said it is so good. It's so tender, and you can hear the pride in his voice.
That's
he says,
awesome.
"Oh, I've done good." So I'm
That's
so
awesome.
happy about that. Because he's a single dad, and so yeah. Look, you guys.
Yay! That
now
looks fantastic.
Trim it. Yep.
Yep.
Now I gotta trim it.
And then press your seam allowance.
Yep.
And that'll give you a crisper finish. All right, I'm gonna go from here after I trim this last one.
Yeah, that's right. You got a live to go do.
Yep, I start in 30 minutes.
Okay, I'll take my other browser and run the live on it.
Okay.
That way, well, actually, I'll go in there and turn it on in my laptop in a minute.
Awesome.
Because I have another laptop, and I'll run it from that one. That way you get watch hours from me, even though I'm not there right now. Because normally I'm in your lives.
Well, Kathy from My Hobby Home will be over there with me, and we'll be working more on the same thing I've been cutting on all night.
So Corey says, "Happy Thanksgiving, Katie and Tammy. My guests are gone now." Because you already read that one.
I did.
Diana says she wants to learn how to garden. She started crocheting first, and Diana says, "Good job."
Yep. And Little Lego said turkey just got done, so now I need to go. Okay. And yes, that is okay.
Come back if you want to.
All right. I'll see y'all later.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Okay. Yeah, Thomas has the laptop running, so his Jägermeister, that was him. And I'm so silly, I didn't even realize that. He did tell me what his YouTube channel name or his YouTube username was.
Right.
It completely slipped my mind. Oops. This is what happens when you tell your old mom something and she forgets you told her. And she forgets what you said. I am so happy. That makes me happy that his turkey came out good. That means they are enjoying the heck out of it.
Yeah.
I've never cooked a turkey breast, so I did the research and I talked to Jess also. I said, "Jess, do you know anything about brining turkey breast?" She says, "Yeah, actually I do." And she sent me to this website of where she collected a recipe for doing it with, and it was a pretty simple recipe. So I told him, I said, you need to go to Walmart or Publix or somewhere, and when you get there, call me. We're going to pick up some items.
Right.
And one item I didn't see on the list, and I'm like, oh crap. It mentioned onion, and I'm like, we forgot an onion. He says, Mom, I'm not going back for just an onion. I'm not going to waste gas. And I'm like, okay, no problem.
Right.
You will not waste gas.
Right.
He's being so good about that. I'm so proud of him for that. You know, when you've had a rough year, sometimes you forget yourself and, don't think about you could make things stretch. He's doing really good with doing that.
Oh, that's good.
Until things get better,
Right. Yeah. I know we did Cornish hens this year. It's just my husband and I. We used to go to our middle son's house, but a few years ago. But we just stopped doing that because they have their own family and friends. So it's just the two of us. So we did Cornish hens. We switch it up. We'll do we like the dark meat, so we'll do the turkey thighs, or we do turkey legs. Some years we do lamb, or what do they call them? Standing rib roast once in a while.
Rib roast, yummy.
Yeah. Or we'll just do
rib roast on the lamb, you mean?
No, roast beef, standing rib roast.
Yeah, that's ribeye.
Yeah. And then, like I said, we'll do lamb. But we switch it up, and then we'll get a small ham. But we figure it's just the two of us, and we don't eat that much, so.
A little bit of give in this binding. It shouldn't be there. So I need to rip it out and redo it again and stretch it, or not stretch it, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna flip it when I sew it. So that means pinning it to do it, so I don't accidentally mess something up.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed I was in a conversation with some other people, and I've come to the idea that I'm the type of person, I just want to make the blocks, make the top. Somebody else can put it together. Do all the other stuff.
Yeah, you're the piecer.
Right. But I, like you, have tops that I'm going to have to sit down and sit with YouTube and figure out, okay, how do you do this? How do you do that? And actually complete one.
I really don't mind doing the binding. It's just this angle thing that gets me every time.
Right.
But the strange thing is I don't like I like binding, but I hate putting borders on quilt.
Oh.
I just don't like the process of putting borders on it, but I do anyway. I mean, I don't chicken out and not do it.
Right.
But you got this big, huge piece of quilt that you're making sure that these borders are on straight and correct length and everything. And with the binding, you're just going around the outer edges of the quilt.
Right.
And to me, it's less of a challenge, I guess is what I'm saying. But I do love piecing. Yeah, I know what you want, and I'm going to take care of you soon, little one. Daddy's not here to take care of it. Somebody wants me to feed her.
Okay. She probably smells the baked potato and she says, oh, Mom's making supper.
Yeah, she also saw me put her raw food in the refrigerator so it wouldn't be warm.
Because
I think she's on a raw diet.
Right.
Because I haven't switched her back to kibble yet. That's going to be difficult after being on a raw diet for 4 years because of the German Shepherd.
Right.
Now he's gone. There's no reason for me to keep her on it. But I think what I am going to do is I'm going to, because we're getting a puppy in January that we're going to go pick up. I think I'm going to do like 50% kibble and 50% raw. That way both of them are still getting a healthy meal.
Right.
because kibble has too much crap in it.
Right.
I wish I could order already pre-made raw, but there's no such thing in Denmark of that, I don't think. And I really don't mind. The only problem with doing the raw here is I can't get my hands on organ meat. And I don't mean the heart. She won't eat liver.
Right.
Either, but there's other organ meats that's in that list of things you can feed to a dog, because a heart is not organ meat, it's a muscle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's why. So that's why I don't buy hearts, because they're already getting muscle. Are you going to whine the whole time, huh? Yeah, you were in the kitchen, Mom, and you just walked by me like, you know, whatever, Mom. So now I'm going to tell you all about it. Can you hear her?
Yes.
And she's dancing around my feet like, please feed me, Mom.
Right.
No, now she's getting louder.
Yeah.
Really? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? She's pointing her body to the kitchen. I guess I'll be right back again.
Okay. Take your time.
All right.
That made a lot of sense.
She always tries to test and see if she can get away with not having to sit, and because I have her sit and then I tell her to look at me.
Right.
So I want her looking at me, not that food bowl. And so sometimes she'll go in there and she'll sit, and you go to put the bowl on the floor and she moves, and I'm like, oh no, you don't.
Right. Right.
And then she like, okay, Mom knows. So she goes and pops her butt back on her place and looks at me. She's very food oriented. I think all Dachshunds are, though. I've never seen a Dachshund that wasn't. See, Coda wasn't food oriented, so I had to use things like balls and sticks and stuff with him.
Oh, okay.
And that dog, he loved to fetch a ball in the water. He would do that all day long and be totally exhausted. And if you kept on going, he would keep on going.
Right.
It was pretty amazing. He was such a good swimmer. Okay, Diana says, we did chicken leg quarters since my husband. Wait a minute, something's missing off of that sentence, looks like. Oh, since it's my husband and me. Okay, gotcha. How did you make your chicken? Katy, check on your potatoes. Oh, timer. Where's my phone? Let's see how many minutes is left on my potatoes. 36 more minutes to go.
Okay.
They're bacon potatoes is what they are. So they take a little bit longer to cook. What I'm doing is I'm ripping the seam out because I need to fix a problem with the binding on this one side. So just bear with me for a minute while I get this ripped out. And I'm having trouble seeing it because it's so tiny. This is why we need to have the walking foot on the machine. All that bulk going through the needle.
Right. Yeah.
It's not the easiest thing to get on the machine to start with.
I know I had to check my stitch length because I was working on. Strengths. I was doing calculator tape.
Okay.
And sewing strips to that. So I had to, and then when it tore, I had to go find some tape to tape the paper on the back.
Yeah.
Until I figure out what I'm going to do with them.
I would have never thought that adding machine tape would be a great way to do string blocks or quilting blocks with.
Right.
When you see it, you're like, wow, this is a good way to save money.
Right. Also, because I've got some hanging in another room, but depending on the size, you could use them for your binding, make strippy binding for whatever.
Oh, I would never have thought of that.
So I think the ones I have are maybe 2 inches wide. So I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet. It's just trying to clear containers and sort of get them under control, and then I'll figure out what to do with it.
Yeah. It's usually how it goes. You'll figure it out.
Right.
This is not being easy at all. Why are you giving me such a hard time and beyond me? So those of you who are quilters watching tonight, what are you working on after you've had your Thanksgiving meal?
Shoot.
Channel got kind of quiet. I'm gonna have to give them something to talk about. Oh, let me see. What can I come up with? I do want to check that poll number though. See where we are on the poll. So now the pie is 57%. Cake is 20%. Finally, someone voted on sweetbreads. 6% for sweetbreads. And cookies are 18%. Nice. They're almost neck and neck with a cake on the cookies. I love doing Thanksgiving with the kids because I would be a cooking fool for 4 days. And then afterward, it was like grace for 3 days, you know?
Right.
And watch movies together. We did a lot of movie watching together. The kids would play outside during the day, and then at night, come sit in front of the TV during the holidays, and we'd watch either animated movies or some other movie. Godzilla movie sometimes.
Right.
I passed on my love of Godzilla to them, so now they love Godzilla too.
Yeah. I know a lot of our holidays, my husband was military, so he always had to work the holidays, whatever. So we always would have dinner the next day off or have it later after he came home and stuff. Yeah.
That had to have been tough. Kind of
Yeah.
like
Or when he was out to sea, then we would just do our own thing.
yeah. That's why I'm not, with Nikolai being gone for Christmas this year, I'm not, I don't, the last couple of times he's been at sea, I just haven't been in the mood to put the tree up. What's the point?
Right. Right.
But you know what? I made a mini Christmas tree quilt, and he walked in the room last night and he says, "Where's the baby Christmas tree at?" Oh, it's up there. It's right into his suitcase. So he's going to hang it on his cabin wall.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah. I've got a bigger version of it. I just haven't quilted it. It's another one that needs quilting. Shelby says, I haven't decided what to work on next. I was vacuuming and doing some repair work. Now I'm going to have some food while I think about what to sew. And Diana says, did you watch the new Godzilla? Yes, I did. I can't wait for the next installment to come out. They need to hurry up. They're too slow. Every time I see them talking about one of the Marvel movies,
right,
of when it's going to happen, I'm like, the longer you drag this out, the older I get, the less chance I have of seeing it,
Right.
Because now I'm at an age where that kind of bugs me. I'm like, I have to wait this long. What if I'm not here to see it?
Yeah. I really couldn't get into Godzilla. My husband likes the old Godzilla and the old Japanese
Did y'all watch Godzilla 1? If you haven't, you need to watch that because that's a lot like the old Godzilla. But my goodness, it's a little bit more violent than what we're all used to seeing from Japan.
Right. No, I don't think he's seen the.
Yeah, it's in order to watch it, you're gonna, unless they've already dubbed English into it. I don't think that they have yet.
Right.
You'll have to turn the closed captioning on because it's in Japanese.
Oh, okay.
Like the originals were.
Yeah. I just couldn't get into them.
I've been enjoying the heck out of them. And I love the King Kong stuff.
Yeah. I know his mother used to watch the old horror movies.
Uh-huh.
And down in the basement in the dark. And
I haven't seen that one. Oh, she would watch it in the basement.
Right, in the basement in the dark. And
oh my God.
So he got brought up like on that. So our daughter, she's the youngest, because we have 2 boys and her, and he basically, quote unquote, trained her. So she likes it.
He calls it training.
She likes all the Chucky movies.
Yeah, I don't like the Chucky movies.
So
she's probably watched Hellraisers then, huh?
Oh yeah.
Mr. Pinhead. They were supposed to be a new one coming out, and then the pandemic happened, but the new one was going to be a Lady Pinhead. And I'm like, okay, I might just sit and watch that, maybe if it doesn't get too terribly bad.
Yeah. So she likes the horror movies with her father. And I don't know what the boys were into. So
I've gotten where I can't watch horror movies anymore, though. But I've gotten where some of the regular movies that are not horror movies might as well be labeled horror movies because they're so violent.
Right.
I don't know. Is it an age thing that the older you get, the more violence disturbs you, or is it just that I'm sensitive to it because of all my past history of crap?
Well, maybe it's a combination of both. Okay.
I've definitely become more sensitive to it. And I don't know about you, but I'll watch an action movie any day. But even the action movies seem a little more something.
Yeah.
When I was young and I first got exposed to Godzilla, it was on a Friday night called Creature Feature. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Because that's where you saw all these horror movies and Godzilla movies and monster movies and stuff.
Okay.
There was one, I don't know if you'll remember this or not. There was one creature feature where it was I think it was on an island, and there was these creatures that looked like they were boneless, kind of like, and when they were trying to kill them, they would multiply, but they would suck all the bone. They would suck all the bone marrow out of humans. Do you remember that one?
No.
That movie creeped me out so bad. And I'm pretty sure that it was, back then you're like, it was a creepy movie.
Right.
Did I remember the name of it? No. And since I don't know what kind of creatures they was, when you try to Google it, you got to be more specific,
Right.
I wonder if you could say, maybe you could put in there scary movies of the 60s and 70s, and maybe they would give a total listing of all of them. Maybe the late 60s, early 70s. That's the way to label it.
Right.
It had to be during, I was 12 years old, so before we moved to North Florida. So I'm thinking I had to have been a little bit younger when I saw that. My sense of time when it comes to my childhood is really skewed. For some reason, I thought I was a lot younger when Nixon was in office. I vaguely remember my parents talking about him all the time. And the trouble that he was in. Did you finish your food? You must have. You're in here licking your chops. She's sitting here looking at me like, Mom, what do you want? Yeah, good job. Now go lay down and go to sleep. I'll take you out in a little while. She's getting more trustworthy about going outside by herself now.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, she's doing really good. But I also think it's because there's snow and ice on the ground right now, so she doesn't go very far.
Right.
I think that if it was green and there was grass involved, her nose would be like, oh, let me go disappear into the grass.
Right.
Dachshunds are, they were raised to hunt varmints and pull, do things like pull foxes out of their
dens,
but they also hunted badgers. So some people call them badger dogs because they're really good about catching badgers. And so I think the reason she likes to get down in that very tall grass is because it's inherent to her as a dog and her breed.
Right.
It's like, let's go hunting some varmints. Let's see what I can find. She's definitely the house mouse catcher. We normally get mice in our house every fall. As soon as the weather cools down, all these mice head for everybody's houses.
Right.
And, so every year I end up killing like at least 2 families of them.
Right.
With traps. This past year, my Joelsen, she caught 4 of them herself. And the silly dog would eat them while they were still moving.
Right.
And then 2 minutes later, she would be putting them back out of her mouth.
Right.
I'm like, that's so gross. It's so gross. This year, we set traps in the cold room because that's where we usually see them first, in our cold room.
Right.
Not one mouse. So either we've had them and she's already dispatched them, or they know not to come to our house, one because of the little black dog in the house.
Right.
It's pretty funny. I have to go for now. Catch you on the flip side. Yep, we'll be here. Come on down. Judy says she's got to go too. I hope y'all will come back. All right. Okay. Let's see if I can get this done the way I wanted it to be done. Instead of fighting with it again. All right. Okay. We're using clips this time instead of straight pins where I just, you know. Okay, looks like it's okay now. I just need to press it in between picking out white threads. All right. So what I'm going to do now, you guys, I know I'm going to be away from the camera yet again. I need to press this binding so that I can go ahead and get it to at least lay out around the long parts of it. And then I think I'm going to change the bottom bobbin just to be on the safe side maybe. I don't know. I haven't decided. Because sometimes I don't know. It might be okay. We'll find out. I don't think so, though. I think that binding, when I pull it around to the front, is going to come down lower than the, yeah, I'm changing bobbin color on the bottom.
Okay.
All the indecisions. Okay, while I'm doing this, let's see. How many people's in here right now? So I don't know how many, if there's enough to answer questions. There's 17 in here.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's see. What's the next? What would be a good question to ask? We've already asked about your favorite sweet, or what one you like eating the most. But I'm not going to do another poll, not yet anyway. All right. Out of all the food you eat for Thanksgiving, which one food is your ultimate you love the most? The one thing you make sure you have every Thanksgiving. Tell us about that. If you're not in the United States, what is your, I'll do the same. When you make dinner and stuff, which one do you prefer make? Because I can tell you what, I'll tell you what my number one thing that I can eat 7 days a week are. Actually, there's 3 things. I love barbecue chicken. I love teriyaki marinated London broil. And I can eat a ribeye steak 7 days in a week if I can afford it. What is your most top number one food that you love over everything? Let's see what we get for answers. Did Shelby ever comment on whether she would come in the Zoom or not?
I can't see any of the chat.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Well, when I went to chat, it just, maybe it's because I'm on the Zoom and everybody's on the YouTube. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're going to have a browser. What, are you on your phone or are you on a computer?
Laptop.
What you can do, just so you probably didn't know this, you could actually split the chat off of your browser and just have like the video on one spot. And yeah, let me show you what I'm talking about, because I can take a picture and then show it to you. This is how I have my screen right now, so I can multitask. All right, hold on. Hey, Shelby, there is a link if you want to come sit with us in the Zoom. You don't have to have the camera on if you don't want to, because you're one of the paid members. All right, Hopefully you can see this, I hope. See how I have the Zoom on one side and the chat on the other?
Oh, okay.
So when you go to your browser in the top right-hand corner of the chat part, there's these 3 dots, and when you click on the little dots, it has a list, and one of them says pop out chat. And you can actually pop out the chat and then reduce the main browser screen, and you'll have your chat. And then you can just take your mouse and readjust it however you want it to fit the screen. And that's how I do it, because I can't watch the Zoom and watch the video while it's going, because it teases me, because the video runs a little bit, the live runs a little bit slower than the Zoom. And if I'm paying attention to both of them, I get confused. So I just reduce one of them where I don't see it. Okay. I was just letting you know you're welcome to come in if you want to. You don't have to, though. I'm not going to twist your arm. I know Sean said he's going to try to come in after they're done with their dinner stuff. So I don't know if he'll make it or not. It's hard for Sean. Because his time is so limited. The guy who sews, that's who I'm talking about. I wonder, I'm kind of curious why no one's asked me why my quilt label's not centered. I did it on purpose this way.
Right.
Well, it was because I noticed that when I'm quilting, if the label is too much into where it is, you're going to run a quilt stitch. The sew machine doesn't sometimes like that stiff stuff. Well, it doesn't like it. It doesn't like don't want to do it. It just makes a weird noise when it's doing it.
Right. Right.
And it worries me when it's acting like that. All right, before I start this binding, I need to get this walking foot on my machine. Which is always a struggle, so bear with me here while I get in a fight with it. This is the only oh, I got to take part of this off. That's right. There is one downside to this Janome, it's a pain in the butt to get on and off. But it's worth it because the machine is great. Time to take that shank off of here.
Yeah. I went to my cell phone. I paid the rent.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, y'all hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet, please. Pretty please. I will be appreciative of you ahead of time. All right, now we need this over. No, it's not on there yet, darn it. Maybe I need to drop the foot down one notch so I can get it to line up. There we go. Then we need to test it and make sure it's on there right. This needs to be moved to the, yeah. Okay, now let's tighten it. Then we'll test it on a piece of scrap. And then I also need to change the bobbin color in here for the bottom of it. Part 9. The door back on it. All right, now let's test run it. Make sure it works like it's supposed to. One thing I noticed is I forget to tighten the screw with the screwdriver, and sometimes it easily can come off if you don't do that, because your fingers is not enough to tighten it with.
Right.
I've had it come off before. All right, now let me see if I can switch the needle to the right. Maybe. And make sure that needle's not going to come in contact with that foot. Nope, looks like it's going to be okay. All right, let's see what the seam looks like on the back of this. Oh, looks fine. All right, we got that walking foot on. Now then, next project is let's get everything pinned on here. Not pinned, clipped. Because I'm not going to use straight pins for this binding part. All right. Okay. Are you guys enjoying the live tonight? I hope so. I do need to Hey Cherry, do you want to it's good to see you, girl. Do you want to come in on the Zoom? Let me know if you want to. I'll tell you where to go find the link. You don't have to, if you want to come but don't want the camera on, that's okay. But you're a paid member, so you're welcome to come and join me. That's up to you. I'm not, oh, I need to clip the corners. When you're, how many quilts have you done binding on?
None.
None? Okay.
None.
I'm thinking I need to trim these corners a little bit so they're not so bulky. I just got to be careful doing it. She's a second level member, looks like. I feel so guilty that I haven't done more for you guys. It's just I don't know what to come up with because everybody has private Zooms and meetings and stuff, and it's hard to schedule anything if y'all are already attending someone else's Zoom. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I guess what I should do is send an email out to all of y'all and see what it is you'd be interested in doing as a member so I can show my appreciation. Let's get to binding here. Lay this side down. All right. That's a quick stop here. We need music. Did you know that you could play music in a live? I didn't. Apparently you have to find you can either, from what I understand, or this is my understanding of it, you can download the free stuff that YouTube has, and you can play that during a live. But I've never seen long pieces of music that you can, use on long videos. I always have to put multiple music in a video if they're long.
Right.
So I'm not sure how you do that. But then someone says, well, you can always go subscribe and pay a monthly subscription. And I'm thinking, yeah, one more subscription. No, I already pay enough subscriptions to things. I mean, I'm a member of several channels. Plus, that's not counting my Cotton Cut subscription and my Fat Quarter Shop subscription. That stuff adds up after a while.
Right, it does.
And
So-
I'm about to have to pay another yearly membership to my WordPress blog because it's coming up. Because I got an email. You are going to need to renew your 1-year membership.
Right.
Great.
I know. I belong to Classmates. It's where you keep up with your high school. They sent me an email and they said, okay, for your 2-year subscription, it's going to be, it's like, no, I'm canceling.
They keep going up. And why are they going up? They're not doing anything. They got a computer that runs all that crap and they keep going up on it.
Right. So I said, no, I'm not paying it.
It's bad enough that my Amazon Prime keeps going up. Yeah. And Netflix just did another update, up in the payment some more. And I'm like, this is not costing you more money to run digital. What's the deal here?
Right. They need to send their children to the elite colleges, or their wives need fancier purses or whatever.
Yep. Because they're getting greedy.
Yeah.
And the only reason I got Netflix and Amazon Prime and Disney Plus is because I don't, I live in a foreign country and most everything over here is in Danish and I can only watch so many hours of Danish and then my brain is tired.
Right.
I want to watch stuff that I can just listen to and know what's going on. Hey, Crystal, welcome. It's going good. What about on your end? Happy Thanksgiving Day. Crystal has an interesting one. Crystal, what type of channel would you call your channel? Because I don't exactly know what to describe for it. Because I've watched all our videos, but I'm not sure what genre you would call it. Crystal says, I think this year a lot of things are going to go up with redistribution through America and tariffs. This is what happens when you vote for someone who wants tariffs. I'm just hoping that the tariffs don't affect we don't, as far as I know, Greenland doesn't buy anything from the United States that I'm aware of. And so I'm hoping all these tariffs are not going to affect us or Denmark, because if it does, I don't know how me and Nikolai are going to do. I might, I would really hate it if my sewing came to a screeching halt because the tariffs are so bad I can't afford them. Because it's not the government that's going to be paying those tariffs. And it's definitely not going to be the company. Well, the companies pay the tariffs, but when they pay the tariffs, they're going to turn around and dump it all onto us.
That's it.
And if you're not rich, you're going to be hurting.
That's it.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say you did, Crystal. But this is what everybody voted for, so this is what's going to happen. Not everybody. I should take everybody out of my sentence.
Yeah.
Most people, not all of us did.
Right.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to put everybody in one
pot.
Yeah, because some of us are like, no, we're not that stupid.
Right. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but as an American, every time I hear the comment made by the media and by everybody else that it's the administration's fault that inflation is high, it's not. It's the corporations and it's these rich companies who have caused inflation to stay high, because when the pandemic happened and they made all that money off of people buying things while they were sitting at home because they had to have things to do. Think about it.
Right.
And so they were spending excessive amount of money while they were sitting on their butts, because they had to. And then, you had all this stuff locked down where manufacturers couldn't work and shipping couldn't work, or the shipping that was working. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All this stuff adds up after a while, and then you end up with inflation instead of them coming down or keeping the prices moderated like they did before all this happened.
Right.
They didn't. They were making money, so why should they? They're like, I made billions off of you. Why should I lower the prices back down?
Right.
No, it's not. And it's not, inflation is not an American thing. It's a worldwide problem.
You have an alarm going off. Is it your baked potato?
No, that's something else. Someone must have texted me on my other browser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but soon that timer's going to go off, though.
Okay.
And you probably, that other beeping noise you heard earlier, that was my iron. I don't know how to turn it off.
Oh, I didn't hear the iron. I just heard the 2 recent beeps.
Yeah, that was off my browser.
Oh, okay.
One came off my cell phone and the other one came off the browser. See, timer. Now you hear it? Had to go check baked potatoes. Let's see here. Oh, let me turn the timer off first. All right. Sherry says, thank you, but I'm in bed watching this. We'll do for another. Okay, just letting you know you could. Crystal says, my channel is about making memories of my life because I honestly started making vlogs and doing vlogmas because I'm worried I would get dementia. That makes sense. Crystal says, I really enjoy rewatching concerts and conventions I attend with friends. I wish I was brave and made plushies because I pay a lot of money for plushies. The last one I bought was, ooh, wow, $800. That is expensive for a plushie. Be right back. I gotta check my potatoes. I'm hoping I can come and eat in front of y'all. All right, are you guys going to mind me eating in front of you? Because if you are, I'll turn the video off.
No, I'm fine. Go ahead.
Okay, let's see what I missed. Is Katy an American? Yes, I am. I live in Greenland. I'm not a no, I can't say I'm not a Greenlander because my husband has informed me that I am a Greenlander because I've lived here for as long as I have. I moved to Greenland, Crystal, in 2011 to be with my Greenlandic husband. I am a Florida raised girl. And so most of my life was spent in Florida. I wasn't born in Florida, but I spent most of my life there. And yeah, but yep, I'm one of two Americans that live in this town here. There is another fellow American. I'm not sure when he moved here, but it was after I did. Need more salt. Hey, Candace, welcome, welcome. I'm still an American. I didn't give up my citizenship or anything like that. I can still vote just like anyone else. I have to come home every so often to renew my driver's license and my passport. And I generally already come home every second year anyway. Every other year I come home. And I'll spend up to 3 months at a time when I do come home. In 2022, I was there for 7 months. Thank you for everybody that has liked the video or the live so far. So I have got, when I finish eating the potato, I have all the binding clipped on here now. And that's what we're going to, well, except for the bottom piece. I got one side left to do. It depends on your point of view. Here, taxes are a bit higher. Well, they're kind of high, period. Yes. But those taxes cover a great many things. We don't pay health insurance because our taxes take care of that. If you want your child to go to college, our taxes pay for that. If you're elderly and living in a retirement bill, what do they call it? It's a facility where the elderly can live, but they're still slightly independent. I mean, they can come and go to the store if they want, if they're able. It's an afforded assisted care facility. That's what it's called. Our tax dollars pays for that and for a lot of other things too. But the job that my husband has is we live okay on it. But right now with inflation, it's very expensive. Supportive independent living, that's what it's called. Yep. Thank you, Candace. I'll let you see a better view of it in a minute when I get done eating. I got married to a native Greenlander, and immigration is much simpler and easier for me to come here than it is for me to bring my husband. No, don't apologize. It's simpler. It was simpler for me to immigrate because immigration is not a train wreck like it is in our country. And so that's why I made the decision to do the move. when I get done eating, I'll tell you how. I can either tell you how we come together, or on my main YouTube channel page, you'll see there's a video that says second check, called, the video's called Second Chances Do Come True. You can watch that video, and it talks about how me and Nikolai came together. But you don't have to apologize for asking. And yes, it's been quite the adventure, for sure, for sure. And it still is an adventure. I feel like I'm on a... You're not getting my food, are you? I feel like I'm on a permanent vacation. It's so quiet. You're welcome, Crystal. Me and Nikolai had a live this past week, or past Tuesday. And we're going to be doing episodes that has to do with my migration to Greenland. What it was like adapting, what it's like living here. We'll also talk about Greenland itself, history, mythology, folklore, ghost stories, the history between Greenland and the United States, and some famous people of Greenland. There's one in particular, she's an artist, and we're going to be talking about her quite a bit, because our town has what they call a open air art museum, which has about 40 stone carved pieces in it. And we'll talk about that quite a bit. There's lots of things for us to talk about, and we couldn't do it all in one night. This is not possible. But this country has, I feel like it's been a blessing for me to come here, because it's helped a lot with my healing. Things will never, I mean, I don't expect my scars to go away. They will not. And the triggers that I have, they will not. But I'm happier, and I know what being happy feels like. And that's a big deal for me. Y'all, a lot of people have had happiness and know what it feels like. I have never had it until I got with Nikolai. And between him and this country, I know what it feels like. And now I feel like it's been a blessing, because I finally feel peace.
Okay.
And I'm also at a time in my age where I think that if you have to struggle with your mate, and you have to argue, fuss, and fight, and bow down to that person to please them, they're the wrong person.
Yeah.
That's not what love is. Love is supposed to be kindness, patience, understanding. I mean, the list is long on what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And Greenland is probably doesn't have all of the trigger mechanisms.
It doesn't.
It's not like not having to look over your shoulder all the time, or what have you. So
there's not that kind. There's some stuff that goes on here, but it's like a little piece of rice in a bucket of water, one piece. It's so minute, you never
bless you.
You never really hear about it.
Right. It reminds me sort of like Iceland. It's like it's slow. Their attitude is, if it gets done today, fine. If not, there's always tomorrow.
Yep.
And it's like,
that's right. I forgot you said you've been to Iceland. The first 2 years when I was living here, as American citizens, we are so used to life doing this. It's like,
yes.
Here, it's what I call slow as a snail.
Yes.
And you have to reprogram your brain to understand that it's okay to take your time doing something. It's okay if someone takes too long to do something because you are used to them getting it done right then and there, you know?
Right.
It's a big learning curve, but it's also, this country's insulated. And what I mean by that is that everybody knows what's going on in the rest of the world, but it doesn't affect what we're doing here in Greenland.
Right.
It really doesn't.
Right.
I mean, everyone's aware of the wars going on and everything else. It just doesn't seem to affect society itself.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you see happiness here. You see people smiling all the time, people being good to each other.
Right. And you could leave your doors unlocked and not worry about anything.
Yep, for the most part. Yep.
Right. I mean, granted, we lived on the military base, but still, everybody respected everybody and what have you. I know, because when we got to Iceland, our first son was just shy of 1, because we got there in July. We left when he was just turned 3, and he kept saying, "When are we going home? When are we going home?" Because he thought Iceland was home. It's like, no, this is your
home.
Yeah. So
it's kind of like the Karate Kid going to China, and they're having a discussion. He says, "I want to go home," and she's like, "This is home."
Right.
And for the longest time, you know, when I would go home, I still say go home often. But when I do go back to the U.S. to see my kids and stuff, I realized this last 2 trips of coming and going that it's not home anymore.
Right.
Here is home.
Right.
Because now I feel like it's home here. And the other thing is, and hi, Kristen, welcome, welcome. I also feel like by saying it's home, it's okay to say it's home, even though I'm an American citizen living in a foreign country, because just because I say that Greenland's my home, it doesn't mean I stopped loving my home country. I am now a person of 2 worlds.
Right. You're like a dual citizen.
Yeah, and because of that, my love is just as strong here for Greenland as it is for my home country.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Denise says, "I think you're quite brave to make that move. I totally would not be able to live on an island no matter where it is in the world. Also won't fly and don't swim, no joke." Do you know that my husband doesn't know how to swim? And I don't know how many of you watched the little short that I put on my YouTube called the Arctic Plunge Rescue video. My husband's jumping in the water. He doesn't know how to swim. But those suits are they're amazing. But yeah, a long time ago, people who have known me my whole life would tell you, they used to hear me say, "I will never leave Florida. Florida is the state to live in." And I wasn't in love with it because of people. I was in love with it because of the plants and the palm trees and the everything that makes Florida beautiful that most people don't really pay attention to these days. You know, there's the coastal areas, the Everglades. I mean, there's so much beauty there. And that's why I would always say I didn't want to leave it, because I was afraid if I moved somewhere else, I wouldn't have that same beauty that I was experiencing in Florida. Right. And then I moved to this country. Boy, talk about eyes wide open.
Yeah.
Every place has its own beautifulness about it.
Right.
And you just have to allow your brain to be open for the possibilities and the potential of experiencing these things in other places.
Right.
And I'm not sitting here preaching, you guys. Please don't say it that way. I'm just saying I've had to learn this myself, because I didn't realize I was so closed-minded. You know, by saying things like I would never leave my beautiful state. Well, how are you going to experience the world if you don't take that leap of faith? My ability to trust people was pretty messed up, you know, but from all the stuff I've been through. And the day that that Nikolai asked me to marry him, I stood there with my mouth hanging open for one thing. And secondly, inside my head, I'm like, I love him, but I'm so afraid that if I love one more person, he's gonna treat me the same, because
Right.
and but then I'm like Melanie pointed out, how do you know unless you take a leap of faith?
Right.
She says one day you have to, because he might be your happiness that you need it, and so I said yes, and I took a leap of faith. And I had enough of a relationship with him between an 8-year-long friendship that was generic. It was not generic in it. It wasn't romantic. That's what I was looking for. It wasn't a romantic. It didn't start out as a romantic 8-year relationship. It started out as having a best friend.
Right.
And it was amazing how much he and I had in common with each other, because we would say something and we would say it at the same time, and we would look at each other and laugh because we're like, and I would say, great minds think alike, right?
Right.
Or something like that. Or I would show him something and he's like, oh, I like that. I'm glad you showed that to me. And he showed me things that I didn't know I would like, and come to find out I do. And then when I came for the visit and he was showing me his music collection, and I'm going through his music collection, and I'm like, oh my God, you listen to some of the same stuff I listen to. So, you don't know until you just don't know, And, there's always, with people you meet. So I'll go back a little bit so you can understand why I'm going to make this statement. People always eventually will show their true colors. And I'm going to tell you why I say this. When I was dating my first husband, there was lots of warning signs. Lots of I was so broken coming out of my parents' house. And this man, he was, loving me, but he was also treating me badly.
Right.
And at one point, there was a point where, we weren't going to see each other anymore. I was done. And a couple months later, he come crawling back and apologized to me and said that he messed up, and I was the best thing that ever happened to him. And me being who I am, trusting, we ended up back in a relationship, and it was never meant to be good, I don't think, because he probably was as broken as I was, because we came from households where parents were just hard on kids.
Right.
Not in a good light when I say that. And so he had his own brokenness, only I wasn't totally aware of it, And with Nikolai, with my first husband, we didn't start out just being straight up friends for a while. We just started dating each other.
Right.
So we didn't really have that foundation built. But with Nikolai, we already had a foundation. And if he was going to change his colors, I would have seen it within a couple of years. He never did. And then when he came and stayed with me those 2 times, and I did enough of dragging him around that if he was going to be a hateful man, it would have showed up.
Right.
And it didn't. And then, when we fell in love, I was just like, oh God, I'm in love. And I didn't want to be, because I was afraid.
Right.
I was so afraid, because I was giving my heart to someone again. Turns out, I made a great decision. Let me see. Denise said something. Oh, a couple people did. Kristen, I'm going to share your channel in a minute too. I hope you're still here. Oops, hang on a minute. I need to catch up on some of this chat first. Jackie says Florida is so beautiful. It is. And when I come home, my butt's parked in between a bunch of palm trees, and I'm sitting on the grass with bare feet, enjoying the moment. It never will go away the way I feel about Florida. I just don't want to live there anymore. I know I don't want to live there anymore. Ever. I don't think. because this, you know, some things outweigh other things.
Right.
And then Denise says, well, Katie, there is also those alligators that just walk right in. Yeah, there's the alligators. Nikolai wanted to see an alligator, and we went to Manatee, Homosassa Springs, to a manatee park preserve, and there was supposed to be alligators in there. Come to find out that the alligators that were there had already been turned back to nature because they had been healed from their damages. So it was a nature preserve where they, once the animal reaches a healing state, they return it back to nature. They don't keep them. And I felt sorry for the man. Well, actually, I tell you what I felt more sorry for. They had a hippopotamus. Yeah, it was a hippopotamus. I felt so sorry for her. She was probably in her 40s, I guess. She was by herself in what was half cement, half very shallow water. And she was laying there like she just totally didn't care what was going on around her. It was so sad. Animals are not meant to live like that. They're meant to be in nature doing nature things. You know, and if they die in nature, that's what, you know, that's part of the tree of life.
Yeah. Well, I think most animals are herd animals, you know, like your horses, the cattle, sheep. And so, you know,
I guarantee you if there had been another mate in with her, she probably wouldn't have been acting like that. But she looks so sad. And my heart hurt for her because I can understand why she was like that, because she just didn't, it was like she didn't have this will to be living again, you know. It was very sad to see her in that condition.
Mm-hmm.
And I always feel bad when I see animals by themselves when you know they're herd animals.
Yeah.
Even dogs, if you think about it, even dogs are pack animals. Cats are together. They run in, they're not called packs. I don't know what you call a group of cats, but a pride, that's what they're called. But that's why, you know, we're getting another dog for Nora. Because I've always, anytime I've ever had, oh, Bella just dropped a bomb. She just said, Katie, congrats on 1,800. Thank you. I didn't even know I'd hit it yet. That might be why my husband's messaged me. So, yeah, and I need to share her channel, darn it. Hold on a minute. Let me share. Kristen's really cool. She has a farmstead. It's called Bella's Whisper Farmstead. And I have been on a big kick for homesteaders lately. Uh-oh. What did I just do? No. Oh, okay. I'm all right. I thought I just accidentally deleted the chat. Anyway, I've been on a kick lately with them. I want to watch a bunch of them at once. That's not what I wanted. I keep hitting the wrong command so I can see her channel. Go to channel. There you are. Nooch. But anyway, I watch probably about 7 or 8 homesteaders these days. And it's interesting how each of the homesteaders do things differently, but they're doing the same thing, but they do it in a different way.
Right.
And it's really cool because you get to learn that there's more than one way of doing things.
Right.
And I did not know that goats could be so dang cute when they're born. Oh my God. Because I watched Hidden Heights and Arms Family Homestead, and they both were goat raisers. And they Hidden Heights has 2 kinds of goats. They have Picos in one field, and they got Spanish goats that have been crossed with Picos in the other side. And they are so funny to watch how they all are. And they have these big, huge guard dogs that take care of both the herds, and the guardian dogs are as big as the goat.
Right.
Okay, if you want to see who Kristen is, her channel's name is Bella's. Yeah. So go visit Kristen over on her Bella's Whisper Farmstead. She does farming and stuff. I also been watching somebody who lives in the Rockies. Can't think of her channel name. She has 8 kids. And the stuff she shares with us on her videos of all the stuff she does her own canning. They grow their own food. They grow their own animals to dispatch for eating. I mean, it's pretty darn amazing. And when I was young, before we moved to North Florida, my mom and dad raised their own. My mother was a gardener. Even though she still had a job, she gardened and they raised animals for us to eat. So us kids was helping bottle feed calves, and we loved going in the pig pen to ride the pigs. That was fun. You had to be careful because you could get easily thrown into a fence when you were doing that. And my mom would come out and yell out the door, "Get off them pigs and see them."
Yeah. We always had a garden. My mother always canned and I helped. But we never had animals. So.
My mom had the most magnificent garden. She was really, I think that's why I have this superpower of growing things myself. And, you know, I have learned that I have quite a DNA makeup in my background, and some of it comes from Africa. And I'm wondering if that's the reason me and my mom and so many of us in our family have such good gardening, because we're good at it. And I think that might be part of our DNA makeup.
Right.
That we're gifted to do it. Put it that way. That's what I mean. We have this natural way of doing it. I'm so glad I used the white, neutral for the back, because it definitely went on the outside of it. Otherwise, I would have had dark blue thread on the back of my quilt. This binding seems a little stretchy in a couple spots, and I don't know why, because I didn't cut it, you know, on the bias, but it's weird. Jackie says my aunt and uncle had a Christmas tree farmer from Michigan, also raised chickens. Oh, that's so cool. You know, we lived in a place called Chuliota, and Chuliota is like in between a town called Oviedo. It's in Seminole County. And you got Orlando off the one side, and you have all this off to the other side. And this place that they had rented was this house. And this house sat in the middle of 3,000 acres of orange trees. These orchards were huge. So they would be tangerines, tangelos, grapefruits, regular oranges, and navel oranges. And you could just walk out the back door and go pick one off the tree. But it wasn't part of the, I guess it belonged to someone else. I'm not exactly sure who it belonged to. But we had permission to go out there and pick whenever we wanted to. And we used to, as kids, whenever they would have the rainbirds irrigating the acreage, there's these big, most of you know that there's, when you put a water sprinkler on your lawn, it's the little small one that turns around and it's like clicks the water like this.
Right.
Imagine one of those 500 times bigger.
Right. They
were way up above the orange tree. So when the water would come around and we'd be standing there, it would almost knock you down because it was so strong. And we were sitting there playing in the rainbird. I'm so glad I put this walking foot on here. Definitely working better. The fabric's moving through here better. I just don't understand why this, when I come to the corner, it doesn't lay down like I see on everybody else's binding for some reason. Oh, wait a minute. I just might have had it turned the wrong direction. That might have been what the problem was. I would love to take a class where I could just attend, where I can walk you step by step through the binding, where you can see how to make everything line up good. Because
Right.
because I'm just, when it comes to binding, I really don't think that I have all of the skill set down the way it should be, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, you need somebody sitting right beside you or over your shoulder, and
Yeah, saying no, don't do it that way. This is how you should do it, kind of thing, and show you,
right.
so you can be more proficient with it. Maybe the next time I come to the States, maybe I'm going to keep an eye out on all the classes for the QuiltCon in 2026 and see
Right.
if anybody teaches a binding class. Because if they do, I'm just really tempted. I want to sign up for one.
Oh.
Hey, I just found another loose thread, and this is on the front. Not a loose thread, but a tail from where I was quilting.
Right. Is there a way that you can contact them, send them emails and say, asking about classes or suggesting classes?
Oh, but let me go on the Modern Quilt Guild and see if there is maybe a place we can make suggestions. Can you have a class on this? Because I would like to attend a class on binding and attend a class on quilting, so I can ask questions about when you're quilting and you go over a top of another. When you're quilting, you're putting it's not a seam. What are they calling it when you quilt? What are those long lines called? Because it's not exactly a seam, but it looks like a seam. Put it that way.
Like
So
meandering, or the meandering stitches, or stitching in the ditch, or
stitch. There's stitches. Yeah. So is it okay to run over another stitch when you're quilting? If you start at the same point, are you allowed to have multiple entry points in the same spot when you're stitching? Those kind of questions I would like to ask. And
right.
Take one of my quilts with me, show them what I'm talking about. Is this
Right.
is this the right way to do it, or is this the wrong way to do it?
Right.
I think I just saw someone come in the chat. Hey, Kathleen, how are you? And happy Thanksgiving Day. Jackie, just come back. No. Oh, good. Okay. It's nice to see you, Kathleen. You want to hear a story about me and Kathleen?
Sure.
Was it 2 summers ago or 3 summers ago, Kathleen, that you came on a cruise ship? Let's see if she answers. So I posted on a couple of different Facebook groups and on some of the channels. And I said, if there's anyone who is a quilter who is going to be on a cruise to Greenland and they're going to come through South Greenland, hit me up. So, because I will, if I'm not having to do guiding, let's get together and we'll have lunch or something.
Right.
Kathleen was on one of those cruise ships.
Ooh.
And we spent the afternoon together. It was so fun. And oh, it's not her. It must have been a different Kathleen. I get everybody's names mixed up. But anyway, the Kathleen I'm talking about, we had lunch together. So that summer, I met 3 different quilters on 3 different cruise ships. It was the coolest thing ever. I talk to Americans all the time that come in on cruise ships because I tour guide them. And
right.
I make a lot of money off of them tip wise because they're great tippers. Sorry, Kathleen. I thought y'all maybe your last name and her last name were too close together. I couldn't tell the difference. So sorry. Yeah, she says it's not her. Sorry. Pour on that one. We're almost done, and we're going to have a binding on here. And then I can start working on something else. What time is it anyway? I haven't even looked. Wow, it's 12 o'clock here. Oh, we have 1 more hour left here.
Okay.
Yeah, wait a minute. I started at 8, so it'll be 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. No, 2 hours left. Sorry.
It's 8 o'clock here in Illinois.
Yes, because I said I would stop it.
Yeah, you said it'd be from 4 to 10.
Which, yeah, but I moved it to 5, so it's 5 to 11.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I backed it. I moved it back 1 hour. I didn't sleep last night very good, and because I knew he was leaving,
Right.
and I was trying to make sure everything was ready to go in a suitcase and stuff, so I didn't sleep much. So I caught up on sleep today. In between the phone ringing every 2 or 3 hours. Leave me alone, but no, I made a promise to help, so I answered the phone.
Yeah.
Don't break your promises, even if you're tired.
Yeah. I know our one son is called, he called twice yesterday, talked to his father about how do you do this, how do you do that, and cooking wise.
Mm-hmm.
And then he called 3 times today. And my husband said, I'm going to have to make videos on how to do all the things he's been asking for, because when I die, he isn't going to know how to do anything.
Yeah. And I've been thinking about that. I think the next time I go to the United States, I'm going to buy a butterball turkey breast, and I think I'm going to make a video about it. That way it's the same thing. I need to make a video on making an Italian cream cake and a video on making homemade mac and cheese my way,
Right.
And that way the kids have it to go back on, because one day I'm not going to be here to ask those questions, or how to make a pumpkin pie.
Right. And you can show him what a smidge is, or a dash, or
Yep. Or how to improvise when you don't have a certain kind of measuring cup.
right.
Because yesterday the recipe that was for brining that turkey was for a 10 to 20 pound turkey, something like that. Well, that that turkey breast was between the weight of 3 to 6 pounds. And I'm thinking, well, we can't be making that brine for that big of a turkey. Let's cut the recipe in half. Now, he didn't know I went through all this trouble, but I need to teach him, when you have less of something, but it calls, and the recipe is for more, this is how you break it down.
Right.
And Google is so easy these days. You could just go on there, and there's actually a calculator, and all you have to do is plug in the measurements that you're wanting to cut in half, and it tells you. The only problem is when you do that, where you get these funky measurements that you have to come up with. So like an eighth of something. And then you're thinking, okay, what's an eighth of, how do I turn an eighth into, you know, something that he can understand, you know?
Right.
Because he's very math oriented. So that's not the, uh-oh, why did you break off like you were supposed to? It's still caught in here?
Did you run out of bobbin thread?
No. I must, it might have been it was thick and it didn't want to come from between the foot. Oh, it must have been hung up on the feed dog. It's sticking out.
Right.
And this is really thick. Alrighty. Finished number 4 quilt, you guys.
Yay, looks good.
Cute. I think I'm gonna hang it up on the wall. And I have these little enamel pins that I've been wanting to hang on to something. And I think I'm gonna put them on this little quilt randomly wherever.
Right.
When I get back into the sewing room, that is. So here it is, you guys. I got it finished. Make sure to hit that thumbs up like button too, please. Oh, gotta be funny. I'm gonna hang it up here for a bit longer so those who are distracted can see it. Holy crap. We have had people watching that just isn't talking. Lori says, good night, ladies. I have an early appointment in the morning. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Thank you for coming, Lori, and hanging out with us. See you later. And I'll see you tomorrow night, I hope, because I have another live tomorrow night. And I also have a premiere that's going to happen before the live. So if you're around, feel free to join us on that premiere as well, Lori. So thank you for coming. So anyway, there it is. It's all done. I think I could hand sew little loops up here so I could hang it up, couldn't I? Since I didn't bother to put them in the binding.
Looks good.
Denise says, looks great. Love the colors. Okay. Now that I've finished that, let's move on to the next destination. And I'm going to take this foot off because I'm going to put my 1/4 inch foot back on because we are going to work on a PMQ. For those who doesn't know what a PMQ is, it's the Cotton Cuts Puzzle Mystery Quilt Along that runs for about 10 months each case. So right now, the one I'm going to work on that the case is closed on, they're no longer, yeah, we're calling it case closed. Is Tree Alive. But I'm also doing the current case, which is called Wild West. Did I put that screwdriver on? Uh-oh. Yeah, where did I put the screwdriver? I put it somewhere and did not put it where I normally put it. Hold on, you guys. I gotta get rid of these clips. I keep all my clips in one of these. And then these little containers fit right down in my little desk drawer. What did I do with my screwdriver? It's all right. I have other screwdrivers, especially a really big one. right, let's get this shank back on here first. Where did I didn't put it back where I had it at? Mm-hmm. You noticed Nora got quiet, didn't you?
Yes, was she doing? Taking a cat nap?
Yep, she's sleeping underneath the desk. She's got her body planted between my foot pedal and me. She likes to park her butt right there. So I have mail to pick up tomorrow, and I'm hoping, y'all hope with me, that all the rest of my Tree of Life will be here tomorrow. Because they had to reorder several of the clues because they disappeared into the vortex of somewhere. Cotton Touch is such a great company because they don't, they don't ever go back on replacements and stuff when it disappears. So this is my design board, and I'm going to lay out my Tree of Life on my design board so I can label it. Now, where is my alphabetties at? Here they are. I have alphabetties. In case you don't know what they are. You can buy these at Fat Quarter Shop, Missouri Star. I think I've seen them on Cotton Cuts, I think. I'm sure you can buy them at Amazon too. And it looks like my husband messaged me. Let me see if he did. There's a bubble on the other phone that I'm using as a camera. Yeah, he did. What? Oh, maybe. Hang on, y'all. Sorry. Nikolai sent a bunch of pictures too. Hang on one second. I might share the pictures with you guys. Hold on. Let me see if I can go access them where I can share the screen and show them. Hold on 1 minute. Oh, the new airport. Okay, cool. You know what I'm going to do real quick before I start sewing this glue? Let me share the screen. I'm going to show you the pictures from today when Nikolai was traveling. And the new Nuuk International Airport. There's my zoom. Nope, that's the wrong one. That needs to go. When I start showing you the pictures, I won't be able to see what you're saying on the chat because the screen is going to take over a little bit because I have to run the Zoom to do this. Okay, are you ready to see what I'm going to share? Where is the share screen at? All right. So this is at the Nuuk International Airport. This is the new part of it. And then I'm just going to go backwards on the pictures. This is inside the new airport. Looks like they're in the duty-free store. Yep, in the duty-free store. So this is what the inside of our new Nuuk International Airport looks like. This is they finally finished it, and so flights are going to start happening next year in June. There's going to be 2 flights a week from Newark to Nuuk, through American Airlines. And so traveling back and forth to the United States is about to make mine and Nikolai's lives so much better. It's so much less costly. Okay, that looks like all the pictures. Is that it? Okay, let me go out the other way. There's also some Northern Lights pictures I want to show you guys that happened the other night. Okay, here we go. Here's one. Ignore these weird pictures. Here's, look, y'all, can you see the purple? Someone just come in?
Looks delicious.
Yeah, I think this was like a 4-course meal or something. So this was like before the main meal, but I don't remember what I think these were some kind of mushrooms, and there was those. He could tell you more about what's on this picture than I can. This was some kind of fritters, I think. And then this was a hors d'oeuvre, I believe, because that looks like tuna or either salmon one. So yeah, this is not in English. Anyway, that third round was churros, which were like, they did it like fritters. He must not have did any video. Well, if he did, he didn't send them to me. This is some new rock carvings that's in Sissymoot. You see, this one's of the walrus. These are actually really new carvings. These were not here the last time I was in Sissymoot. So there's the walrus, and then these are fish. You're going to find these all over Greenland these days because people have started carving a lot. This is of shrimp, crab, jellyfish, probably salmon, either salmon or cod, one of the two. I'm not sure what that one's called. That's cod right there. You know how I know? See the little whiskers? Narwhal. Particular, that looks like it might be a beluga. It's either a beluga or a porpoise. It's belugas. Because belugas hang, I don't know if anybody knows this, but where you find narwhals, you're going to find beluga whales. They seem to travel together. Eels. Humpback whales. Someone did a good job on that one. Because you can see the baleen part of the whale. Fish. That's a type of seal, but I don't remember which one that one is. It looks like either a saddleback or a yeah, I think that might be a saddleback. And our Greenlandic eagle. And we're back to where we started. What did everybody think about that? Are y'all, I'm so excited about our airport. I can hardly contain myself about the airport. Because that is going to make us traveling so easy to happen. All right. Let's get started on this next clue. Do you have anything you want to share that you're working on? Because I can spotlight you and let you share it. Hang on 1 minute while I spotlight you. Hold on. Where's the spotlight? Oh, there you are. Okay, now they'll get to see you.
I'm just working on tumblers.
Can you hold it up a little higher? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, look at there. You're doing a good job. They look great.
Thanks. Yeah, I got about 12 rows to put together.
You've already put the 12 rows together, or they're not sewn together as all 12 together?
No, they're not sewn together. I'm putting 20 in a row.
Okay. Wow, you have quite a bit going on there. Look at you. You've been busy. Good
Yeah.
job.
So,
Hey, Diana, welcome back. Let me get this laid out. I was going to work on this in the live the other day, and I couldn't find my color card.
I like those colors.
Yeah, me too. I'm making it. My sister is a breast cancer survivor, and but she's been having a rough time of it. She lives in Spain, and she had an accident on her bike. I think a little over a year and a half ago, and it broke 3 of her ribs, severed the implant from where she had the breast cancer surgery.
Right.
And when they had to go take her into surgery because one of the ribs was damaged in a way that required surgery. And she woke up in the middle of the surgery.
Oh no.
And when that happened, it did something to her, and it triggered all of our past history with it. And so she's been having issues. And so she's in therapy right now. And she said it's going slow, but she's still not herself.
Right. Well, it's going to take some time.
Yeah. You never know what's going to be your trigger until it happens.
Right.
And when it happens, it's like it jumps on you, and you can't get it off of you because it's there, and you have to deal with it, and you got to figure out how to deal with it. And sometimes you have to ask for help. So she asked for help.
Right.
I think us 3 girls, despite all of it, none of us are drinkers, or we haven't resorted to trying to hurt ourselves when we do have these triggers.
Right.
We're what you would call a survivor. I don't think I'm strong, but everybody says I am. Otherwise, I wouldn't have moved to a foreign country.
Right.
I'm really hoping with the doors getting open easier for Greenland, Americans will have more of a chance of coming and experiencing Greenland and having their own experiences and going back home with that experience in their head and in their heart.
Right.
Because it's a great way to come and find a little bit of peace and quiet and peace, healing from the fast lane.
Right.
Even healthy people could enjoy it. I call it communing with nature. Yeah, I know. I'm one of those tree huggers. This fabric is so pretty. You see these hearts on this pink? Look at that. These are batiks, by the way.
Well, that's pretty.
Yeah. And look at this red. This one has red. This one has hearts on it. And the camera's
That's
like,
nice.
I don't know what to do with that color. And then this also has text and stuff on it.
Oh, that's sharp. I like that.
Mm-hmm. I'm just they're a little bit bent a little bit from shipping, so all I'm doing is setting the iron on it to straighten them out a little bit.
Okay.
Because I don't want to stretch any of the biases. All right, what did I do with my? There you are. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to place them out on the board and get the letters put on them, in based on their colorway, and then we'll get started sewing. So I'll show you what the instructions look like. This is what you get each month when you get a clue. It'll show you what you're going to be making from this clue, and it also shows you the pieces that come in the pack. They also have a support where you can go online and go to the support and say, I'm missing a triangle, and they will get it into the mail ASAP. And on the back, it walks you through. This is the front. It tells you what clue you're on, the name of the case and everything. And here on the back, it gives you the instructions on making each clue. And you get 10 of these, one a month. And hello, Consume the Goodness. What's your first name? Can you refresh my memory, please? I'm still learning names on some of these channels. I haven't been around as much. Okay, so let me get it laid out and I'll show you how I do it. So this is the color card. And on the back, it labels each of the colors. This will be a labeling of A through G. G being the binding. And because you're going to need to know what letters these colors are, okay? So I'm going to lay them out in the order that they're labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, T kind of thing. So A, so I'll show you what A is. You get triangles in A. You also get some squares in A. So these are A. And I like to lay them out in order, that way I don't get myself confused. B is going to be this pink with the text on it. And then C is the pink with the hearts on it. And we have the squares, the small triangles, and we also have the medium triangles. And then D is going to be this light pink. You're going to get it in squares, medium triangle, and a lot of small triangles right here. Okay. So I'm going to just line them up like I always do. And then for E, we are going to have this red with hearts as a medium triangles. So this is E. And this with the text on it is F. So it looks like we're using all the letters in the alphabet, sorry, for this for clue number 4. Okay, and then I'll show you what I do. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get the letters out of here. F, E, so this is what I do every time I sew these clues. I make sure I have all of them there. I gently press them if they need pressing. Then I lay them out in the order that they're on the color card. And then I go ahead and I put labels on them. And you're probably like, well, why do you label them? It helps me stay organized and not get, because it's very easy for you to pick up. Here, let me show you an example. It's very easy for you to pick up, because you have 3 different color reds in here. It would be very easy for you to mistake these reds for a letter if you didn't have them labeled. You see how close together in color they are?
Yeah.
Labeling them keeps you from making that mistake, because when you go to make your blocking, then you get halfway through it and you're like, wait, why don't I have enough of this? It's because you went and used it by accident when it wasn't supposed to be used. So having
Right.
them keeps you organized. So that's why I do it. And I have to be organized, because chaos is just makes things harder for me because I'm very easily to get distracted. Unfortunately. Chaos is not my best friend.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that one.
Yeah.
And other people thrive in chaos, believe it or not.
Right.
They can just do it. I just can't anymore.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. We almost got all the letters I need. And there's more letters than this. What I do is the letters that I don't hardly use are in a different box or bowl, and the ones I use constantly are in its own. Hello, Kendra. Welcome. Thank you for telling me your name and welcome to the chat. What kit is that? That is the Cotton Cuts Tree Alive Hope. This is to honor breast cancer awareness. So this is what I'm going to make. I'm making it and I'm going to give it to my sister as a gift. And I'm hoping it will lighten her spirit a little bit. And also on the back of it, I know you can see those love blocks up there. I'm trying to find a quilty alphabet set that I can make live, laugh, love, and dream on the back of it. Jackie says, chaos is my granddaughter's middle name, laugh out loud. Yeah, don't I know kids have that kind of chaos? Oh, yes, I do. Kids do bring the chaos. All right, so right now I'm putting the labels on, and I'm going to have to go refill my cup here in a minute because I don't have any more tea. And I need to drink because I think I haven't drank enough today. Feel a little weird. Or it could be that I haven't eaten enough today, one. Eat. It's weird how the older you get, the more when you feel tired, it makes you feel other ways. Like, have you ever experienced when you're so tired, it makes you feel nauseous? Has that ever happened to you, Denise?
Yeah.
It's like
And
you're
I'm finding the older I get that if I'm gone out and done errands or done grocery shopping, it wears me out. And after I put everything away, I sit down. Next thing you know, I've taken a nap.
Do you think it's because you went out to shopping, or do you think it's because there's so many people out there in it?
I think it's both. I only go out when I have to. And it's like, I'd just rather stay home.
Yeah, I get that. When I have to travel and I get on go to the airport, I don't know which is harder for me, the airport itself, especially when you get to the United States or Copenhagen for that matter, or if it's when people are getting on the airplane and they no longer have the courtesy to say, excuse me, when they step on you or bump into you or get in your space because they're oblivious,
Right.
So going to grocery stores, it's the same way. You got people standing in the aisles talking and you're trying to go do your shopping and you can't get around. I don't know if you do this, but sometimes I go all the way around and come back down the aisle the other way. Just so I have to say, will you move out of my way?
Right.
Because it's time consuming to have to stop and say something. It's like, I just want to go get something, Get out of my way.
Right.
I don't want to be rude because I'm not a rude person. I dread anyone who's going out on Black Friday tomorrow. It's probably going to be a zoo.
Well, Mom and I used to do that, but I don't think it was called Black Friday back in the days.
Mm-hmm.
But after Thanksgiving, we'd get on the bus, and the bus would take us from our town to the next biggest town, and we'd go and we'd look at the Christmas windows of the various stores, and then we'd do shopping, and she'd say, okay, she'd leave me down in the basement, in the bargain basement, as it was called back then, for me to do my Christmas shopping, because during the year, it wasn't really an allowance, but I would get money, and they'd take me to the bank with the bank book where and I deposit it, and they would write it in the bank book and whatever. So that was my quote unquote Christmas club money. So anyway, so we would go and we would do our Christmas shopping. And then we had this restaurant, it's called the Virginia Cafeteria. And it was where you would pick up the tray and you go cafeteria style. And then at the very end, you'd have the ladies and the gentlemen. They had white shirts. And then the women, they had the black poodle skirts. And they would take your tray. They would carry your tray to your table. And that's when they had tablecloths and napkins and all that good stuff. And that was our treat, because my parents didn't believe in eating out and what have you. So, but yeah, we would go and we would, quote unquote, fight the crowds. And, but nowadays I wouldn't do it. But that was, quote unquote, our thing to do on the day after Thanksgiving.
Sounds like fun to me.
Yeah.
I liked taking the kids for Christmas light looking, because there was several neighborhoods right up the road from us that the whole neighborhood, neighbor to neighbor to neighbor to neighbor, in some of the streets in that neighborhood, there would be so much Christmas light. Oh my God. And
Right.
the kid, I would tell the kids to get in the back of the truck so that they could, and give them something to sit on. And I would just slowly meander through the whole thing. And you could hear, ooh, oh my God, look at that. It would be so funny listening to them talk. And even into their teenage years, they loved it. They just loved the lights. And that was why I decorated our house. I didn't, I did it because I loved putting the lights out. And that's what was fun for me, with the lights and the tree. I didn't care about the rest of Christmas as much as I just enjoyed decorating things and then taking it back down again,
Yeah.
I need to tell Diane something. Diana, with the Tree of Life Hope, the one you see me working on, that one is done. I'm just doing mine late because I had missing pieces, and so they're replacing it. But there is a current PMQ going on, but I'm not sure if they sold out of all of it yet. But we do have a new one starting, and signups will start on December 4th, I think. So follow that link and read what it's about. And then if you click Let's Get Started on that same page, it'll take you to the next page, and it's going to show you the upcoming colorways that are going to be available for signups come December the 4th. Let me go get something to drink. If I don't, I'm going to be, I ate that potato and didn't drink anything.
Okay.
And I'm kind of like, I'm going to let Nora out the door too.
Okay, sounds good.
Come on, Nora. she's taking too long. I'm gonna go out there and speed things along.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, you guys, but even pets need to have a bio break. Ooh, it's really cold outside, you guys. Oh, she's walking around like she's crippled. I just looked at the temperature. It's pretty cold outside. Okay, collar put away. All right. Let me see what the temperature is. It's 17 degrees right now. Did I miss anything?
I don't know.
Okay. Diana, if you sign up for something, make sure you tell them I sent you that way. All right, let's get started on this. So we are going to be making 4 flying geese. So we're going to be using 4 E's of the medium triangle, which is this size. We're going to make flying geese with 4 of these. And we are going to use D, which is the light pink, as the part of the little triangles that go on the to make the flying geese with. So we need 8 of these. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so, and I'm going to do what you call chain piecing. And for those who doesn't know what chain piecing means, so I'll explain. So we're making this flying geese. I'm gonna put it up here in this front of the small camera so you can see it, okay? This is a flying geese right here. And as you can see, we're using a bigger triangle to 2 smaller ones. So when I chain piece, I'll go ahead and sew the small triangle on one side of that triangle and do all of them at once. Then I'll come back, finger press, use my seam roller, and then go ahead and add the other side of the chain piece again. And that's how I do it. And it helps me keep moving along and not wasting time. And I need my seam roller. Girlfriend, what's going on? And this is a seam roller if you've never seen one. And I'll show you how this works. I'm an island girl. Diana says it's way too cold for me. I'm an island girl, of course. It's only like this once in a while. We live south of the Arctic Circle, so the cold's not near as terribly bad. It's just looks to me like we're going to have maybe a little bit of a normal Greenlandic winter, maybe. The only problem is we've had no snow, no wind, and no rain now for, I don't know, 2.5 weeks now, maybe. So it's like I have a feeling that when it comes, it's going to be one mean storm. So thank you, all you who have been watching in the background and not, or have been lurking. Thank you for coming and helping me with my watch hours. I appreciate that. Don't forget to like if you haven't done that already. And Denise, thank you for hanging out with me.
You're welcome.
I hope you will come again and do the same thing. You gonna come to my 12-hour live?
Sure. When's that again?
New Year's Eve.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll start it at 8 p.m. Eastern. No. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's 8 p.m. my time. And then I'll end it at 5 a.m. your time.
Okay. Make sure I'll have my projects lined up.
Yep, because we're going to have fun. I was wondering if you guys would be interested, those that stay for the, well, you don't have to stay the whole time, but you know what I mean. I was thinking about maybe we could make that love block together as part of the fun. The Moda Blockheads love block, because that pattern is free.
Right.
We all can make a love block, and then maybe we could come up with a plan in the spring, and maybe we could do a love block exchange thing or something out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love this pattern, and there's 4 sizes. You can make the 4-inch one, a 6-inch, an 8-inch, and a 10-inch. And all of them come in that one PDF file.
I'll have to track it down in my.
I've been sharing the link in my channel, but if you need the link, let me know and I'll post it. Hey, I'll put it over on the members page too, okay?
Okay. I think I have it.
Okay, just in case, and that way you can find it easily. Because I was thinking about mentioning it. Those of you who are going to come sew, let's do a small project and make the love block. And we'll see what, I would love to see what everybody comes up with for colors. I think that would be fun.
Yeah.
Let's see how creative we get with it. And then we could post them all over on the Greenland Quilter group and on Instagram. I'm trying to set up a Greenland Quilter Instagram thing, and Instagram keeps giving me a hard time. I don't know what the deal. I'm beginning to think they think I'm a bot or something.
Yeah.
Or you can't, or they're making it harder for you to have dual accounts. Which I kind of understand why they would do that, but I was going to just attach it to my main one that I've had for so long.
Right.
And I try to do it that way, but it's the same. We need your phone number. I'm not giving you my phone number. so that you could turn around and sell to what do you call those people they sell our numbers to?
Yeah, those people, whoever they are.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't want you calling me on my phone because I'll have to be nasty and say something bad and then get a look from my husband. One time I got aggravated about something, and it was because somebody did something to somebody else, and
Right.
he heard a certain particular colorful thing come out of my mouth, and he comes walking in and he says, "Did I just hear you say that word?"
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Why? And all the time I've known you, you have never used that word. You must be really angry.
Right.
Because it's mostly when I use it. Oh, just like all of a sudden, all that let's not talk bad kind of thing comes out the door, you know?
Right.
I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you that the SH word is my favorite word. I don't know why, but it is. But
Right.
I've even refrained from using that very often. You want to know what SH word I'm talking about, right?
Right.
So you know what that SH word is, what the word is in Danish for that word? You'll be shocked when you hear it. It's Satan. At first
Okay.
I thought someone say Satan. I said, Nikolai, are they talking about the devil? He says, no, they're talking about the SH word. I'm like, what? I was like, oh my gosh. My kids started using the word snap. Oh, snap. And I'm like, yeah, I know what that's to keep from saying the other word.
Right.
I don't know if Greenlanders have, Nikolai says Greenlanders have such words. But he's never shared any of them. He has shared one that has to do with I wanna how do I put this nicely? I wanna go have intimate relations with you. That's the easy way of putting it. It means it's worse than you know what I mean.
Right.
I'm gonna use the bad word, but it's a Greenlandic word and it's a really long word. And I said, I'm teaching you a naughty word. I just rarely I do hear the SH word used a lot here. So the English part of it has like filtered into the Greenlandic communities because they hear it a
Right.
lot. Yes. But I was on a channel, I don't know, last week sometime, and I couldn't believe some of the language coming off their mouth. And I thought YouTube didn't allow that. But maybe they have, you know, there's a setting when we upload our videos, there's a section where you have to check off if your video contains violence or if it contains firearms or if it contains content that's controversial or could cause uncomfortable whatever. There's like
Right.
6 or 7 categories. And then you check off the ones that might apply to you. And if you don't check off any of them, then it goes over and it says, are you agreeing that you have none of these on the list? And you click that little button saying, nope, I don't have any of this in my channel. Now I am going to press my seams open on these PMQs because I suck at doing nesting with seams to the sides. And until I figure out how to do it where it's, you know, I don't make a mess of it, I'll keep doing it this way because this way seems to work for me. Hey, Zaza, welcome, welcome. It's run by Facebook. Diana says it's run by Facebook. I don't know why I'm having such difficulty. I know I don't have 2 Facebook accounts, but I do have what they call a Facebook page for my Living Greenland part. And I have a Facebook group for both my Living Greenland and my Greenland Quilter part. So I don't understand why I couldn't add something similar to my Instagram where I can share exclusive Greenland Quilter stuff instead of having to share it on my, I mean, I don't care that I share it on my Joelsen one on my Instagram. It's just, it makes it harder for people who might want to look for a picture that they posted for Greenland Quilter and they don't find it because my Instagram name is not Greenland Quilter on there. It's Joelsen. So I thought if I made a Greenland Quilter one, it'd make it easier. You know what I mean? Zaza says she thinks a lot depends on whether viewers report things. Okay. So what doesn't bother a viewer may not ever say anything. You know, for the most part, I don't say anything about a lot of things. The only time I get a little bit frustrated is when I know someone is spreading misinformation and I definitely know it's misinformation. Then I kind of wish I could report it. You know what I mean?
Right.
What happens if you say no and it should have been yes? I don't know what that's in. Denise, what was that too?
Your checkoff list if your video had bad things and bad words and stuff.
Oh, yeah. So if you check off yes, I'm not well, see, some of those when you say yes, it has to do with your monetization on your channel also with these ratings, but on some of the ratings you still can stay monetized, but I guess they make maybe YouTube labels that channel with this contains blah 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 in it somewhere, maybe, I don't know. But the ones where it's actual violence against a human being, they will take it down. Big time. Since I've never had to say yes to any of those, I don't know exactly what will happen when you say yes. But I have an idea it has to do with whether you get, you've probably heard people talk about that their video got demonetized because it had something in it that was against the TOS, which was probably either cussing or some sexually explicit something or violence.
Or you copyrighted music of some sort.
Yep. Copyright violations. Then they'll demonetize that video. And you'll also get what they call with the copyright violations, you get a strike if they actually determine that you violated a copyright. And if you get 3 strikes, guess what happens to your channel? Bye-bye.
Yeah. They'll
take it down. Hey, Joy T, how you doing? And I hope you had a really good Thanksgiving Day. I've been with you the whole time, but pain meds couldn't meet you sleep until now. What did I miss? Oh, everything. Look, I finished binding my little quilt. So now this is my 4th finished quilt. Although it's a tiny one. So you missed that. You missed me trying to do join the 2 ends on the binding, and Tammy helped me get through that. So that's what you missed. Hey, Lori. And we had a couple, Jess will be back. Jess will be coming as soon as she gets done with family. Tammy was in here, but she's doing a live. So if I'm still live when she finishes her live, she said she'd come back. And Joy T says she loves it. Thank you. So we were talking about what else I could do on the 12-hour New Year's live besides give things away. And so I have been seriously considering about us having a little fun project of making the Moda Blockheads 3 love block together. All of us who want to do it anyway. I'm not going to force anyone. And then when we get finished with the block, you can share the picture of all your blocks over on the Greenland Quilter or on my personal Instagram page. And then maybe in the spring, we could talk about having like a love block swap. And we swap with each other our love blocks that we made. And I think that would be fun if we did that. And everybody can participate, no matter where they live at. I don't care where they live. We'll all figure out who we're going to trade with. And the block is small enough, it would just take an itty bitty small envelope, you know, or a yellow envelope or whatever you want to call those. It'd be like a mug rug style. Miss Shelby stuck it out with me the whole 12 hours last year when we did it. So this year will be my second annual live 12-hour. You know what would be cool is if I could hit the 5th year of doing it. You know what I mean? We'll see how long I have my YouTube channel. So right now what I'm doing is I'm pinning the small triangle on the other side of the flying geese piece. And then I'll take it over to the iron and press them, and I'll show you the 4 that we've made so far. All right, let's get these sewn. Oh, I know why he's going to call me at 2. It's because I'll finish the live around 2 o'clock. That's why he said 2. We'll see if he stays awake long enough. Because he did spend all day traveling today, and traveling tires you out. I'm happy that if they stay in port one more day, he'll get to go hang out with his friends up there. Because he has a friend up there that his name is Ben. And I've met Ben a couple of times. And whenever Nikolai when he is able to get off the ship for any period of time, they have dinner together or something.
Right.
And he'll go hang out at their house. Because he doesn't bar hop, so. Why is it that once, oh, I know why. Hey, Jeff, I have some news for you from Thomas. That brining of the turkey breast. So he finally called me and he says, Mom, oh my God. I'm like, oh, did you, was the turkey breast an epic fail? No, Mom, it is the most delicious turkey I've ever tasted in my life. He's so proud of himself. He made such yummy turkey just from doing those little steps that we walked him through.
Yay.
It was a big hit.
That's amazing.
Yes, it is. And it's the first time he's made one.
Well, he better keep that recipe.
Yep.
Absolutely. How's your night going?
Huh?
How's your night going?
So far, so good.
Good.
Someone told me that I hit 1800. I haven't gone to look, but that's what they came in and said. You hit 1800, Katy.
Well.
I'm like surprised if that's the case. But so far, so good. We're doing good. Oh, look, I finished my binding on my flower. Can you show them yours? And I'll spotlight.
I just gave mine to my mother-in-law.
Oh, too late.
But I use the light green. Yeah, a lighter green.
But see, I use that dark blue and it looks more like a picture frame.
It does. It's beautiful.
But I did the binding here on the live tonight. And Tammy helped me with where you had to join the two ends of the binding because I always struggle with that. It's not like I bind every day. That's the problem. I don't bind enough. So the skill set for that is still.
Well, we need to make more quilts.
Yes, we do. That needs to be something. Let's make not just I have like 16 quilt tops now.
Let's go make a quilt.
How was dinner?
It was really good. Of course, I overate.
Well, we always do for Turkey Day.
And then I got pictures of my favorite 6 nieces and nephews.
Nice.
So I have two nephews, and then I have my own 2, and then 2 nieces. So
cool.
They're amazing kids.
Sounds like
I'm trying to find your live. Oh, of course, yeah. Oh, if I was on the right. Oh,
you might be able to just see the
Well, I'm not on the right browser. I'm on my school browser instead of So Blessed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That.
But I hadn't had a chance to go look and see. I could tell you that we've had
oh, hold on. There we go. I had to mute you.
Okay.
All right, I'm good now.
What I can tell you is we've had 403 views tonight on this live.
There you go.
So,
hi, Joydy.
Hi,
Zaza. Yeah.
What pattern is that? You're talking about the flower, Joey Key? You're talking about this? Hang on, I'll show you.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving to you all, for those who celebrate or not. That's amazing. So Zaza confirmed that you have 1.8. So,
wow, right.
Celebrations, absolutely.
Yeah. We are
Hi,
within
Diana.
To that 2,000.
There you go.
Okay,
as long as you're happy and having fun, that's all that matters.
Yeah. Who asked what the name of the pattern was? Oh, Joy. Joy, it's called Prairie Quilt Seeds by Lori Holt. This one is Prairie Flower number 6. And if you want, I can post the link and everything through Fat Quarter Shop, because this is where I bought mine from. And there's 6 of these in this grouping. If you go look over on the Greenland Quilter group, you'll see the one that Jess made also. But you did the number 6, or no, wait. You did number 3, right?
Yeah, number 3, the red flower. I'm so cold. I have like 3 shirts on.
When I walked out the door to check on Nora because she was taking too long. My God, it's cold out here. She come walking back in lame. This is the one that Jess did. And this is number. And I do have one other one. I've only bought 3 of the 6, but I think I'm gonna buy the other 3. Why not? I might as well have all 6. Let's get real here. This is number 5. But
that's pretty.
Yeah, it is. Let me show you how they look when you take them out of the package.
Yeah.
Yeah, where is the other part of that one? Uh-oh. It's over here somewhere. I'm not going to get stressed out over it. Hang on a minute. Let me show you how it comes. It comes in these little envelopes. This is the front. And this is the back. See, it has this little tile. And you undo it. And you pull it out. And you pull out the pattern. And the pattern looks like this. Usually these 3 that I have 2 pages in it. And it comes with, you have this on the back. There's instructions, which I'm not going to show you the instructions of word.
And they're really easy to follow, the instructions.
Yeah, they're really simple, but
Yeah.
there are step-by-steps on what to do. These are step-by-steps on what to do. And this actually shows all of the flowers in this set. Those are all the flowers for that set.
Yeah. It's a really pretty garden if you want to make a
Yeah.
flower garden.
I think
Absolutely.
it would be great window balance
Mm.
or a wall hanging or what you said. Yeah.
Yeah, I made a table runner. So I took 2 of the number 3 flowers and took the leaves and put them together. And then so I had the flowers on the ends and it was really beautiful. So yes, you can go on. I put it on your Facebook.
Yeah, it's on my Greenland Quilter group.
And then if you're subscribed to the Siberian Wind, it's on there too. So that's also an amazing channel to go watch.
Pretty affordable. Let me look on the webpage and I'll tell you what they run a piece for. If you can actually buy them one time, you can buy all 6 at a time, and you save a couple dollars a piece, I think, if you buy them as the whole set of 6. Hang on, let me go look real quick.
Yeah, I don't know if they're over. They might. Oh,
Yeah, I'm about to go look
uh,
because I can actually share the screen when I get there.
okay.
I just need to get there first because there's some things I don't think y'all need to see. Oh, I'm not. That's not what I meant by that either. That
No,
sounds-
you're good. No,
that
no,
sounds
you're good.
wrong. I just some things, you know.
Yeah, no. Trust me, you don't want to see everything on my screen either. It's all
Well,
teacher stuff.
like me logging in and using a password. I don't think I want to share that, you know?
Oh, I got it. Oh, yeah.
All right. This was called the Lori Holt Prairie Flower. There we go. There's a Lori Holt Prairie Home book. Oh, that's right. She came out with a book this year, didn't she? That's new. That book is $38. Wow. It's worth having, though. I love how she makes her books look like a book, but then when you open it, it's on a binder.
Yeah.
Or on a, what do you call that?
Spiral.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I have a couple Lori books. I have the Scrappiness is Happiness.
I got that one.
Yeah. And
Last have
then
one. All right, I'm going to show this or share the screen. Sorry, Jess, I didn't mean to
oh, you're
interrupt.
good. No, go ahead. Your show, girlfriend. I got you.
Let's share the screen so they can all see this. So if anyone wants to buy one, they can. And no, I don't have an affiliate link. I don't know why I can't get affiliate link. I don't know how to, probably because I'm not doing something right. So anyway, if you buy 1 through 6, it's $52.98. If you purchase them individually, they're $8.98. Now, when I stuck that information into my calculator, I think you save a couple bucks. Whether you think that's enough or not, I don't know. Hang on, let me do the math because I don't want to do it in my head. 9 times 6 is
54.
54. Yeah. That can't be right.
Yes.
It is right, but you don't want to
Correct.
know. 50. Wait. $8.98 times 6 comes out to be $53.88. So if you minus $52.98, it comes to point. Oh, you only save 0.9, so it doesn't matter how you buy it. Okay, but anyway, you can buy them individually or buy the whole 6-pack. So I guess you're not saving money that way. Sorry. For some reason, I thought you could.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what it looks like.
I mean, usually bundles work out that way, but just maybe not right now.
Yeah, maybe not right now. Inflationary and all speaking. Yeah. And we've been having lots of talks on and off about that tonight.
Mm.
Yes, they're beginner friendly and they walk you step by step. There is no part of that. The only way you can mess up is if you're like me and you're directionally handicapped.
Mm.
And that's only because when I was making the second time around, I didn't make the mistake. Because this is the second time I've made this flower, but I kept turning these leaves upside down.
Mm.
That was what was teasing me. And one part of the flower kept teasing me. But then when I did it this go around, I sat. This is my advice, and Jess will probably agree. Read the pattern first.
I never read the pattern. I'm just kidding.
Read the pattern either. I look at the
No.
but I would read the pattern actually, and then go back and look at the pictures, or look at the pictures and read the pattern at the same time. Whatever works for you.
I'm a picture girl. Yeah.
I am a picture girl too. But if you discover you don't understand how something goes together here, you can just go and look at the pictures. They're full of pictures. They went all out on making sure that you could see what you're going to do. And Lori Holt's always been good about that, I think. And so has Kimberly Jolly. They seem to be.
It's her company. It's Kim's company that creates all this.
Yep.
Yeah. It's So Emma.
It's a So Emma pattern. They're very, Diana was asking if they were beginner friendly, and I think they are.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a couple of stitch and flips, but if you just take your time and work through it, and just making sure that you have a really good accurate 1/4 inch seam, because there's smaller pieces on this too. So if your 1/4 inch seam is a little larger or a little small, it will show a little bit more on this project. So
if you can make one of these, you definitely can do the pattern.
Yeah.
If you can make a half square triangle, you can do the pattern. It's what Jess, it's being consistent with your seam allowance. And as long as you stay consistent with that, there's no reason you can't do it. Because I still don't think I still feel like I'm labeling myself a beginner. An experienced beginner. I don't think I'll pull that label off of myself until I can do binding without asking for help. Okay. Learning how to bind the corners of the binding like it should be, instead of there being 1 or 2 not totally lined right. I still don't know how to make blocks on a curve. There's a lot of things I still don't know how to do.
Drunkard's Path. I really want to learn the curved piecing.
I want to learn it too. It's scary looking.
I have this. I'll show it to you. Let me get the kit out. It's a Riley Blake kit.
Okay.
I got it for my birthday, and it's been sitting in the box because I'm nervous about it. Beautiful though. It's called Through the Lattice.
This is the one with the curves on it, right?
Oh, girl, yes.
Yeah, see?
I'm just nervous.
And I think it's okay that I label when I say I'm a beginner or an advanced beginner, I'm not putting myself down. I'm just saying that I can't say I'm intermediate, because there's skills to take you that you're, as an intermediate person, should know, and I don't know them.
Yeah.
I still don't know how to free motion quilt at all. And
I mean, I can do a really mean meandering. So
you have a long arm though, don't you?
I do. No? I do.
I don't have a long arm, or I would already be learning how to free motion.
I don't have the time at the moment. But it's a 3-inch orange peel, but it comes on this like really flimsy paper. Or it's not paper, it's more plastic. And I just need to make templates so that I can use this to start cutting them out. And then I'm just going to practice on some other fabric before I cut into this beautiful stack of goodness.
I don't blame you.
So
I went to a quilt. In fact, I'll go get this kit and I'll show it to you guys because it's something I find interesting. It was when I went to my first quilt show, not QuiltCon. This was a small quilt show, and it was
Yeah.
in Fresno, California. And it was the first time going, and I paid to sit and watch a lecture on how to make a quilt using circle.
Mhm.
And not circles like in you're going to be sewing curves. I'll show you what I'm talking about in a minute, because I got to go get it so you can see. And when I walked out of that class, I had her ruler kit and the instructions on how to use it. Have I used it? No.
I'm also doing, do you know Beverly McCullough from Flamingo Toes? She also does Riley. I got the hiccups. Riley Blake. So she has this template, and it's a large, like an orange peel, and
Yeah,
it fits 10-inch stackers. And so I've been cutting all of those up.
Oh, cool.
So I just have a couple more to flip, like about 20. And then I can start putting the next piece of that quilt together. I got a lot of things going on. I'm just a hot mess, and I'm all over the place. So
Okay, so I have made 4 of these flying geese now. And let me go get that ruler I was talking about. I'll be right back, you guys.
flying geese are my favorite. It's my favorite block to make, or a piece of a block. So are any of you guys sewing along with us tonight? Since you guys weren't on, I was on here right at the beginning, a half hour before I went to eat, but I'd love to know what you're working on. As long as you're in bed, absolutely.
There's been a couple that said they were relaxing. Okay,
Relaxing.
so
Hey, I've relaxed too.
yeah,
A nice day.
and that's fine. They're watching me, so the pattern looks like this. Let me take it out of the plastic. And it's called Spinata. It's by Quilter's Haven.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, that's pretty.
It'd be fun with batiks.
Yeah. Or even just like a monochrome quilt.
Yeah,
That would be pretty.
Exactly. It has the cutting instructions, but it came in a kit. So this is what comes in the kit.
Food
And
coma. I should be in a food coma too, Candace.
When I went to this quilt show, I was so new into it. And I want to make this. I still want to make this. But it comes with this ruler, right? This is it's called Less Than Traditional Medium, Quilt Havens, Quilting with Charlie. And it's from Las Cruces, New Mexico. So this is like some kind of template. And I bet I can find it. I bet she has a YouTube channel by now, I would think. Then it comes with this circle. It's called, I don't know what it's called, but anyway.
It's a template.
It's a template.
Mm-hmm.
It also this was all a kit. It came with something called a cutting arc. Which looks like this. And then there is this really long ruler. It's a medium sized, and it has that arc on it.
Oh, yeah.
And all of this came with that pattern. I don't remember what I paid for it because the price was not on here, but it was from attending her class. And this is what she said: any beginner could use these tools and this pattern to make this pattern. What she said, and she showed us she actually made several of these circles right in front of it. She sewed them, and the way she did it and the way she turned it, because she used a facing on the back of the circles, and then she turned them inside out or out. Anyway, they started out one way and then she flipped them. And then the way she was flipping them and sewing them together, you would have thought this was all a real thick layer, but it wasn't. It was the way she was joining them. It was really cool. I was smitten by it. So this whole kit's been hanging on the wall saying, make me, when you gonna make me?
Been waiting its turn.
Yep.
Yeah, I have quite a few things that are waiting its turn, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just like Nickel, I noticed that I have three, I think. I have 3 quilt kits from Fat Quarter Shop. He says, are those quilt kits? Yes. How long have you had them? A while. But he wasn't. He wasn't.
You never ask a sewist that question.
He says, you just are not ready to make it? No, I'm not. He's like, okay. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay.
Because he's had Legos where he was going to make them and then decided to put it off for whatever reason. He didn't have enough time, or he wasn't in the mood for it because he wanted to do something different. We all go through that.
Of course, yeah.
We get it, and then we're like, I changed my mind.
Yeah.
Right.
Not hitting me anymore like it did.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Or you rob the fabric out of the kit and just use a different project.
What?
Did I say that?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Doing that a couple of times, robbing the fabric out of the kits. Like, just screw doing the pattern. Just take all the fabric and use it, you know?
Right.
And you would surprise me if I don't do that at least with one of them. I just have this feeling I'm going to do it. I'm going to walk in there and say, I want to take this fabric and make this pattern with it. Someone's going to say, you paid all that money just to do that? I'm like, it's not money anymore when it's been sitting on the shelf for a while.
Absolutely.
It's creative license.
That's right. You can do whatever you want and you can do it your way. Hey, Teresa, welcome back. By the way, Jägermeister told me to tell you thank you for the membership subscription that you paid for. He's a little shy.
Wonderful. Yeah.
But I know now. You'll be surprised if you knew who it was. Should I tell him who it is?
No, leave it a mystery.
Well, we'll see it a mystery. All right.
Yeah, leave it a mystery. I like
Joy
mysteries.
Yeah, me too. Joy T wants to know, Denise, what are you working on? And I will spotlight you again so you can show them one more time what you're working on. And it might be more than one time before it's over with, just so you know.
Tumblers. I'm putting 20 in a row. And I'm up to, this is my 15th row. So I cut them with my AccuQuilt and aimless sewing.
Oh, so you used your AccuQuilt to cut them with, which makes it easy to sew together, huh?
Yes. This is the 4.5 inch, and I have the smaller one. It's got three on one die.
Wait a minute, I gotta make sure I don't get something confused here. And they want me to put these B's on these C's? That's pink and pink. Oh my goodness.
It's going to look beautiful when it gets done.
Yes, it will.
Absolutely.
Because those real life quilts are so gorgeous. You're doing the Wild West one, right? Jess?
Yes, I am.
Which colorway did you choose?
Tombstone.
Oh, I bet that one's gonna look fabulous. I chose Delilah.
It's definitely out of my wheelhouse.
I
The
think they're all
colorway. Yeah. Um, yeah, I wanted to try something that I would never pick. So I'm not really all about the Halloween fabric or anything like that. And it has spider webs and different things.
yeah, I don't care
So,
to do Halloween at all.
but it'll be a nice quilt to give to somebody.
Yep. Have you seen any of the I don't know if you've got around to looking at the colorway for flying. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah,
Something like
I purposely have not. I'm
well,
gonna try to take a break from my subscriptions. I got a couple other things in the queue, so I'm trying to save up a little bit of money.
I have never missed out on a PMQ for the last since spring of 2019. But this set of colorways, I don't see unless I suck it up and do the Tula Pink and give it to a grandkid.
Yeah.
The Tula Pink, this one is actually kind of pretty.
Which line did they take it from?
Hang on, let me
Or
tell
is
you.
it her basic?
Hold on, let me go pull it up and tell you what it is. Because
Absolutely.
I'm like, usually when they do the Tula Pink, to me it's a hot mess. But everybody else likes the hot mess. I just don't. I think it looks like a hot mess. That's my opinion. So take my opinion with a grain of salt. Because I love cotton cuts. So no one think that I'm putting them down because I have been one of their strongest, whatever you want to call me.
Supporter.
Yeah. Because I really like them. They're a great company. Okay, so this was called Untamed by Tula Pink for Free Spirit. And it hang on, let me share the screen. That way you can have a peek at it because you know more of the names of these fabrics, the Tula ones, than I do. I have totally kind of kept ignoring her stuff, but I'm making this Quilt Back Quarter Shop, and I bet you some of that color is in that one I'm doing now that I'm making for my oldest granddaughter. Because when I think of these things, I'm like, my two granddaughters would love these probably, or my three granddaughters. But it's too girly. Where is the share screen at? Oh, there you are.
It's at the bottom. Big red square.
Okay, can everybody see this now?
Yeah.
There's the Tula Pink one right here. You see it, Jess?
Best friends.
And the thing is all these colors, even if they were sitting next to each other, they wouldn't crush into or dissolve into each other.
That's not best friends. That's not best friends. I just zoomed in on it.
So the one at the 6 o'clock position, that is binding.
Yeah.
So if you start with the left is going to be A, then that whatever color purple pink that is B, the lime green is C, the next one over.
Yeah, some of it's her basic collection, but those other two florals, those are from like a past collection.
Yeah, I was wondering about these two florals here.
Yeah.
Because I didn't recognize the two of them, and it's probably because I've ignored the bigger printed stuff that she makes.
Yeah.
But that one wouldn't be too bad to make for a child. I don't know about an adult. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at all of them, and they're not speaking to me right now. So I'll just keep looking.
Oh, can you go back to it for just a second? I'm sorry, because this is the first time I've seen it. I'm scrolling because I had you really large. Can you scroll down? There was one that I saw. Oh, the to be announced, the Walk on the Prairie. I thought that was cool, but it's just too much mauve for me. And then the blues that's right next to it.
Yeah, the Shibari blues.
Yeah.
These two right here, and this one
I
over
like
here.
it. I like it.
They're good, but what if they're sitting blocks next to each other? They're going to blend in together. That's what this is the only part of the any of my PMQs that I've had where it's had 3 dark colors. Sometimes 2 of the dark color end up side by side,
That's
and you
true.
barely can see the change in the 2.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for more, what do you call it?
So you said the 6 o'clock position is the binding?
Now the 6 o'clock is always the binding.
Oh, that's horrible. I want that in the quilt. That's
Yeah.
pretty. And I like the cheddar and highlight.
The cheddar was up here, wasn't it?
Yeah,
right here.
I really like that too.
Cheddar is nice. That would be fun to make too, though.
I'm all about some blues. I'm a blue person. I'll just let you know that right now. Yeah. If you ever make me something, make it blue.
I like them. I'm just concerned that these 2 dark blues will end up side by side of each other.
Like half of what I wear is blue.
And the purple is not too bad for the batik.
Yeah.
But
I'm not a purple girl like that anymore.
I can only make so many purple batik quilts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I already have 2, so let's not do more. This one over here wouldn't be so bad. This Merlot.
The red and black?
Yeah, the red and black and white. This one's
that's
not
pretty.
bad either. I wish I knew what our blocks were going to look like, because if it's one of them where you can actually see the design of the block because of those colors, it would be a phenomenal quilt.
Yeah.
I've just never heard of Clothworks. Well, maybe I have. I'm not sure. And the cave, yeah.
I like cave.
I like cave too. And do you know how many, girl, you can see how much cave I have in Fat Quarter bundles. Because I'm waiting on somebody, Nicholas said, that's a lot of that. What is that? I said, that's cave. He says, you haven't made anything out of that yet. I'm like, no, I'm waiting to figure out what I want to make out of it, because there's been so many comments about cave fabric. We can talk. Let's have that discussion, actually.
Okay.
They have big bold flowers and stuff in their
collections. Yeah.
Collections. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. That didn't want to come out of my mouth. And I don't want to make a quilt where all this is overwhelming each other, but I thought about, I bet you I could find the right background to use as a background, and I can enhance all of that bold stuff by making blocks that was used with part background and part of their big bold stuff without it bleeding into each other and creating a big mess. You know what I mean? I would love to do the one block wonders with those, but you have to have yardage to do that with one. And I would like to just take them and stack them on top of each other and find flowers that line up evenly with the other ones and just pin them that way and do block wonders and use a background with them. But I don't know if that's even possible.
Yeah, the only time that I ever worked with Kafe, I was trying to make my daughter a quilt, and I kind of like scrapped it and made it scrappy for somebody else. I just didn't like the way that the designs turned out. I cut it down too much. New quilter, but I used basics. So my mom owned a quilt shop, and I would just go. She had like all the basics that I would ever want, and so I would just buy Kafe and then just go see her. But
so I guess you would determine what size to use on the page.
Yeah, it all depends on
out of it.
Yeah, like the scale.
Yeah, scale. I'm wondering if you couldn't do it like, you've seen quilts where they've taken and done like the picture frame effect, or what do you call it? Yeah, where it looks like shadow boxes.
Yeah.
And you cut the blocks big enough to enjoy the fabric itself, but enhance it using 2 different basics to make that shadow box effect on them. It might be fun to do it. And then you are not drying out each other.
I think that would be amazing.
I know I want to do a horse quilt that way and use my horse pattern. I bought some yardage that has, I think I bought a yard and a half, because that was how they had the horse heads done. So they didn't reach the half yard mark. And I was thinking about doing like that shadow box pair with those um horse heads, because some of the horse heads, they're gorgeous. Oh my god. Shelby is saying, oh, we missed some stuff. Let me remember back here. I missed some stuff.
Candace and Math Geek. What's Math Geek's name?
Who? Oh, Shelby.
Math Geek. Shelby. They're having a conversation.
Yeah, Math Geek is Shelby.
Shelby.
She's really nice.
I will
didn't know-
remember it. I will say it
Yeah.
over and over in my brain until I remember it.
That, and when you meet her, it helped me remember her name because I met her in person, and now I have a face that I can associate with her actual
Oh,
name
yeah. Mhm.
instead of or her username, and it helped me a lot because faces help plug things in for me. I still sometimes forget a name if I don't talk to you enough, but you know.
Yeah, for
So
those friends that don't have channels that I can't
Yeah.
physically watch, that it's harder for me sometimes to remember
Yeah.
names.
Exactly. But I remember their face. I never forget a face. And sometimes I
Yeah.
think I've met this person before, but can't remember where. So Joy T says, cool. I just made a bathroom curtain out of tumblers for Christmas yesterday. It looks like stained glass blocks. I had them cut out already from years ago, so thought it would make a good project. And then Shelby says, Untamed is mostly flowers, she said.
Okay.
Then Candace, Untamed is her newest line that just came out. Then
Oh,
Shelby says,
beautiful.
is anyone else having trouble with Katy's sound dropping out and coming back in the middle of the sentence?
No,
Anyone? I didn't know that was going on.
I didn't notice it.
Yeah. Shelby says, actually, it's just two, so maybe it's just you two. So if it's both of us, probably you two. Then
Maybe I should
Candace said,
freeze.
yeah, freeze like, Candace says, I left and came back and it seemed to fix the audio for me. And then Diane says, I am looking at one. Okay. And there was more down here, looks like. Shelby says, maybe YouTube is telling me I've been online too long.
Time to go to bed.
And then she's right back. Thanks for the reminder. So you may come in and come back. You left and come back in again. And then Shelby says, I consider red, black, and white this time for the PMQ. Now that one stands out quite a bit. And
Yep,
Joy says,
it's pretty.
it now before yes. Okay. I'm not aware of it happening, so till somebody says something. I've been thinking about buying a mic, but I think I want a mic like what, and not, I don't want that mic because he had one. I've already been researching mics because some of the complaints that I get about my voice
Okay.
is
So what kind of mic
sound.
do you want?
So I thought about, I put in the Google research, mics for women
Mhm.
who either sing or talk on a mic all the time, that kind of thing, to help
Okay.
down the high pitch. And the mic that William is using is one of the top recommended mics, but they're $300. Because there's been some people that's wrote to me either in an email or makes a comment in one of my videos. It says, you always sound like you're whining.
Sorry
And
about that.
And
Like, who
whining
cares?
I know the problem is what they don't realize is whining. That word whining is a trigger.
Okay. Well, they apparently do know that, but don't let it trigger you as much as you can. Don't let it, it's.
Yeah, and I didn't know it was a trigger. And then when I realized what made me cry was the word, then I realized why did it make me cry. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even know it was there. Because you don't when these things happen. So now I'm okay if I hear I'll never be okay with people saying that about other people, but I'm like,
Yeah.
nope, we're not going to beat me down again. Nope, we're not going to cry over this.
We're not going to go there.
Not going there. They must be unhappy to be critical over the way the sound of my voice is.
I'd rather have estrogen and have a higher voice than sound like a man.
Yep. Pretty much.
So they just jealous.
I sound like a kid on the telephone because I heard my voice on people's voice machines when they used to have them back in the day. I'm like, wow, I sound like a kid. But I don't think I sound like a kid on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't like the way I sound on YouTube sometimes. My voice goes up and down. I guess
Exactly.
maybe depending on the day.
Yep. Or you're
or
excited.
what I'm using.
Yep. So that's why I thought about looking for a really good mic, not something that's just going to make things worse.
Yeah, but I don't want to be held down to a spot either.
Yeah, agree.
I'm not about that.
Buy one of them where you can hang it from the ceiling that picks up everything. But the problem is if it picks up everything, that means it might hear the fan running or it might hear background noise,
Well, no, because you can set the sensitivity on it. And then also like if you're on Zoom or StreamYard, you can omit those background sounds.
Oh, well, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
I thought about
can you I can't hear your sewing machine when you're using it. Can you hear mine?
No, and that's because I got Zoom set on I think it's a medium I think it's on a medium setting where it rounds out background noise.
I'm rolling at 100 miles an hour. So can you imagine trying to talk over me and I'm just like plowing along?
Yeah.
So, because I don't stop for anybody.
Yep. And the only people's machines that I actually hear while they're yakking is Kimberly's machine.
On a fat quarter shop?
Yeah, her Juki is so loud. But I think that's because she uses the heck out of that Juki too.
Yeah.
Because every now and then, even on Tiffany's, hers sounds loud sometimes.
Oh, it always sounds loud to me. Yeah.
Yeah, and she has made a comment that when she doesn't oil on a regular basis, it does sound louder. And that would explain why sometimes that high pitch that it makes sounds louder than usual.
So Shelby wants you to know that I don't understand why people have to be that way. Your voice sounds great, Katie.
Thanks, Shelby.
And Joydy agrees with Shelby.
Thanks, you guys.
Yes.
Just, the first time I heard it, I just let it go. And then the second time I let it go. But then the third time, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, what's going on here?
But as your channel grows, you're going to be in contact with more people. They're going to be critical. And you're going to have to figure, is this going to weigh me down and keep me going in that direction? Or am I just going to let it go?
Yep. You got to get
because
thick skin.
If you want a larger channel, then you're going to have people, you're going to have haters. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
I'll just say it out loud. So are we going to let us drag it to the ground or are we going to overcome it and push through it?
No.
And say, not today.
Yep. I agree with you on that. And I Nicola and I talked about it a little bit. He says, honey, sometimes people are going to be mean and you just got to figure out your way of how to deal with it. So it doesn't, you got to learn how to push through. It's what he said. He says, I'm not telling you it's not okay to feel hurt. He's saying it's the way to keep people from making you feel hurt.
Yeah.
So that's
Joydy said,
practicing on.
Yeah. Joydy says there's only one channel I listen to that irritates me some, but I still listen because I love her channel. I do have a mic that I can clip onto my shirt, but maybe I'll try that on my next live that I do with someone.
Yeah.
I just gotta charge it.
Sometimes I wish, I would like to have a mic for Nikolai, because I don't know how much he's way over there, and I'll say, hey, honey, show him what you're working on, and he'll be talking over there, but I don't know if y'all actually hear everything he says because he's way over there.
I don't hear
But
him.
no one has said anything about whether they couldn't hear him or not.
Yeah, I can't really hear him. I'll speak up.
Okay, so maybe he needs the mic, not me.
Hmm.
That way, excuse me.
Bless you.
God bless you.
Sorry.
Ew.
Thank you, Jordy.
Thank you, Joy T.
I want a radio voice. I want to be like one of those radio people. I can just like calm, collective, cool.
Be like
I'm gonna work on
Delilah.
that. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't want to be like Delilah, but I want to be like Delilah. Absolutely.
Yeah, her voice is beautiful.
Yeah.
There's a channel called Paranormal something that I've been watching. He has that radio voice that I could just sit and go, sweet Jesus, he has such a calming voice.
I can listen to you on replay.
Yeah, let's go over and over again,
Yeah, let me put my headphones on and go. Absolutely.
And I think Eric of Treasured Heart Creations, he's another one. His voice is so soothing.
That's amazing. I know there's guys that I can listen to all day long. I was like, hey, how you doing? I'm glad that I'm your stalker on YouTube. You don't know. No, trust me, I'm not anyone's stalker. I don't have enough time for myself. Oh.
It's just like that every time a picture of Jason Momoa comes across Facebook, Nikolai says, "There's your sexy dude coming across the face." I'm like, really, honey? All because I said I made the comment, I can look at him all damn day and be happy.
Yeah. You want to know somebody I can look at all day long?
And
Jamie from Outlander.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm not looking at him as in I'm having carnal thoughts about him. I just think he's beautiful.
I can't say that. Just kidding. But I was just like, hey, how you doing? I could live back in the 1500s with you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'll be the gatherer. You could be the hunter. We're good to go.
Yep.
But yeah, no, he's cute. Yeah, he is. And Outlander, it started, and I'm just refusing to watch it because it's the last season. I don't want it to be over.
The last season, so I can actually watch the darn thing. I know that there's going to be sadness in it, but
of course.
I never started it, so.
Well, halfway through the first season, just skip through it because it's like
it's very
not
hard.
For the Christian heart.
It's disturbing, and I don't know how they even got it on TV.
I know. I was just like, what is this?
It's the same thing with Game of Thrones, the section with Sansa. I'm like, how did they even get that through TV is beyond me. I'm like, why did you do?
And that's why it's on later on too.
Yeah, it was the Sansa one. It was the one where what's his face that ended up with Sansa for a short time. Can't think of his name, but I'm like, some of that stuff's so disturbing.
I agree.
I just want to see the dragons. Watch the dragons burn everything out. Let the dragons burn all the bad guys. And I'll be happy. Those dragons are gorgeous.
Yes, I agree.
Bill's saying they just want to watch the world burn. The dragons do, you know.
Do you have a lot, knowing that Nikolai's gone for a little while, did you not watch certain series on TV so that you could binge watch them while he's gone?
Yeah, and there's some, I do a lot of binge watching when he's gone on specific ones, but there's also, there's one TV series that we haven't even gotten halfway through because we haven't sat down for a while to do that. I can't watch, it's the two boys who fight demons. What's that one called? In fact, I think they just ended their season and they were like 16 seasons in. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh my God, it's where evil or good fights evil and the demon comes from hell and
I'm not good with names. I'm just gonna let you know that right there.
trying to
I don't
remember.
know.
Actors' names, names of movies.
I know
Like,
if I put
scratch me.
the TV series, and I think it was on not Fox, but some other channel. Hold on a minute. Oh, I'm sure if I put it in Google just the right way, I'll figure it out.
And then there's a new Gladiator movie that just came out. Just saying, since we're on this train.
Yeah, I saw that.
Whew. I'm gonna go watch it in IMAX. So they're all over. They're right
Here
there.
it is. Supernatural.
Supernatural.
Yeah, I can't watch Supernatural by myself,
Okay.
unfortunately.
JP, are you coming to make an appearance? You ready to go see your people? He does this every night that I'm on a live. He has to come make an appearance.
Oh, the
This is
Last
my
Kingdom.
Katy.
Oh yeah, those are fun to watch too.
Yeah.
But
Say hi,
the
JP.
Viking, Paula, and the Last Kingdom, they're pretty violent too. It's cute.
Oh, he's so adorable. He picked us. It was probably a little over a month ago. My dog was sniffing at the garage door, and I opened it up, and there he was. And I was like, "Oh, you picked us!" And he's such a big old baby. Yes,
You think
he likes to be held like a baby. You can't tell I spoil him at all. But
Of course not.
a baby. Yes. He'll sleep like this for hours. Thank you, y'all. Yeah, I know. He's so super sweet. He
How do you
found the
get in?
Christmas tree today.
someone says, Izzy says to Matt Shelby, crazy, was thinking the same thing, just took a break from a video with dragons I was making. Shelby said she just finished making a dragon quilt from the same Jason Yenter panels. Oh, wow. I would love to see that. Go share it on my Facebook group, please.
Yes.
I want to see. Izzy says, Katy, those mean women are making you so long. The nerve of them. Hey, they didn't twist my arm to sew. I'm just happy they're here to sew with me.
Yes.
And hi, Izzy. Good to see you in the chat. Izzy does animation stuff. It's really cool.
Amazing.
There's so much talent out there these days using the graphics and stuff. It's really interesting. Katy, what machine are you using? I am using a Janome 6700P. And it is now 4 years old. It's going to be 5 in January. So y'all know that Nikolai told me I could buy another machine, right?
What? Amazing.
Yeah. When we go to Denmark, I can pick another machine. And I want the Janome M8.
Ooh.
But I went online to look up how much a Janome costs in Denmark, and I about had a heart attack. 37 or between 35 to 39 Danish kroners, which is, because I know someone's going to ask, how much is that in US dollars? Hang on. Probably about, I don't know, 4,000 maybe.
Wow.
This machine, when I bought it, was 12,000 Danish.
Did you need him?
Which would have been about 1,800 US dollars. But if you price US now for the 6700P, it's a little over 3,000, which I got a good deal on this one, I think. Okay, we want 2K to US dollar. And we're going to say, I'm just going to do the low-ended side of it. not to be confusing or nothing, 35,000. $4,961 US for an
Wow.
M8. Now, when we were on the Florida Shop Hop, the prices I saw on ranging around 3,000 to almost 5. The
Whoa.
M7
Yeah, I don't
was
get it.
$1,000 US. But I don't want the M17 because I have no desire to be getting involved in embroidery. Thread is expensive enough. Embroidery thread will be worse.
And would you use it all the time, or would you just use it once in a blue moon?
Yeah. With the M8, it has what they call a stitch regulator on it for free motion quilting. And the neck is, I think, an additional 4 or 5 inches longer. So it would help with my quilting bigger quilts. Because this neck on the 6700 is pretty long, but I still feel cramped up and crowded with it. So that's why I've been avoiding doing big quilts, because quilting in here is hard in the living room anyway. But
Yeah.
I'm going to, the one thing that I'm going to take time to do in Denmark is we're going to the IKEA because I want to buy a specific cabinet. That's the first thing. The second is if I can find the right table to, that goes up and down mechanically, then what we could do is reset my cutting table that he built for me, take one portion off of it, and then we could put these two desks face this desk I'm on now facing the one that can go up and down. And whenever I sit down to quilt, I have all of this space in front of me that can push the quilt through the machine, and then maybe I won't feel so crowded. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Pink says there's something going on between you, Katy, and Jess. If she speaks, you get cut off. That's interesting. Must be something with Zoom. Hang on a minute. Let me change a setting on Zoom and see if that maybe it's because I have that setting on here, and maybe that's the problem. Hold on a minute. Here.
And then I can talk and interrupt you and see if it works.
Yeah, keep. Yeah, blah blah
Blah, blah,
blah.
blah, blah, blah. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I have Mr. Rogers in my head almost all day long. Oh, it's like I felt like I should be wearing a sweater.
Okay, I have this thing set on the high background. Let me move it down to medium.
Okay.
And we'll see if that doesn't fix it. So, because maybe it's Zoom doing it. Okay. Then you go to say something and let's see what happens. La
Okay.
la 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 la.
2 + 2 is 5. It's wrong.
Okay, tell me what you hear, you guys, when we just did that.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Maybe we really do need mics so that doesn't happen.
My mind's always in a math world.
Our world is a big math problem. If you think about it, someone I watch, he's always making a comment that nature cannot make straight lines and triangles and rectangles because it's only made by intelligent design. But that's not true, because if you get in a boat and go down the fjord to look at icebergs, do you know how many icebergs I see that have triangles in them, rectangles in them, squares in them? And you're going to tell me that nature can't make those things? Or you see in the sky clouds making different shapes?
Your husband just messaged you. He wants to know if you saw the pictures that that he has through Messenger.
Are you talking about the ones from outside, honey? Because I showed him the airport. I already showed it to everybody on the live. Unless you just posted some more. Oh, he must have posted something that's going on now.
Mm.
No? Yeah, the airport, honey, I shared with everybody in the live. I saw him, baby. Shelby says everything is a story problem.
Absolutely.
And
I always
think,
tell my kids, tell me one thing in the world that's not a math problem.
yeah.
And then I can always prove it to them wrong. So it's fun. They try to stump me. I was like, bring it on.
Even nature itself and animals and everything has its own way of doing things. And that's
Correct.
intelligence to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not made from random acts of whatever.
Yeah.
You can't build an entire planet out of our cosmos and say that it's just all random. Shelby says, I don't have pics of the quilt yet, but posted pictures to Facebook of the storage bag I made to match. Where did you post them at, Shelby?
Do you want to?
That airport is big. I just wonder if it's going to be able to handle all the masses coming in and out of there. Especially when they start coming from the United States. I'm so hoping that things go well between us and the airport there, because maybe our mail can start coming across from the United States that way, you know?
Right.
Babe, can you go into my Facebook and approve Shelby's pictures, please? Because I don't have time right this minute to do it. If you're still in the chat, that is. I got him and Sean as my moderator in there. Maybe I need to add another moderator. The reason everything is on, yeah, I better explain myself. I had to put the group in you got to get approval before the pictures come through.
Yeah.
Because we've had some new people, and I think they might be the same people actually. They keep joining, and then they keep trying to sell their T-shirts in the group, and our group is not been made to sell T-shirts. It's for us to share our creativity with, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And
Get
in
them,
the
Katy.
book, you cannot self-promote. What part of that don't you understand? If you're promoting your channel that's a quilting channel, I'm fine with that. All right, so this is what you and I were discussing earlier about same colors blending into one another. Look.
It all blends to me. I can't see the difference except where the word is.
Yeah, if you're not up close and personal, you wouldn't even notice.
Right.
Jess must be talking to someone. See, can you see the difference in that block? It looks like all the same fabric, doesn't it?
It does, but yes, I can tell the difference.
Yeah, it's just so minute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nikolai released the pictures in the channel, y'all, or in the group for Facebook, so you can see Shelby's postings. Sorry, Shelby, we're just trying to catch the little, whatever you want to call them. I want everybody to feel safe in the group.
Sorry, husband said good night. My husband, he's going to bed.
Aren't you coming to bed?
No.
Not anytime soon, honey. All right. Now, so I had to make 4 of these and 4 of these. What it wants me to do now is we're going to sew them this way together. Oh, I got to make sure I have them on the right position though. This is E. Oh. The E's are heart, and that's going to go on the top, and then the C is the pink hearts, was going to go on the bottom. Okay.
Yeah. No, I was up at 5 this morning. Instead of going downstairs, I walked in here.
And you've been in there the whole time since 5 a.m.?
No. I was in for when he got up and I heard him roaming around, I went downstairs, spent some time with him, and then came down here, came up, went back down, had supper, came back.
Did your husband have a hobby?
No. He used to, but since he's been retired, he sits in his chair and he's glued to his Kindle, cell phone, listening to all the political stuff.
Uh-oh.
But no, because he spent basically a total of 45 years on his feet between his military jobs and his outside jobs. So
he's just chilling.
Yes. So that's what he's been doing since he retired. And I come up here to get away from him.
So much politics and it wears you down.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. Oh, you're going to bed, honey? So you changed your mind about calling? Is it 2 o'clock in the morning? Oh, it is. It's time for us to stop. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's 10 o'clock here in Illinois, so.
All right. So anyone want to show what they're working on before I cut this off? Anyone? No, no, no.
No, I'm good.
Who did I lose? Oh, she never came back. That's what it is. Okay. Thank you, Denise and Jess, for coming and hanging with me. I appreciate it. Jess, tell them one more time about your channel before we knock off. Please. No? You don't want to? Uh-oh. You okay over there? All right. Okay. Anyway, thank you everyone for coming. I appreciate it so much. Make sure you hug each other and make sure you live, laugh, and love and dream and make something from all of that. And again, thank you for coming to the live and have a great night and see you later.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, the Zoom will stay on until I shut it down. So if you want to stop, you can. Hi, sister chicks. We're going. See you later.
Could you hear me sewing when I was unmuted?
A couple of times, but the sewing doesn't bother me. I'm totally okay with that.